of God, I don't know if that's my thing. That's a huge responsibility, converting to Judaism. It's huge. It's not so different philosophically, really, but the actual application of full-on Torah-based Jewish life is complex, and you have to really mean it. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm Jewish one day," and "Oh, I believe," and then boom. It's not like that, man. It's not like that at all. And I like who I am. I don't think I need to change. My wife's not going to convert, and if I did convert, she would no longer be my wife. By the
Why would she
law,
no longer be your wife?
I would dispute that. Huh?
Why would she no longer be your wife?
Well, she would have to convert in order for our marriage to be recognized. I think that that's one particular perspective. That's not like full across the board, but if I wanted to go full across the board, that would be that could be an issue amongst some circles. Not that it would matter. We have children. She's my wife. I'll kill any man who says otherwise. But and I'll say put that up front. But no, I like being a Noahide. I like there is a lot of freedom to it. There's freedom for the average Joe in Torah. There's a lot of freedom to be a good human being, especially something when you're confronted with an immoral collective. You know.
Hmm. Excuse me just a minute. I need to go lay down. I'm actually really tired. Sorry.
Be well, man. Take it easy. Don't.
I'm really bored, so I've been awake or sleeping for a while, so I need to do something. So I'll be right back.
Religious talk would put you to sleep. I hear you. Take care.
No, that's not what I meant.
I'm not fucking with you.
I'm gonna be back. Just give me a second.
Take care, man. Be well. Be well.
Howdy, James.
Like I could do it. I mean, I could pull it off, but it just I would have to leave my environment. Wouldn't be able to do it here.
You're a lot freer to convert where you're at in life.
Oh yeah, I live in the Holy Land. Yeah.
Well, you could. Well, I'm just saying that your attachments are few, and if you wanted to attach, it would be, I think, a lot easier. I couldn't do it right now. I couldn't, but I've never really wanted to. Not in a long time, many years.
So we got James, second James. I guess we call him James. What is James' particular political and religious beliefs?
Hello, Farhim. I didn't say hello to you either. Howdy.
How do you pronounce his name? Fahim? Oh, German neo-paganism. I should have realized that since from his symbol, since that's a Nordic symbol. So we'll call him Pagan James.
Pagan James. Pagan James.
There you go. How you doing, man? Do you live in Germany or North Europe? Oh, you live in the States? Okay. Things got heated up fast, and then all of a sudden the hangout kind of took a nosedive there.
Guess we might have scared him off.
No. Yeah. Probably for the better.
It's Jewish conversions it's the real deal. I mean, if you want to go all the way, I'm a Torah observant guy. I'd rather go by full-on ultra-Orthodox, Hasidic, whatever, full on.
Judaism is really, it really is different from other religions. I mean, it isn't about, it's not about quantity. That's, I mean, Furhan's, from a Muslim perspective, and then of course you have the Christian perspective. It's all about numbers. How many numbers can you get this week? How many, how can you fill the quota? Judaism isn't about numbers. It's not about quality. It's about quality, not quantity, if that makes any sense. It's about the quality of the person. Even if there was one Jew left in the world, that would mean more than just gathering a bunch of people just to say they're Jews. It really would. I mean,
You should have heard the family this weekend. Well, there's because it was brought up briefly. Oh well, you don't celebrate Easter, or kind of a thing, Well, Jews are a race. Well, they're not really a race; they're a religion. I'm like, I just let them talk. It's a nation. It's a national thing. It's a little different. It didn't.
Yeah, it's like the mafia. Once you're in,
You're
you're
in.
in. But there's a little bit of a requirement of who you are too. At the same time, you can't be half Irish or something. Gotta go all the way. You can hang out. It's like it's kind of like the movie Goodfellas, really. It was like Robert De Niro's character. He was half Irish, but he could hang out and do stuff, but he could never be an actual mobster.
Yeah.
That's kind of like Noahides. We can hang out and do shit together, but if you want to be, can't.
It takes something. That's a real good way of looking at it.
Yeah.
I compare it to Indian nations. I mean, the Cherokees intermingled racially, but they're still Cherokee. You know what I mean? Full on Cherokee people, Cherokee tribe. It's a national thing. What makes you an American? Were you born by an American mother here? Yeah, then you're an American. Were you born by an American? Then you're an American. It's the same basic principle. And that just doesn't, they just can't, and it took me a long time to get over the idea of half Jews. It really took me a long time, way back, but it took me a while to get the idea that there's no such thing as a half Jew. That you're either Jew or you're not. One or the other. You either are, is or is you ain't.
You must be listening to another hangout, James. Illuminating conversation. Oof. Definitely not going to get that from me. I'm, joking around, keeping the conversation light.
Like Schmite. Let's get heavy. Let's do this.
Anyone do anything for Easter? Paint any eggs? Eat chocolate with the kids? Nothing? Ruben, what did you do today? Read a book? Oh, I think I saw you on Steam, actually. You were playing Crusader Kings, or whatever that game is called. Crusade or something. James says, I gotta read what people type in the side chat. If I don't, people think I'm having some sort of religious experience. James says, we have a local pagan circle that already celebrated something I never heard before, Ashtara. So today we got grocery shopped and took a walk. We went grocery shopping and took a walk. Ashtara, is that how you pronounce it correctly? It being the German equivalent of Easter.
Right on.
That's cool.
Fertility holiday?
Yeah, it's basic. It's a fertility holiday. I mean, it's more than that, but that's part of it.
Right on.
Well, is it abstract? I mean, or do you actually believe there's like a goddess of fertility that brings fertility to the planet, or is it more abstract than that?
Yes.
Yes and no? I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Scott, welcome to the room. Happy Easter, happy Passover. Paint any eggs of the family? Farhan, welcome back. That was a quick nap. You all right?
No. I didn't plan on napping. I just wanted to. I think you thought I'm stuttering. No, I just needed to go do something and then come back. And I'm laying down right now, but I'm on a different computer.
Oh, I hear you laid down. I got you. Yeah.
I'm on my work computer right now. It's a Mac, so it's much easier for me.
Oh, Mac.
I've actually grown to like them. So what's the discussion topic as of probably something to do with Judaism, or the Torah at least?
Nothing. We were just talking about James. I guess the Germanic pagans have a similar holiday to the Christians. That makes sense since Christianity is a pagan belief. Oh, ooh, did I just say that out loud? Ooh.
Well, it's what make quick like a rabbit, you know. Fertility, you know, the eggs of fertility rolling down the hill, all that good stuff. It's you know, it's about spring. That's what it really was about. The Ishtar, if I'm not mistaken. Noah hides. We don't have holidays, of course, but Passover is not exactly. I don't know if you call that a fertility holiday. More like a breaking the constraints of fertility, if anything.
What do you think of the Samaritans?
I hear they were nice. I don't know much about them.
The Good Samaritan.
I'm
It's
thinking
kind of a bigoted statement in a way. The good one? What they're all bad or something?
Oh my God.
The good ones, you know, the good one. You know, Jesus only wanted to talk to the good one, you know.
Okay, you're making me get a headache from laughing.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty much the only reason why I'm in these hangouts is the same reason Jar Jar Binks was in Star Wars. I'm here for the comic relief. That's it. I'm here to take it. I'm here to do one-liners and go.
That is so funny. I've never heard that before. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's a bigoted statement.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bigoted statement. What if the Bible said, you know, Jesus walked up to a good black guy? You know, there was this good Negro. He really liked him. He was a good one. You know?
All right, hold on, dude. This is actually hurting my head right now from laughing. All right, let me stop laughing. My glasses back on. What they mean by that is that the Samaritans and the Jews, they didn't get along for a while, and so they it was the idea that like this is like a person who had good terms, like was a good person despite their enmity between them.
Yeah, I don't know. Really?
Yeah, they're still around. They're in the city called I forgot the name of it. They're still around though. Nablus, yeah, Nablus. They have names like Samedi. Like they have this to this day. They're like Muslims. A lot of them converted, but even the Muslims amongst them have names like Samedi, which is basically Samaritan. So basically, and Reuven can explain this much better because he's probably the origin of my knowledge on this, or a lot of it. I guess a group of the Hebrews, is that right, Reuven? Kind of mixed with like pagan groups that were all around them, and they converted. And people around Shechem and Nablus are descendants from, and so they had converted to. So some of them, like apparently the idea is that they mixed in like some of their pagan beliefs with Jewish beliefs. I guess they're not even Jewish, Hebrew beliefs, because this is, I guess, before the Jews were the Jews, and the Assyrians moved into the northern of Israel and married many Israelites, and so they have a religion that's very, very, very similar to Judaism, like very similar, but they only follow like the first 5 books, I believe, and what else is there?
Oh, there's the prophets and the writings.
So they had like a rival religion with the Jews, and they believed that. And I was reading Matthew just today, in fact. They had a rival religion. They actually worshipped not in Jerusalem, but in a mountain called Gershom, I think, Gershon. I don't remember the name of it. Gerizim, yeah. And so, anyways, the Samaritans and the Jews didn't get along for a while, and so I think that's where the Good Samaritan, comes from. Isn't that a bigoted statement? Because I think they had some beef between them, so they didn't get along. Yeah, they're interesting actually. If you look up some of their pictures, they look like Jews in a lot of ways. But I think they claim that they have the true religion, and like the Jews are like a messed up form of Judaism, I guess, or I guess the Hebrew religion, and vice versa, of course.
That's original.
Well, they're not new though. Like they're not like if you look at like Black Hebrew Israelites, they're like a pretty recent group. Whereas like these guys have been around for a while.
Huh.
Like they're actually pretty old.
Yeah, I guess they would have been if they were that well known and established 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, they're a pretty old group. They're not modern in any way. Many of them were forced to convert to Christianity and Islam. And that's why they have names like Samedi, which are, whatever. But do Noachides, do they consider the the Talmud to be authoritative?
Well, okay, Talmud's that's almost a slippery word there when you say authoritative. There is an oral law. For instance, there's a proper way to slaughter an animal.
Okay.
That's in the Talmud. That's oral law. There's also commentary by very wise people, and some actually wrote the oral law down, and some commented on the oral and written law. Commentaries are just that. If I see a contradiction, I'm free to see that contradiction. It's so long as we all go back to the same Torah.
Uh-huh.
So the Torah is the authority in all. Oral law is Torah as well. And like an example of what you're not going to find in the Bible is how to properly slaughter an animal. So there is authority in Talmud, but not all Talmud is necessarily authority. I think I could be wrong.
I guess what I'm saying is like, so you're not necessarily obligated. I guess that maybe that's a more verbose answer. I think I was maybe misunderstood you. Are you saying that like how to slaughter an animal? Are you obligated to do that?
Yes, if I'm going to take an animal's life and use it for food, I have to do it properly.
But is that one of the laws of Noah?
Yeah, that's ever min hahaim. That's eating the flesh torn from a living animal. And that extends into the vegetable too. All the laws about how the Jews are supposed to treat nature. You can't graft a vine in a tree. You can't graft certain things together. You can't treat nature certain ways. That's from Noah. That's actually from Adam, because Adam was a farmer.
So are you obligated to? So you are obligated. Huh? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's definitely. If I were to do it on my own. I have to know exactly how to do it, and it's in the law. I've got it. There's a book of law for Noahides. It's codified from the Torah, and it goes into a bit of detail as to the gullet and where and it has to be one. The animal has to be willing. You have to have this hand on the back of their neck, and they have to be calm as you pray, so they know what's going on. And then you have to give that one slit only at the right place. Anything else that was done, you have broken the law, even accidentally. I mean, things happen, but you've still broken the law.
Difficult, I guess.
You have to treat nature. You have to treat animals well in Torah, and Noahide is no exception. That's where the laws of Torah do apply to all humans, and it makes that distinction too, particularly with Noah. Pour the blood into the ground, so that I can take an account for it. That's also the first time that we're told in Torah that man's soul resides in the blood as well as the soul of the animal resides in the blood of them. So that's how it shows. It lets you. It kind of warns you about what you're doing. Huh?
Nothing. I was clearing my throat. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So it's kind of an ominous statement the way it's put. That's when man learned the value of animals, I guess, or knew more than he knew before. You find yourself in there. That there's a soul of the animal life. There's a soul in you.
Hmm. Has your family found it difficult for you to? I mean, I don't know if the conversion is the right word, but to be a
Deconversion.
sure.
They weren't too happy with it at first, no, and they were expecting me to change my name, and I did want to convert. I did want because I'm so used to religion and thinking of religion, and in religious terms when it comes to man's relationship with his creator. I immediately thought I had to join a church, and that's not. And when I found out that's not what it's about, it's a national thing, it's a tribal thing, it's a much older, ancient thing. It's not something you go to and sign up for, but that I still had a place with them. I still had a place to learn. And you know what I'm saying?
So how do you are there I mean they're not synagogues obviously you don't go to synagogue, so how do you?
It would be one I could if they have room. I don't mean it like that, but a lot of Israel doesn't really know what to do with this. This is some pretty profound stuff. A lot of these rabbis have been coming up with the past 20, 30 years, and Noahides too. I mean, it's pretty radical. There's never been a time when non-Jews would be interested in Torah. For Torah's sake, for the sake of, they've always been enemies of the Jews. They're always torturing them and whatever, and they're just never liked. The Europeans have been very bad to them. And it's a profound thing now that we're in there, non-Jewish people, and even those aside from the descendants of Abraham, that we're in Torah and that the law does apply to us, and they're beginning to pick up on it. So a lot of synagogues don't know what to do with the Noahide. And the big synagogue in town here is actually Reform. Well, I don't want to go Reform. That's Christianity, kind of, in my opinion. I want to go full on if I'm going to go. So yeah, there's no churches. There's no. There are Noahide communities. I think Georgia has. They took an old church and converted it or something like that for Bible study and they were all Noahides. And but yeah, this is pretty much our community right now. Is the web. This is where we meet and connect. Yeah.
So are you? Would you be a follower of? I think his name is the Rebbe Menachem. I forgot his name.
Rambam?
No. My gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Menachem Mendel Schneerson.
Oh, the Rebbe. Rebbe was a very wise, cool dude. But I'm not. No, he's dead. He's dead, and there's still war. End of story. He's not Messiah. But I like him. I like what he taught. I like the things he said. When you could go online, you can what he said to the leaders in Israel, and I like him.
I've actually been following reading a lot of Jewish thought and actually comparing it to Christian thought, and I've been, like I said, I was pretty sick, so I was reading not to dismiss the Bible, but I was reading the New Testament, and I was just thinking a lot about this stuff, and I was wondering are there different, I was talking to Reuven earlier, there are different Chassid movements, right? So there's not just one. There's not just Lubavitch as is the only one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bazillion. So I guess my question then goes to, okay, then that means there's different kinds of Orthodox Jews as well.
Little bit. For me, it's, and the Sephardim and the Ashkenazim will argue back and forth about which one's better and which one's not. And for me, it's 6 a dozen one, half a dozen the other. But for me, from the definition coming from an outsider looking in, you're either doing everything you can to be as fulfilling of the Torah as you can possibly do it, and you show it, and you live it, and you smell it, you breathe it, and everybody around you smells it and breathes it. And then there's a fringe element on the outside of that, maybe. And there's different flavors of this, and you want to say radical. It's not. It's how much do they love the Torah? How much they, and there's going to be different flavors of that for now. And there's 12 tribes of Israel for one thing, but there's different flavors even now. And then there's some that aren't quite that radical, would be like the conservative, but they're far more orthodox than, say, a Reconstructionist or Reform. And there's different colors in these levels.
So I guess you're talking more about practice, and I was thinking more are these because that makes sense. I can understand the for example, the conservative or more religious than like the Reform, who
Right.
are like, and so on and so forth. There's that spectrum, but like like in terms of beliefs, are they different? And in terms of like ideology, are they different? Or
A little. Yes. There are different schools of thought, you could say, but like that's how I look at them, as like flavors or colors.
okay, that kind of makes sense actually. Schools of thought, because we can, like, as a Muslim, I can relate to that, because in Islam
Yeah,
you
you
have,
guys have all kinds of people think you're one homogenous bunch, and you guys have many colors and levels.
yeah, well, I mean, in a sense, yeah. Like, I would say there's quite a bit of uniformity, but I would say that like the things they dispute about are like relatively trivial, but they dispute about them almost like kind of like almost like the way tribes dispute, even though they're the same ethnic group, if you will. It's kind of like that. That's the way I see it. But I mean, someone else tell me I'm wrong. I think there's another Muslim, or was. No, you're still here, Fahim. Like so like for example, there's a group called Deobandi and there's a group called Brelvi, and like within Islam there's, like, you could say, I mean, it's not so explicitly broken apart this way, but there's like there's like what you believe, what you practice, and your spiritual connection. Almost like you could say like what you state verbally, if you will, what you practice, and then your ritual practice, and then what you your spirituality, your path to spirituality. And in the subcontinent, in the Indian subcontinent, there's pretty much everybody legally follows like a legal school of thought called Hanafi, and I'm Hanafi as well. And then everybody follows, for example, a theological school of thought called Maturidi. I don't want to get too technical, but basically they all follow the same legal thought. They all follow the same like logical framework. And then in terms of spirituality, they're pretty much all the same as well. But they differ like on very, very trivial topics. Like well, I mean, I think it's trivial, but was the Prophet, was he made out of light? Or was he a physical, like, clay being? Did he have a shadow? Like, these types of topics, like, that are really, really, like, what are you talking about? Like, why is this even disputed? But you're Ashari, okay. But okay, that's interesting, Fahim. I don't know. I mean, neither. I mean, I don't really claim either. But they dispute. But in terms of their core, like if you look at almost like 99.999% of what they say, they're on the same page. And I think that's the way that I see, except with the exception of, like, for example, Salafi and Sufi, or like Shia and Sunni. I would say even Salafi and Sufi is like kind of like not that big of a deal. If you can, I don't know, but Shia and Sunni is probably the main difference that really truly is a difference. But I think in that sense, like schools of thought, I guess you can maybe relate that to the different schools of Jewish thought, in that like maybe they have some difference on some understanding of XYZ or something like that. I'm assuming.
They argue. I mean, I've heard one rabbi say one thing, another rabbi say something completely different, and they're both right. And you know, so long as you're keeping to the Torah is so important. And whatever comes out of that Torah is meant for you. It's meant for you, you know. And when you express that to others, it's more like you're working out a puzzle in a way. And I think that's why arguing is so. You know, a lot of I've been to rooms where the Christian says, "Well, I will not argue with a fool," and where's the fun in that? Of course, you want to argue. Argue is get it out, work it out, learn. Learn about yourself when you're doing It's okay to test yourself. It's I think, especially on this topic, it should be the most open that we could argue about. I think more good could come from it than bad. So that maybe that's because I've been learning from a philosophy of people who tend to like to argue. And it's weird for us because we're coming in from an outsider to this nation in a really interesting point in history, especially its history. And so in a way, and this has been said by many rabbis I've studied under, that it makes us look at ourselves differently. It makes us look at us in a whole new light. The questions that people like me and John would come up with to a rabbi quite often, and I'm not bragging, but blows them away. You know, they're like, wow, I never thought of it that way before. And so.
I'm listening.
It's an interesting time. It really is. It's an interesting time for all of us. So there's a lot of flux. There's a lot of, you know, of course, science is the more we look at stuff, the more sometimes we see those old, you know, mystics were correct about things. When you mentioned, for instance, was Allah made of light or was he made of clay?
What was the prophet?
Pardon. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yes, sir. So, and I could see both because in both the Torah, Genesis, and the Big Bang Theory or modern cosmology, everything started as light, electromagnetic radiation. You know, let there be light, boom. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you know, I don't know. What do I know? I know nothing. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm going to shut up because I'm very self-conscious now. I'm going to read the chat. Somebody talk.
No. That's funny. No, I'm listening to what you're saying. I guess the reason why I was wondering is because there's so many different groups that I came across all of a sudden, and I was wondering what their differences were and what their similarities were, and just kind of looking into them. I'm not like an expert. I'm not even trying to become an expert. I just was curious.
Sure.
Yeah, Fahim, I've heard this discussion before. I've briefly heard it. I just thought it was so trivial, and just there's no point in even arguing it. I know that like the Deobandis apparently take one approach. I know that the Deobandis say he can in theory but doesn't, and the Brelvis say that no, he does not and cannot, and so on. But like it just seems so disconnected from my life. Like it's like a technical, logical back and forth that I'm trying to just like do my basic stuff, and
it wouldn't seem to be that important.
To you and I, it's not important. I don't feel it's important either, but a lot of people do, and I guess they quite literally fight over it. Yeah, that's right, because they say that if to say God lies is like saying that, or God can lie is like saying, well, how do you know he didn't? Kind of deal. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get into that stuff. I used to when I was younger. I used to get really into it, in fact, but then I realized, like, I don't think I'm going to be questioned about that. Because, like, in Islamic tradition, you have a belief that you're questioned for your sins, for everything, actually, the good and the bad. You're questioned for literally everything. I don't know about literally, but you're questioned for a lot. And, yeah, like, on the Day of Judgment, you will be asked, did you do this, or did you do that, why, you know, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And these things, like, God is not going to ask you. Yeah, Fahim, that's right. But like, why does that matter, though? I'm pretty certain, although he's never said it in so many clear terms, that the sheikh that I go to is Deobandi. I'm 99.9 repeating % sure.
Well, if God sends an adversary, would that be considered God lying?
I don't know. I guess indirectly.
A test?
What is that question? What's the origin of that question?
Oh, well,
because like the devil in Judaism is not.
Honestly, the conversation's going so quickly over here. I'm kind of having a hard time keeping up. But earlier was, could God lie? Well, I'm thinking, well, if he sends an adversary, would that be a sin? And could you say, is that God lying if he sends an opponent to you to challenge, to test you? Would that be considered God lying?
I don't know.
It just kind of came to me. I don't know.
Not like a technical question.
The thing I always wonder when people, especially what they call the great debate, the theist versus atheist thing, there's so much focus on this God guy You know, there's so much focus on what is God, and they all make up their own images in these conversations. They don't even know they're doing it.
What do you mean?
Well, if God is this, then that means, I mean, these are people who, like, for instance, a Noah Hyde would go by Torah. What does Torah say? Torah says, you know, this. So we can say this. If it said that God is this, then we can say that with all clarity that, yeah, God is jealous, let's say, which it does say that. But we can't define God, and this is the same way I believe in Islam as well. It's forbidden to actually define God. It's prohibited to put God in a box or put God in a sentence or put God in a concept.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, that's the whole point, you know. That's what Abraham was all about. And when you listen to the Great Debate, most of the time, it's going to be they're making up images of God. They're making up, well, God, you know, well, if God is good, well, then that means evil comes from something, and then it becomes Satan, and then the Satan enters the topic, and and they've already broken away from it. I noticed in the Great Debate, they're constantly making up their own, whether you're atheist or theist. Quite often, more atheists than theists will make up an image of God as they go along. It's interesting.
My issue with them is that they is that in this quote unquote Great Debate, which I don't see as great or whatever, but like is that like it's actually arguing with people who, I mean, obviously you and I believe in God, but you and I are going to believe from the perspective, when we talk about God, we talk about it from the perspective of a believer. So, like for example, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I'm assuming you do, which is that like there's more to this world than just matter, space, matter, and matter and like time, I guess, or whatever, because those two are related apparently. There's more to this world than just like physical stuff. Do you know what I mean? Right? And like I think in their mind, they're starting materialism. That's what it's called, materialism. In their mind, they start from the premise of materialism is true. They start from that as a premise. And when you start from that as a premise, like how can I prove to you God if you don't believe, if you're a materialist? And I think that's a big conversation topic. Like that's a big stumbling block, I think.
I'd have to agree.
So like how can somebody, okay, God is almost by definition outside of this world, and so like if you're looking for God like as if he's an object, like a pencil is an object, exists at this particular point or whatever, how can you like how can I argue with somebody who believes that God must be like a pencil, because we don't even have a foundational understanding. I've read The God Delusion, and in the book he wrote that the irrefutable proof against God is that if the universe is too complicated for it to have come about without God, then that means that the God who created it must have been even more complicated. And in order for that to happen, that means that the universe would have had to have put together this being called God, and that would be impossible. Which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, how can someone believe that? How can someone even reason that? Like, as some kind of argument against, I don't know. It just seems so dumb. And like, but these types of arguments are things that are going to come about if we don't even share the same foundational premise. Mm-hmm. It's like if somebody were to say, like, I believe murder is a good thing, and you were to say, I believe murder is wrong, and then we were to have a discussion about, well, is morality, did God create morality? You might say he did because he told us that murder is wrong, and I would say, no, God did not create morality because he told us that murder is wrong. So we don't even have the same premise, and that's the problem with a lot of these people, is that we don't have the same premise. So how can I discuss with you if you believe that there's nothing but matter, time, space, so on, and I don't? How can I even begin this conversation? That's my take on it.
I like the analogy I use on people. If you're from Venus, let's say, and you've got 5 legs, 2 mouths, and 3 eye stalks that come out of the top of your oval-shaped, latitude-laying body, and you stumbled upon a bicycle, could you, by that bicycle alone, make a human being? Could you look at a bicycle and define a human being by these 2 wheels and a chain? You know, you can't. And that's kind of like this. You just can't. It's right there. You're hitting a brick wall.
Mm-hmm. You don't have the same foundational understanding.
It's freeing to me. Absolute, utter monotheism is probably the most freeing train of thought, school of living. Well, I don't know how to put it. It's the most liberating concept ever, used on the planet. I don't want to say it wrong. That's just me, though. I could closer relate Judaism to Buddhism than I could Christianity at times, or a lot of other religions. It's almost the religion of no religion. It's almost the God of no gods. It's when you get rid of idols, when you get rid of, then it's you in reality.
I was reading, like I said, Matthew, and it seems like there's less of an emphasis on the law. Although he does say in the book, Jesus does say that, kind of related to what you were talking about how you feel it's different. It seems to me clearly from the book that he is a Jew, and that he follows the law. Jesus, and he even says, like, I'm not here to get rid of it. He's just saying, like, change your attitude towards people. That's kind of what I gather.
Yep. Yeah, he said, Matthew says the law will not change.
Yeah.
John opens up and says some goofy stuff. I don't like John much, but he says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And the
Feelings
Word was
mutual,
God.
James.
So when you say the Word was God, you're directly contradicting completely right there. So, what were you saying, J-Dubs?
Said the feelings mutual. I don't like you too much either.
No, the Book of John, dude. Oh God.
Let me read it. Let me find that. John. Is it John 1:1?
Yeah.
In the beginning was the Word. Yeah.
The Word was with God, and the Word was God. What? No. No. No.
I remember I read this in Arabic, and it was so strange when I read it in Arabic the first time.
The whole thing about Genesis, before God even speaks in the story, I'm not saying God never spoke before Genesis. And the first time we hear God speak, there was already water, darkness, earth, and heaven, the heavens, if you will. That was already there. It was already open. That was already an opening before God ever said, "Let there be light." So obviously, that's like, when I hear that, well, it says right here in John, it's like, well, look at Genesis 1. Think about it for a second. That's nuts. It seems like a technicality, but it makes all the difference. And the Word was a God. No way. Reuven Goldstein, for those of you out there in YouTubeville, Reuven, our host over here, this is the translation he used. It's basing this off the Coptic. It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Word, and the Word was a God, lowercase g.
In Arabic, it's, I just had it open. في البدء كانت كلمته موجودا وكانت كلمته مع الله وكانت كلمته الله, which is kind of like when you say كلمة مع Allah, it's like saying the Word was with God. وكانت كلمته الله. It's kind of weird, like one after the other, which is like saying the Word itself was God. So it's like one was with and one was himself it, which I don't follow.
Yeah. I'll put the.
But what does it mean when in the Bible it says "Son of Man"? What does that mean?
Literally a human.
Okay. And does Son of God always mean like the Son of God always mean like literally Son of God, or does that often like in the Bible, or does it other times mean like good person?
It means okay, in Genesis 6, for instance, when we look at Torah as one word, Israel later on in Exodus is called this is my Israel is my son, even my firstborn. thus saith the Pharaoh, Israel is my firstborn son. Or my firstborn, okay, translation anyway, is my firstborn son. Okay, you have not let my son go to worship me, now I will slaughter your firstborn son, or slay your firstborn son, or smite. So we know that God's speaking of people. So when we look at Genesis, it'll say the sons of God took from the wives, took from the daughters of men. That would translate as the line of Adam that was unbroken in the keeping the law and being righteous. Sons of God. Men were just the rest of them, idolaters or whatever. They weren't. These were not people who were keeping God's commandments. So the sons of God took from the daughters of men, in other words, depleted the line of Adam, and until Noah. It was Noah's bloodline. So that would be how Torah shows us there how the Elohim, sons of Elohim, Ben Elohim, I believe. Ben Elohim refers to in Torah. Now we go over here to.
But it refers to, say it one more time, refers to what, I'm sorry? Ben Elohim refers to what?
The first, in the Torah, how it means, how in Genesis we can see that it means people, because he's obviously called Israel, his son, his firstborn. Therefore, there are other sons of God, but he's the firstborn, and they separate them from the daughters of men. And you can see how, looking in Torah, how one supports the other. So we go over here to Job, and it says that God in the heavenly court was present, and all the sons of God came before him, and the adversary was amongst them. This would be a reference to the heavenly court, because that's exactly what's going on there, is a trial. So Ben Elohim, the sons of God, would refer to the angels. You have to look at context in that. It's always about context. He's called Israel his son other places too. My son Jacob, I think is how it's said, but it's all in context. So that's how that works. I hope that helps or makes sense. Now, mind you, this is what I've learned along the way. Others will disagree, and they often do. But yeah, the concept of fallen angels or aliens or whatever with free will coming down and mating with human women is a very foreign concept. The whole idea of a fallen angel, the whole idea of a war in heaven is completely foreign to Judaism. Absolutely, completely. It is completely illogical. Your hand does not rebel from you. Okay? If your hand does something, it's probably because it's either a short or your brain is telling it to do something. Your finger does not work against you. Cancer maybe, but that wouldn't apply to, obviously, to the divine beings, to the hands of God, if you will. And that's a very Christian thing that's gone about, and that's what everyone believes, and it's pretty much across the board in any bit of Western thought. Even if you don't believe it, this is already assumed in the Bible. And it might be in the New Testament all day. It's nowhere in the Old, ever. Which kind of puts the kibosh on a lot of arguments. They say, well, the sons of God, that shows that the angels rebelled from God and came down here and made. It's like, no, that just means that's the line from Adam, who God made with his, who made physical contact and blew the breath of life into. That line, that tradition from Seth and any other sons. We know there were others, but we know of Seth in the text. From that line on, they kept with God, they kept with the law, they kept with Torah for that time. And and Noah was the last one until the line of Adam was depleted, gone into idolatry, gone into other stuff. And we look at the flood as a second creation. I mean, we look at Genesis, the earth was covered in water of one form or another. And in Noah's flood, it starts from water. And I hope y'all got something out of that. I hope Farhan got something out of that before he left. I want to shut up now.
I would point the finger and say that the war in heaven is pagan, and I think part of the reason it's so pervasive in Christian thought is because pagan undertones have survived into Christian thought. But I think I don't know. I don't know if it's. It could be a much older artifact, though. So I don't know.
Well, Valhalla. There you go. I mean.
Well, like a war in heaven specifically as in there's God and then there's a bunch of things that rebel. I feel like there's the reason it's pervasive is that because there's a pagan element to it, but I'm not sure.
Welcome back, Farhan.
Valhalla has to do with losing yourself to conflict.
Really?
And self-sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly.
That's more a picture of one of many pictures of afterlife. War in heaven is more like war in heaven is more like Ragnarok, or actually the beginning of every pagan creation story. There's always an old order being overthrown by a new order, sometimes in many layers. So, like in the Greek, the giant Amakia and the Titan Amakia, which overthrows, shows the giants and the Titans warring and being overthrown by gods. And then the Titans themselves actually they fight their own father. So there's all these layers of conflict that produce pagan faith.
Now, is there a war in heaven anywhere in pagan faith that you know of that starts before creation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the giant Amakia and the Titan Amakia, if you like, or in just something I could speak more authoritatively on. The world actually begins when the primordial giant is slayed, and then the world is made from his body. The same in old Vedic Hinduism as well. So I think it could be in part that the intuition that conflict produces. This is an old pagan intuition, and I suspect, I'm not saying that Christianity didn't bring this intuition with it, or that it didn't, but what I am saying is that this intuition would be reinforced as the Christian faith moves through Europe. So it would be either an artifact or an amplified artifact of Christianity, but it would be amplified by cultural artifacts that were uniquely pagan.
I sympathize honestly with a lot of the Celtic and Gaelic, I guess some Germanic or whatever paganism, pagan thought, because I hate to say it like this, and I don't mean it negatively necessarily, just a matter of fact that Catholicism pretty much is the bastardization of them all. They bastardized the whole Buddhist thing with the priests and the acolytes and things like that. Totally different. Went the other way with it. They bastardized pagan thought, and they bastardized Hebrew thought. They muddled them all up and screwed everything up.
Catholicism served as a medieval political cult. I mean, depending on where we look, it really is a regional thing, but depending on where we look at it, ultimately it served a very powerful political purpose. Basically, people joined Catholicism. One reason, for instance, kings would join Catholicism is it actually made them immune. Catholicism preached in kind of this under-the-breath way to kings and such, that essentially that you really can't kill other Catholic people, but hey, the pagans that are in your area, that's free game. Their land is yours. And so people started joining to be like, oh, shit. Well, I guess I better be Christian then.
Romans are coming. Get out your cross. Get out your cross.
Are there any Celtics that never stop being Celtic, like a continuous lineage of Celtics to this day?
As in a kind of Druidism? I would say no, but there are Germanic pagans that never stop being Germanic.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry, there are. You know what? There are some Druids that never truly stop being Druids, but the thing is, they don't really have a lot of their original stuff left, which is the same for us too. But yeah, the Ergleve people in Pennsylvania Dutch territory, those people never stop being Germanic pagans. Any way you slice it, yeah, they call themselves Christians and they'd show up on Sunday, most of them. But a lot of them, what they did in their barns privately on Sunday for 200-300 years was really closed off until the 1980s.
Can you link me to this? What are they called?
Ergleve, the Elder Way. I actually know the guy. Hold on 1 second. I actually know the guy who represents it in the Troth.
They worship other than God?
What are Druids? They're not really. They don't do gods much, do they? Or that we know of?
It depends on how Reconstructionist they want to be. There are Druids who aren't very pagan-esque, but if they were going with the original way of being, they would be worshipping many gods, like many of us are.
Well, they were good in science too, astrology. If Stonehenge has anything to say about it.
So do you say that there are multiple gods who rule this world, John?
Do we see that multiple gods that rule this world? Here's the thing. When we get into really specific epistemologies, I am one of those people who painfully does not have it all that nailed down, mostly because I don't have to. Do I think... I would say this. If there are gods, what I can tell you is that they are subject to fate the same as we are. And while I think that they are pushers and movers in the world and in the universe, and while I think that the gifts that they've given me move me the way that they would move themselves, I think that ultimately, even the that I have, we're all part of the Great Urlog, and we're not separate from it. So even they cannot escape their own fates.
So if there's a fate, that means that they're subject to something. But do you believe there's something above that?
Above the Urlog? No. I think the Urlog is endlessly receding. It goes on forever.
What is that? I've never heard of this before.
Imagine you get up and you stub your toe, which makes you forget to put something in your pocket, and that affects the entire rest of your day. There's a chain of causes in the world, and you can't control it. You can't control the chain of cause. You can make effects, but even that is subject to things that happen that you don't control. And this, your place within this endless chain of causes, this web that goes forever in all directions, is called your Wirt, your fate. And then the chain itself that goes from the beginning and beyond into the future, that is called the Urlog. It's all of the chain of cause and effect in totality in the environment. You're never separate from it, and neither are the gods. They're subject to it too.
But then, like, wouldn't there be a beginning to this, though?
Sure, but maybe many beginnings. Maybe it's happened many times before. Maybe not. It goes back before knowledge. You can't know. Not before that.
If I may put in my 2 cents, there is a great deal of similarity, especially between European traditions on this aspect. From your tradition, James, you have the Norns, and I have the Morai, the Fates. Very similar sort of concepts. And in Greek religion, everyone was bound to the Fates. Everything was bound to the fate, that we are all a part of a much larger cosmos. And in Greek religion, they refined and distilled the sort of idea that you're talking about that the gods are unbegotten, uncreated, eternal, and that ultimately the cosmos itself is eternal. That was how they sort of relegated it philosophically. And that idea is echoed throughout indigenous, animistic, polytheistic religions throughout the ancient world. That was the more common ontological metaphysical view of the role of the cosmos. Everything was cyclical. Everything was constant. Everything was eternal.
It sounds hotter when he says it.
Well, thank you.
How can everything be eternal, though?
How can it be finite? How can it be finite?
Oh, no, I'm not saying finite. I'm saying, like, in terms of time. Wouldn't there be a beginning to time?
Why does there have to be a beginning to time?
Because in order for this moment to occur, there have to be an infinite number of things before this.
There could be.
There could be.
No, there couldn't be. It's like saying, like in order for this moment to occur, there have to be an infinite number of moments to have occurred before that, which means that infinity can be reached.
Whoa. Say that again, please, sir.
Let
me ask you a question. Do you think God is eternal?
I think God is outside of time.
Then why can't everything else be?
Be what?
Everything. Be outside of time, outside of this concept of time. God is
clearly
put in. You're using God for how everything else was described by the cosmos. They're relegating effectively the same thing. You're just putting eternity in a single entity.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
God exists outside of time before the sort of linear time of the set universe in Abrahamic religions.
Right.
God is outside of that. So what is really all that different from an eternal God that creates a finite set universe versus a cosmos that all things are interconnected to and is eternal?
It separates God from existence. Because
Why?
existence is finite. You will die.
But everything constantly changes.
That's okay, but the measure of change would be time.
To us.
The thing is,
I literally do not understand what you're saying. Like, I'm not even like arguing against that. I don't even understand what you're saying. Like, what did you
That's the point. The point is that nobody can conceive of eternity. Nobody can conceive of ultimate fate. It is outside the realm of our understanding.
But you're saying it though. You're saying that like this stuff goes on forever.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is how could this moment have occurred if there was an infinite amount of time before this?
Cycles. Cycles of death, rebirth, constant change.
But that's still linear though.
To us.
I don't see how that's. Go ahead.
Okay. I can only speak on what I know, but in the Eddas, there is things before the world, before time. It describes things, and they're metaphorical, and what they all mean I'm not entirely sure and haven't been convinced of a specific thing yet, but it does describe a tree and a primordial well. It describes an eagle and a dragon. And when it describes these things, then each one has a name, and the name means something specific. But then it describes a river coming from the primordial well, and that there's imperfections in the river. And those go into what creates the giant, and from the giant, the world is created. So I would say, it seems to me like the pagan faiths teach that there is a beginning to this world. But what I can't help but notice is that frozen in the ice is Buri, the grandfather of all the gods. He's frozen in the ice from the beginning. He was already there whenever the ice was formed. And then in the fire, the one who will come to destroy the world already exists. His flesh bound to the fire. Things already exist before the world. Already exist before the giant that becomes the world. So, yeah, there's a beginning to this world, probably. But maybe it's not the first. Maybe this has happened before. Maybe this is... there's millions of worlds, and it's all parallel. I don't know. Maybe.
That's why they're described in abstract terms. In Hesiod's Theogony, one of the more primary myths of Greek mythology, what's before the protogenoi, the firstborn, is chaos. Chaos. Exactly what you would think it is. And from that is born the firstborn, and then the Titans, the Olympian gods, the various daemon and nymphoi, and all the other classes of spirits that you see in Greek mythology.
You know, what you say is really interesting, and I can see this in Torah. The Spirit of God hovered amongst the waters, hovered over the waters, was amongst the waters.
Because the Sumerians were doing it 3,000 years before you.
Well, no, I'm just telling you what Torah says. It's interesting that there's an agreement there. I could see an agreement, and the conflict of fire and water, or ice and whatever, ice and fire.
It's a very common mythological thing.
There's the heavens. The word heavens is a combination. The heavens referred to in Genesis that I'm talking about was that the word heaven is a combination of two words, one meaning fire and the other meaning water. So it was a combination of fire and water in which the universe came from, spawned from at that point on.
I think to answer Farhan more specifically, though, he asked me if gods rule this world, and I would say that I'm not sure, but I do have a sense of the kind of outside the worldness that some people talk about. I think maybe there's an element to the gods that are like that, but that maybe they're also caught up into this world the same. And I don't think that that's necessarily contradictory, but I've heard people say that the perfect form of the gods is outside of time, but that a kind of avatar of the gods or a dream journey version of the god exists in this plane or in this dimension or something like that. I mean, I've heard it so many different ways now that I've realized that very few have one belief.
That's the realm of philosophy, exploring this sort of different interpretations.
Right.
When you have a non-orthodox tradition, it allows for that.
Yeah, definitely. Nobody tells me or anyone else what to believe is the nice thing. It does orthopraxy, as Kevin often calls it, is you have a one way of doing things, but how you see the world is usually up to the individual.
Proper mindset, proper actions, ultimately belief and truth is relegated to philosophical and personal interpretations, mysticism and the like, personal gnosis.
So, what I was saying was, if someone were to say that time is cyclical, that doesn't, I can't even comprehend what that means. Because, like, when does it restart? And is it like there's an end point and then it restarts? But wouldn't that still make it, in a sense, linear? Like, I don't understand what cyclical time means, so I can't really comment on that. But
Right.
Some people say that time is eternal, and some people say that time has a beginning. And I definitely agree with the time has a beginning thing, not the time is eternal.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Right. And no, but I mean, I do also not just because of religious reasons. I would also make that argument if I was like
Cosmology.
Modern cosmology pretty much says that time has a beginning.
What comes before the singularity?
We don't
Nothing.
know.
Can you define it?
Time did not exist before the singularity.
How do you know that?
Because the idea of time doesn't exist. It would not have existed because there was no
The
matter.
idea of time.
No, we know that time and matter are relative. If your clock would tick slower on the sun, your clock would tick faster
That's
than the
true.
sun on Jupiter and faster on the moon than the Earth.
Like the
It's
concept of time doesn't exist then.
testable. It's very testable. So if matter and time are relative, then you can only logically assume that what came before matter and time, whatever, wouldn't be bound to the same quantum fluctuations or laws of the universe that apply now. So there had to be a beginning to what there is now.
What's important, I think, from the perspective of a pagan, is that the experience of time is cyclical. The experience of time is cyclical because life is cyclical. Life itself is cyclical. It could be that the universe is cyclical too. I think it might be, but I don't know.
There is a connection to eternity, I do believe, or infinity that we have. I think it's innate to humans. Something that allows us to reach outside of time, outside of the confines, to leap beyond logic, for that matter, solve problems. It would seem to account for a lot of things we do, culturally, individually, particularly culturally, I think, collectively maybe.
Yeah, so I think modern cosmology is pretty much in absolute agreement that time is linear. I think what they say, and I don't think they'll ever say this, is that they can never ever say that what happened before the singularity, and they can never ever say I mean, it's like calculus, like you can approach zero, but you can never get to zero, if you will. They'll never do that. They'll always have theories or whatever. This is my theory. I'm assuming this, but they'll never ever be able to say get to absolute zero.
Exactly my point.
That could. Oh yeah, I was going to say. Well, okay.
I mean, you can take it both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in that respect. But I mean, I still think modern cosmology is pretty much in agreement. I also think logic too, because if you look at it like this moment, if time was infinite, and maybe cyclical is a different topic, but if time was infinite, then in order to reach this moment of time, an infinite amount of time would have to have passed, and that's impossible.
Why not both?
What both?
Finite time existing within eternal time. It is a series of cycles, creation, destruction.
That's still linear, though.
Okay.
Then we're just arguing semantics. That's
Exactly.
fine.
And that's all it is.
No, but I don't think so. I think it's not semantics. I think it's pretty different. Like if you're saying that like there's a creation destruction cycle, okay, that's fine. But you're still saying creation destruction cycle A, creation destruction cycle B, in a series. That's still a linear thing.
But they're contiguous.
Sure.
What's contiguous mean?
But even connected.
Interconnected.
But at some beginning, there has to have been some beginning, though. What at that very origin beginning?
Sure. From the finite perspective of a single universe, single cosmos.
Okay,
But
but
as a whole, it could be a series of cycles that goes on to infinity.
no, that's not possible. There could not be infinity could not exist in any type of physical existence. Like it just can't. There's no way. I hope that makes sense. Or I don't know if I should explain that.
I respect your perspective. I totally disagree with it, but I respect it.
No, I actually like that answer. That's a good answer. Thank you. Agree to disagree. Man, I'm like not feeling well, but I don't want to sleep.
Gotcha.
Of course, you had a good laugh. That helps. That helps heal.
I already did laugh earlier.
You were hurting. You were laughing so hard.
Yeah. So we were talking about the concept of the Good Samaritan, and I forgot who it was. I think he might have left. He said,
John, it's J-Dubs. He's here.
He's here. He said, that's a bigoted statement. And I was like, that's so funny. That's true. I never thought of that as a bigoted. And you said it like in a very funny way. I don't know. So
He's always referred to as Sammy the Good Samaritan, too.
I wonder if Samaritans would be considered Noachides.
Yeah, technically everybody is. But
You say so.
are they monotheists? Do they believe in the God of Abraham?
I don't.
No, I mean these Samaritan people.
Yeah, pretty much they do. They actually say that the Jews are wrong and that they're right. And I don't know the details. I mean, Ruben can comment on it more.
Okay, yeah, they could possibly be of a. If they're monotheists, if they keep the law, they could. That's a title that,
Judaism
maybe.
was far more pluralistic than people lead on.
Historically?
Yes.
When was that?
Got most of its history before it was standardized.
I've heard this from people, but I've never had that confirmed.
Who's this? Jesus?
No, Jews
Oh.
were more. I guess Hebrews probably. When were they pluralistic?
There's evidence for that even in the biblical stories. Like, if you look at the story of the golden calf and all the other times at which the Jews switched over to worshiping different gods, it wasn't like they suddenly started believing that those gods existed. It's that they never stopped. They just basically thought that Yahweh was the best, strongest God who they should worship.
There's always been stragglers, but they don't they're getting rid of real quick.
No, I can accept that. Like, I mean, I'm saying this as a Muslim, so this is also my story as well. And we know I don't believe in the Torah per se. Well, we do, but not in. I mean, actually, that's another complicated topic. But like, in the sense of like, I can accept that like there were peoples who still maintained like I'm not even sure pre-what, but pre-whatever gods. So I'm just curious when that happened. Like if you say the golden calf, I mean, okay,
Technically, the Jews didn't actually make it, but that's the common. There have been other times where they've gone astray. In Judges, you hear of times where they just liked the way the pagans lived better. They were, they had prettier women or whatever. They weren't, and they went over there and took to them, and yeah, it's happened throughout history.
Or perhaps they weren't as so confined.
Baal Asherah El Elyon, these or El Shaddai, which is an interchangeable name. But these were pagan gods that were very known to the region for a very, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Before, I mean, these are the gods that the Jews just can't get out of their system. They keep bringing and building idols to, and then casting them off again, as it seems in the stories. Well, these are really old. These were really old. We're talking like these came with everything else that was Indo-European, including casting seeds for farming and training horses. That's how old. Really
Proto-Semitic peoples who didn't have their own alphabet, they were writing in pictographs, while the ancient Sumerians were developing cuneiform. That was a long, long time ago.
Yep, they mess up.
But the information is recent.
The information of what?
It may have happened a long time ago, but if the information's recent, then it hasn't happened. Like, didn't happen then.
I guess I'll have to get specific on what you're talking about, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. I just was adding a point to what James was saying. I don't have anything else to say there. That's just it.
I missed it.
What was your point exactly?
My point?
No, Michelle's point. What was your point?
I had no point.
Well, that's lovely.
Reuven says Judaism teaches that 2/3 of the Jews remained in Egypt. I've heard that as well. As a result, it's widely believed that they were not Yahwists and rejected Moses' monotheism. I've heard that from people as well.
Mm-hmm.
That a good majority of people actually did not leave Egypt. I've also heard, Reuven, that a lot of people who were not Jews, who had converted, who were not ethnically Jewish, who had converted, came in, and those people caused trouble because they never, and apparently they historically have caused trouble, and they're not considered true Jews, something like that.
Yeah, it was a marriage, and everybody there, whether they were, the house of Jacob or not, that's why there's always a separation of Jacob and Israel. Jacob is the bloodline, the nation. Israel is all the sojourners amongst them. Well, God appeared to everybody, and they even said we need something in place of Moses. They knew it wasn't God, but they still felt they needed something there. And it was the mixed multitude who said, "This is your God, Israel." In other words, these were outsiders telling Israel, "This is your God." Some joined in, and some non-Jewish people or non-Israelite or non-Jacob, whatever, turned away. And we learned that later along down the line. So, yeah, just to clarify. It's been known to happen. Idolatry is common. And Reuben brought up a point one time that blew me away. Is there's no account of anybody in the Bible being killed for idolatry, or at least idolatry alone.
Of course not.
Yeah. I was like, wow. I never
That's
thought
bad PR.
I thought and thought and thought. I couldn't think of one time.
Is that a fact?
In regards to in their relation to other nations. Oh, when it comes to actual in Israel itself, when keeping Torah, yeah, that's a different story. But in their like they don't just say that they're idolaters and they go kill them. It was never like that.
Oh, you mean like other people's?
Yeah, in relation to the world, it wasn't idolatry alone that would cause. They wouldn't. They just say leave them alone. If they come into your land and do that, get rid of them.
There are when it comes to Hinduism. Hinduism at its root, at its core, not the way it's practiced, because most of what Hinduism now is like what we would call folk religion, but core, like original, according to like the Vedas, for example, is actually like a monotheistic religion.
Yeah, I heard the same thing when I was reading it. It's more like a henotheism.
Bullshit.
No, it really is a monotheistic at its core.
No, like a
No, it's not.
There's a
how not.
Henotheistic, perhaps you could argue that, but Vedic religion is an Indo-European polytheistic religion.
What is henoth? I never heard of this word.
Hinduism is just like there's a main source, however, they acknowledge other deities.
That's not what I've heard.
Well, that's what I read.
Hinduism first of all, Hinduism changes through the ages, so there's some really huge, big religious innovations that happen through time with Hinduism. So if you just look at the regular, like, Bhagavad Gita reading Hindus, and you take their perspective toward the older texts, you're not always representing what the really ancient people who read the Vedas were thinking necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, the monotheistic concepts you could find in the Upanishads, but the rest of the Vedas are really different. It's a developing religion.
European religions of that type come from a common source. The Indo-European people.
Yeah,
all the way back to Proto-Indo-Europeans, 7,000 years ago.
So the Vedic texts in the Rig Veda, at least within the first, I think, was it 15 verses, they are explicitly polytheistic. But this does change. I don't know who was talking about the Upanishads, but the Upanishads really are the first thing that bring henotheism into the mix. They start to show Vishnu as this creator character from which everything unfolds specifically. Like, I think it's in the Upanishads that he takes 3 steps and the world is created.
There are many different creation myths within the whole spectrum of Hinduism, and that sort of idea is reflected in other non-Abrahamic traditions that I could mention. Ancient Egypt is a perfect example of an extreme amount of diversity of theological, ontological, and metaphysical views between different peoples within a specific area, within different kingdoms and different periods of time. Incredibly diverse. There isn't necessarily a single contiguous theological element that you could trace to, though you can from a metaphysical perspective. For instance, with Egyptian religion, Mayat, the sort of cosmic order of all things, is a fundamental principle of Egyptian religion. Those sorts of things, those core abstracts, you can definitely relegate. But not so much on theological perspectives. That is the realm of philosophy. And that's what the Upanishads really was.
I'm also told that that some of the really old, archaic, like Vedic stuff that would seem more pagan in origin is still practiced in certain pockets within India. but that mostly other kinds of traditions have taken root. And these are all incredibly diverse.
It's a fire and purification tradition that still continues in modern India, but it's very, very small. And it's a sort of last remnant of the very earliest Vedic tradition that we can quantify.
They still practice it during the fire, like fire jumping, for example. They do practice it in Iran during Sarosh.
All right, guys, I got to get here. I'm actually feeling quite under the weather. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care.
Peace.
Yeah.
A lot of the monotheistic or henotheistic elements that you see looking at modern Hinduism is through the lens of more modern reforms of the religion. Hinduism, you understand, reformed in response to a lot of the monotheistic religions, but that was going on beforehand. A lot of the earlier reforms were in response to Buddhism. And that was constantly going on for centuries and centuries. It's probably one of the most diverse and pluralistic religions that's ever existed. It's very difficult to come to a necessarily solid perspective on all Hindus without being presumptive.
I think that you made a good reference to maybe a foundational common ground in that these sort of pagan religions have a definite idea of what power is, and that there is kind of one spectrum of power from which all these great beings participate in, which is not common to, say, modern Islam, or definitely not common to Christianity.
Though this might definitely sound like beating a dead horse, because I've mentioned this a number of times, ultimately when you're looking at these classical religions, Bronze Age and pre-Bronze Age religions, you're ultimately dealing with animistic traditions. If you take classical polytheistic religions, these sort of set ideas and archetypes of different god forms and deities, it traces back to even earlier prehistorical ideas of spirituality that we can barely even and touch upon, and we see elements of this in tribal society, in current indigenous practitioners, shamanism, and things like that. That ultimately is the oldest religion, is shamanic tradition. When you really get down to the brass tacks.
Yeah, I don't know who was that asked me about Urglave. Was it Farhan or was it the Idol Smasher?
That was Farhan.
Bummer, he's gone. I'm still I'm just starting to learn about Urglave because found it in my family tree. There's people who are practicing some of the folk practices that Urglave people do. But some of them are really familiar to everybody, like putting a horseshoe or at the top, or putting it in a garage, if you like little tiny things like that. Urglave is made of lots and lots and lots of those. They've collected them all, they've claimed them all, they've traced them all to their origin, interpreted them, and put a religion back together using those pieces. But the fun part is that there was a handful of them that never stopped doing it in the first place, and so they're the kind of the core people that have shaped it. And that's happening in Pennsylvania.
I got a question for the polytheists. If, let's say, the gods do not rule the universe, what's the point in worshiping? Why appeal to them? Good removal, Reuven.
Who was that?
Can you repeat the question? My stuff crapped out right there. If let's say the gods do not rule the universe, what's the point in worshiping them? Why petition them? That's actually a very good question. I think they do, but even if they don't, inspiration is the key. Cultural connection to the ancestor. It's the most basic and easy thing to do. If the gods don't rule the universe, if they're not truly manifest in a way that affects me directly, and that is separate from me, I guess some people might say, then it's inspiration. It's cultural inspiration. I mean, it's not just something to identify with and be distinct. It's something to identify with and be part of everything else. I hope that answers your question. I hope that wasn't actually more cryptic than...
Thank you. No, it's fine. Much obliged.
Like, whenever I'm mostly Anglo-Saxon, like, just looking at my family tree, I'm mostly Anglo-Saxon. So there's a phrase, when you learn about what the Anglo-Saxons, in their ignorance of physics and chemistry, thought about stone, and how they talk about it, and how writing something in stone means something, to the point where English speakers still use the phrase. And then you hear a phrase about an onlooker who, when it's said of the Anglo-Saxon people, he said, they're people of stone, but not stone indeed. To feel a little fact like that, and to hear it, and then see it in your own father, and in your grandfather, and in your mother, there's something good about that that is difficult to quantify. And there's a lot of people out there who want to give you some horrifying, twisted version of that, but all you have to do is find your roots.
I think that it's interesting you bring that up, Idol Smasher, because I think that in terms of metaphysics, that's a huge weakness of pagan philosophies, is that the gods that quote-unquote rule the realm all participate in this higher, I think the word was used, cosmic power. So there's this sort of nebulous fate or force which governs even the gods, and to that they are slaves just as much as we are. So there's really, petitioning them is as useful as petitioning other human from that perspective.
And other people can be very useful and sometimes very not useful, which is sort of the point. But I would actually argue, this is going to sound very crass, so I apologize in advance. I would argue that the weakness of modern religion is its fixation with metaphysics, often to the point and effect of completely losing track of more important things like ethics.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to agree with that. I think that's the curse of modern Western religion in a lot of ways. It's all about it's all based in conjecture and woo, and not an open, honest look at what they're doing. It's not applicable now. It needs to apply. If it's not applicable now, what's the point? Who cares about an afterlife? Who cares? Why would you care? This is the one that matters.
And well, you know what? I actually agree with that so much that I don't have anything to say.
I think it depends on the the religion. Honestly, the religion I espouse, which is Christianity, I don't think has an issue in the religion itself with overplaying metaphysics. I think that the lack of a coherent metaphysic from pagan religions, though, is enough to ask, why does it apply at all right now?
Okay.
So in terms of the ethics question, there really is no point in believing in any kind of paganism if it doesn't have a coherent metaphysic.
Well, see, here's the thing. That perspective is a tiny bit barbed, but not very barbed. So I will give you a response that's a tiny bit barbed, but not very, very barbed. We did have coherent metaphysics. They were taken from us often by force.
Most often by force. By an imperialistic religion that looks of spirituality as warfare.
Not that my ancestors never saw spirituality as a tool for warfare, but
absolutely they did. The berserkers, man, come on now.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow you. What do you mean?
Well, I have a
your
question.
metaphysics
Actually.
were stolen.
Well, here's what I mean. Basically, our ancestors weren't heavily focused on metaphysics, but they did have very, very solid ideas about metaphysics. The thing is, the Christians came in and burned all our things, physically took our writings and burned them.
Smashed statues, destroyed temples.
There's nothing left.
Separated tribes.
Yeah. But we never were that focused on metaphysics in the first place. The fixation with metaphysics is one of, and not the only, but one of the reasons why Christians looked at ours, which were very different. I mean, any glimpse we get of it, totally different. There's basically, for us, there's so many different varieties of afterlife, and they were all part of a framework. But that framework is gone, and it's because Christians looked at the metaphysics, saw that they were different, felt threatened by them, didn't like them, and removed them by force. And that's what I mean by being fixated on metaphysics to the point of losing track of ethics. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought by metaphysic I meant the ideas behind, like for example, you were talking about the Anglo-Saxon beliefs about stone. I wasn't just talking about the cultural practices, but the ideas behind the practices. So when I said, for example, I'm trying to remember my exact words now. When I said that I think that one of the reasons that if you're focusing on ethics, if you're focusing on application now, then that rules out pretty much every pagan religion that I've ever heard of, is the fact that the metaphysical ideas that are ruling these paganistic religions make them inapplicable to modern life, to our daily living.
So you need an absolutist perspective to live in the modern world?
No, but I don't think he's saying that. But I actually.
Oh, I think he is.
Well, here's what I'm gonna ask. Are you saying that because we don't have a unified perspective? Because we are not one faith. We are thousands of faiths, essentially. But,
yeah, I'm kind of wanting to know what metaphysical.
Are you arguing that we don't? Like,
what's he talking about?
Sorry, Ocean. When John came in the room, you broke up there for a second. Could you repeat that question?
Yeah, I think everybody did for a minute. I'm like, what metaphysical stuff that's ruling over everything are you talking about? And like, when are you talking about paganism? What are you specifically talking about?
Yeah, so I'm saying that what you would classify, for example, as polytheism in history has never used a coherent metaphysic. There have always been
Egyptian
very clear. Sorry, what?
Wait, let him finish.
Egyptian religion.
I disagree with him already, but I do want to hear what he's saying. Because you're right, Kevin. Egyptian religion. Egyptian religion's also the one that we actually know about. So the other ones could have had, but we don't know entirely. But continue, Jimmy. Complete your statement.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that so if you're talking about, for example, polytheism, what is that called? The Egyptian religion. I always want to say I always go for the example of Hellenism because we have pretty good historical knowledge on that.
Kemetism, or Kemetic polytheism.
Kemetism. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, but the problem with these is that when you're trying to figure out what you do in any given situation in the day, you can't do so with ideas that are completely inapplicable to your situation. And I think that by having an incoherent metaphysic, things like polytheism do away with any usefulness in terms of making ethical decisions in your life.
Yeah,
How
no,
is
I
that?
don't see that.
That's not related. And disregarding that I disagree with the premise, I don't see how they're related.
They're related because untruths don't have anything to do with how you act.
Absolutes, like I said before.
Oh yeah, no, it's.
Yeah.
Have you ever been influenced by a work of fiction?
Sure, yeah. A good example would be... Sorry?
Then you're wrong. Because that work of fiction is an untruth that is influencing how you may act or how you may perceive something.
No, because what influenced me in the fiction is references to truth.
Can I... Okay. There are more... The old myths were designed not to tell us absolute truths, but they are very laden with moral teachings. And those moral teachings are extremely and immediately applicable to life. I mean,
that position expands into symbolic polytheism, which is really the majority position among polytheists. The gods aren't necessarily real, but they are avatars for stories.
Even if they are, even if they are real, that
right.
the stories associated with each that demonstrate their personality as an archetype, as a model, each story is heavily laden with moral teachings, often different moral teachings from different perspectives.
Not like Oracle, heavily symbolic.
Yeah, they could be multidimensional.
Yep, absolutely. And on the subject of sort of coherent metaphysics, and taking from what James was saying earlier, a lot of it is because there's not a lot left of those coherent metaphysics. But there's an example of some fairly clear metaphysics in Greek religion, albeit from a later Platonic perspective, in the work On the Gods and the World by Seleucus, Part 1. It's a more Roman text that talks about Greek religion. And one of the first things it says is it describes the gods and basic metaphysics. It says, "Let the disciple be thus, let the teachings be of the following sort. The essences of the gods never came into existence, for that which is always is never comes into existence, and that exists forever which possesses primary force and by nature suffers nothing. Neither do they consist of bodies, for even in bodies the powers are incorporeal. Neither are they contained by space, for that is a property of bodies. Neither are they separate from the first cause, nor from one another, just as thoughts are not separate from mind, nor acts of knowledge from the soul." And we would have more of that. We would have a lot more of that.
Yeah, but for example, I think that there's problems even in that text there from, who is this, Seleucus?
Seleucus, yeah.
Does Seleucus individuate between the gods in an ontological sense?
He goes into very, very long descriptions, describes the different layers in which myth is, the species of myth, psychic, physical, material, mixed between the other two, theological myths, going into the symbolisms behind it, philosophical perspectives, different aspects and classes of society which look at different mythologies and take upon and draw inspiration from different mythologies based on their station in life. So yes, he absolutely does.
Okay, but I guess what I mean is, my question would be, does he make so far a distinction as to say that the gods themselves, each in and of itself, is a separate ontological object, a separate personal being?
Depends on how you want to look at it. It's a philosophical text, and it's very symbolic in description. And obviously there are going to be different interpretations. But that draws on the point that I was making earlier, is that there is room for interpretation in orthopraxic traditions. There is not a necessity for an absolute, a concrete, finite absolute that's doctrinal and dogmatic.
What do you mean by absolute?
Absolute total truth doctrinal that's accepted by all members of that religion.
Okay, I guess I don't have a problem with the idea that pagans wouldn't agree on any given proposition. I would not take issue with that. I don't see that as a problem. But my problem would be, for example, with Seleucus. It seems to me, and this is the first time I've ever heard Seleucus, but it seems to me like he would individuate the gods ontologically, which means they're separate ontological objects. And then you would have a problem, for example, like Avicenna brings up, where do you find the reason or explanation for the existence of one god? If it's in himself, then the other gods need not exist for him to be existent. If it's in the other gods, then he's contingent upon something else. And therefore, Seleucus's description of the gods being existent in themselves is meaningless.
That presumes that you can quantify the gods.
And this is sounding like kind of a weird version of the Earther dilemma that you're not applying to your god.
Well, no, the Euthyphro dilemma is an ethical problem, right?
I said it's a weird version of it. I didn't say it was the same thing.
It's a theological variant.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's a... So, for polytheistic traditions, it's difficult because you're trying to make sense of metaphysics, but you have these beings which are either, and I think this is generally the case with my experience with paganism, that they are participating in an external existence which has primacy over them. So, for example, in Hellenism, the gods have to sort of participate in fate. Fate rules the gods, and they kind of fight each other for power gotten from this fate nebulous existence thing.
Kevin, are you familiar with this at all? I haven't heard of this.
He's taking a very literalist perspective on how mythology works, and not a pluralistic one.
Like some of the fates themselves, or
the idea of the fates, though, yes, that was a concept that the gods were all bound to fate, but it reflected an idea that all the forces in the cosmos, all the daemon, whether they're lesser daemon or full-on theoi, they were all a part of the same cosmos, and that their station, the station of the gods, is different than the station of man. They have different responsibilities in the maintenance of cosmothesis, the maintenance of cosmic order.
Right, but the important thing here to keep in mind in terms of metaphysics is that there is such an external cosmic order which, for the Greek, would rule the gods, but for metaphysicians today, it just means it would categorize them. And that's problematic because that means fate has primacy of existence over the gods, in which case, again, appealing to the gods for ethical information is much akin to appealing to another human. The fate can always overrule whatever the god has to say, and there's not really any reason to take it seriously.
Would you ask for a leader for advice?
I would make the same argument, actually. Well, I see what you're saying that asking a god is like asking
no
someone
authority but the ultimate authority.
Well, he's saying that he is saying that asking a god is like someone in your family, or someone you know, or some person that you meet. But that's the thing. That's how we feel about it. Our gods aren't all-knowing, omnipotent, whatever that means, omniscient, omnipresent. We don't
with that perspective.
We don't ascribe those things. We don't ascribe those things to our gods. So whenever we pray to our gods, which if you do, I exchange gifts with my gods. But whenever we turn to our gods for inspiration, for guidance, it is like turning to another person you know. They don't have all the answers. And that doesn't devalue them. Having a conversation with a smart person who changes your perspective and lifts your spirits or gives you the right knowledge that you need to accomplish a goal is not without value just because they're a limited, finite being. The only people who think it is are the people who think that if God doesn't have all the answers, well, then he's not godlike.
He's not worthy.
He's not worthy. That's absolutely silly.
Really? Why would you see that as silly?
Why do you see our shit as silly?
I mean, I do think it's silly.
What real benefit is there? I mean, are there professional metaphysicists that are coming from a polytheistic perspective trying to argue in research papers against Christian theologians?
If there are, they must be very few. I've never heard of any. I mean, I would be interested to hear why it's why it would be called silly to
Okay. I'd be
believe
happy.
that. Sure, go ahead.
I'd be happy to.
Wait, what belief is he talking about that we'd be calling silly?
I'll continue. So the idea that if God doesn't know everything, if God is not omniscient, omnipotent, which doesn't make any sense, omnipotence doesn't make any sense. If he's not omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, that there's nothing godlike about him. So pagans, we have gods who aren't omniscient. We have some that perhaps are close, but we have gods that aren't omnipotent, that aren't omnipresent. We have gods that can die. And the Christian has been taught for a very long time that God said, "Let there be," and it was. Our gods sat at a table and talked about it first, and then it was. And so there's a big difference, a huge difference. It literally starts with Genesis 1 is where the difference lives. Oh, our gods don't speak and then things happen. Our gods work together and then they labor and then things happen. Like us. And so they've been doing it longer. Much, much longer. And so to not ask them what they think would be silly. It would be. Although they might not have the answers, especially not for my very, very specific situation.
Right, but so I understand that I can't see who was it. Scott. Someone just came in and I missed who that was. But anyways, so you've explained that the differences there, and I appreciate that. I would still be curious to hear why the idea that a precondition for thinking it's useful or rational to appeal to a god is that God is all-knowing, that he has.
No, that's not what's. I appreciate what you're saying, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you suggesting that my gods aren't useful, which is your original assertion, doesn't make any sense. If my gods are old and they have been laboring and accomplishing much, much longer, they have much more experience. So there's not a lack of usefulness. You could argue that if your god really does know more than my gods and is truly omniscient and omnipotent, whatever that is, and omnipresent, if he's really all of those things, you could make an argument that he's more useful. Fine. I don't know about that, but you could make an argument that he's more useful. To say that there's no use in asking your grandfather about something when he's been alive longer, even though maybe he doesn't know all the things you know. I'd say that is a silly contention. The idea that my gods don't have any worthiness and that your God, who knows everything, is the only one who's worthy at all. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I guess that's fair. I understand your position. I guess I just don't see what the argument is. It sounds like the argument you're saying is that your gods have more experience, but I think that is precisely the kind of weakness that I would be quick to point out. Like, my God doesn't learn the facts; he's responsible for the facts of the universe, as opposed to so he has metaphysical primacy over everything that happens. But for polytheistic religions, gods learn over time. They have to expend effort to do things because, like you said, they're finite. They answer to existence beyond themselves, over which they are. It governs. And so, in that case, no matter how much one appeals to these gods, just like if I appeal to my grandfather can be wrong. And more than that, even when my grandfather is right, he doesn't have an exhaustive knowledge of anything that he's talking about. He may have true and wise knowledge, but for anything that he goes to describe, he won't even have all the answers about one fact in the universe, because the existence of that fact is not dictated by him. It's dictated by existence beyond him. And so I think when you're answering ethical questions, and the authority to which you're going, the best authority that you have, I should say, is still just as finite as weaker authorities that we see failing all the time to give good advice, like human beings. I just don't see the usefulness of that sort of view.
Well, I'd say it's less about authority, although there is an element of authority to it. But for me, it's less about authority. It is more about experience and wisdom. And now, first of all, it's good that you pointed out that your grandpa can be wrong. We think that our gods can be wrong, too. They don't always make the right decision. That's important, though. See, you claiming there's no value, this is where we part. And here's why. Your God is infinite. An infinite reservoir. That's amazing. How much of that do you have access to?
I think it depends.
As a human, it can only be revealed to you in portions and with time,
I think it's
or through various experiences, if you like. For us, our gods struggle like we do. They've already struggled like we have, and like we will. There's certain wisdoms that have to be learned with time. And I would say that pagan gods largely represent these wisdoms. I mean, you have to do the thing to get the thing. Odin has to travel, play the game, answer the riddles to the giant in the dark to get the knowledge. And then he has it. And now he has it. He won't always make the right decision, but neither will you. And I think that that's the older way of things, the old times. This is the way we talked about things. We didn't try to put our gods on a pedestal. We didn't expect as much as you.
What makes your gods worthy of a pedestal? I mean, by definition, they're not worthy of. They're just people.
Not really.
I mean, you can't really compare Hashem to any of your gods.
My father deserves a pedestal. My father is a man who deserves a pedestal. My father woke up at 5 a.m. every day for 26 years, drove 2 hours, worked 9 hours, drove 2 hours home, helped me with my homework. He deserves a pedestal.
Where is he now?
Honor. I mean, honoring him is one thing, but to put him on a pedestal to be worshipped, I don't understand the. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you on that one. I disagree completely.
What would the but my question would be, where have those acts gotten him?
Well, what are you asking me?
What do you think he's asking you?
I mean, for
I'll go
example,
with
if I lived like your father, if I woke up every morning, dedicated my life to funding charities, and I became famous for building Africa water system, things of that nature. I did all this crazy stuff that people admired me for. On your view, what's the end of all that? How does my story end?
There's a funny thing in Greek religion called arete, personal excellence and virtue, and it's a pursuit, not an actual goal. That's what matters.
Nice.
Living life feeling fulfilled is quite a good goal, I think. But the question does beg itself. It's still good. Where is my father now? My father now, let's see. Let's talk about this in terms of Germanic pagan goals. My father has 6 children, 28 grandchildren, many of them in college, many of them quite successful. He's retired after a long, hard life, doing various odd jobs and working to be an engineer, becoming an engineer, being a successful engineer, training a whole generation of engineers the old-fashioned way. Now he lives at home quite comfortably with my mother, and they're going to take care of each other very happily till they're dead. Now, they're both Christian, but in terms of life goals, he's done everything a good man in life should do. This, I think, matters. And to answer your question with Marcus Aurelius said that if there are gods worth worshiping, then your virtue, your true virtue in life, ought to be enough for their admiration. And if there are unvirtuous gods, then they're not worth worshiping. And if there are no gods, well, then at least you've lived a life of virtue.
But I still end up nothing
to
at
the
the end
idol
of that,
smasher.
right?
I can answer him really quickly.
Right on.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe. That's the idol smasher. What makes a god different from my father? Is a good question. You said what makes them worthy, and not people.
If they're flawed and they're just like you and me, then what's the point of worshiping them?
Well, first of all, most of them overcome their flaws. That's an important thing. Some of them don't overcome their flaws, but most of them overcome their flaws. Their
like
flaws,
Yeah.
and they are a persistent thing, a persistent force in the universe, a persistent force within people as well. People always have the same flaws. They manifest themselves in very individual ways, but we always face some of the same intrinsic flaws. Stuff that comes from a livigor, stuff that's always been there, is tainted, part of the fabric of the universe. They're part of it too. And they are a means by which to carry us forth to overcome those flaws. And their persistence, they will, here's what I mean by persistence. Odin knows that he's going to die. He knows when and how and where and by who. And he knows that he can't change it. But he persists anyway. He fulfills his fate. He rises to do everything that he knows that he can. And he goes through with it. Because that's what he's supposed to do.
In Congress with the concept I mentioned before of arete, personal virtue, excellence, its pursuit, there's also its antithesis in Greek religion, hubris, the worst affront to the gods, total arrogance, spiritual arrogance. And in tandem with that, and part of the reason why philosophy existed in the first place, is this: it was against the idea that a man had absolute virtue, any man had absolute truth. To the Greek, that would have been considered, that would have been an anathema. And that, once again, like James was saying earlier, is where the line in the sand is drawn between our two spectrums.
Also, Ocean mentioned beards. I just wanted to say really fast that we have enormous respect for beards. Don't even.
Oh no, I'm.
We have innings. We have innings for beards.
I was just commenting that it seems like all the pagans in this room have facial hair, but the two of you have definite goatees that are fantastic. So in order to be like a respectable pagan, you must have a goatee, which excludes me. I'm no longer a respectable pagan. I'm just being
unless you have a goatee and a shaved head.
What do you call a goatee without a mustache?
Do you really want me to go into the semantics of facial hair? Because I can.
Yes, I don't. That's why I keep having. I have no mustache, but a goatee.
Okay, this is the goatee, the beard part. The chin is the goatee. This is the mustache. This is a door knocker. When it's all contiguous, when it's all continuous, that's a door knocker. Nice. A Van Dyke is when it doesn't connect. When you have a handlebar mustache and just the bottom part. A goatee, like a goat beard, is just when it's this. It was really common in the Mediterranean, especially among the Greeks, to just have the beard. One of my Spanish friends actually is doing this. He doesn't have a mustache, but a big, huge, bushy beard underneath. He looks like a Greek philosopher. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So what do you call that? You call that without a mustache, but yet you have a
full beard. Or
yeah.
Just this, or the full beard.
The full beard.
I have a chart. Let me find it. There are beard charts.
You would have a chart.
You would have a chart.
Really quick.
My brother has a terribly huge beard. It's not even funny. It makes mine look like nothing.
Really quick, because it looks like we're going through a segue here. I just want to say to James that considering drawing the line in the sand, I would love to have another conversation about this again in the future. If you,
we can continue it now. I didn't mean to completely derail. Or I did a little bit, but I didn't.
Well, I don't know if he's.
We can go back to the conversation if you want.
Sure. It sounded like he was done conversing for now. I'm open to talk about anything, and I have time right now. But in terms of drawing a line in the sand, I think that's fair to say. But I at the end of the day, it seems to me that my maintenance that the non monotheistic metaphysics don't apply to daily decisions in life. It still seems to be the case.
I don't know, why are you so focused on the metaphysics of it? Because, like as we were saying earlier, the stories are what actually apply to your daily decisions and ethics and so on.
Maybe, you know what? I wonder if, Jimmy, have you ever had a full? Here's a really good question. Have you ever learned about a particular pagan god, everything they encompass within human life, and within life in general, and within the universe, and then heard a story about them?
I'm trying to make sure I don't answer your question incorrectly. When you say all, are you putting emphasis on all there? Because I have limited study of some of the gods and some of the stories and parables that
sure
acted as examples.
I can give a wonderful example, but there are pieces missing for us. I can't pretend like I have everything to give you, but when you understand the god, each god, at least in Nordic tradition, which I know something about, each god had a school of thought around it via law, via certain vocations. Each god had something to do with a kind of moral decision you make when you're in a kind of moral situation. But there was never enough stories to say what would this god do perfectly. You can only wonder. But the unified a unified view of a particular god would include not only ethics and law, but also personal flaws. And one of the reasons is the flaws of that god have to do directly with ethics. So here's an example. And this is very complex, but I will try to speed through quickly. There's a wolf called Fenrir, or the Fenris wolf, who specifically represents a level of greed that cannot be negotiated with. Okay? The wolf gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more it eats, and the bigger it gets, the more it eats, and that's it. It can't be negotiated with beyond that. And it was eating up all the cows, which was all the wealth that there was. And the god of justice had reared it in the woods, not knowing what a problem it would become. And so he is taking care of this wolf, and first he takes a really strong chain, and he chains the wolf up, ties and binds his legs together, and says, see if you can break this chain. If you can break this chain, you can have a whole cow. And all the wolf does is flex, and he breaks the chain. Then he goes and complains to the gods about this, that the wolf is getting too big and it's a problem, and they ignore him. And so he goes and gets the chain from the wall of Asgard, from the gates, the thing that holds Asgard shut, keeps it safe. And he wraps it around the wolf several times. He binds up his legs together, holds them together. And he says, okay, the wolf complains. He yells, I'm hungry. He says, it's okay, if you can break this chain, this is our little game, if you break this chain, you can have all those cows in the field over there. And he breaks the chain. So he goes to the gods, and they have a meeting about it, and he decides ultimately that what they're going to do is they're going to send somebody to get a magic rope. And the magic rope is made of impossible things, and they bring it back. And the god of justice walks back out, and he holds the rope in his hand, and he says, but this time he's accompanied with a crowd of people, and he says to him, let's see if you can break this one, buddy. We'll play our game again. But the wolf gets wise to it and says, no, I'm not going to do that. There's something up here. And he says, no, just play the game, and then you can have your cows at the end. He says, no, I don't think so. There's something wrong here. And then Odin, the father of the gods, comes forth and says, Fenrir, if you don't put it on, we'll all know that you can't break it. So the wolf thinks about it, chews on that thought for a second, and goes, tell you what, you can tie me up with this, but only if somebody puts their hand in my mouth. Now they have to tie the wolf up, because they can't contain him. They have to throw him somewhere. They have to make sure he can't run and eat them. So Tyr, the god of justice, steps forward automatically. And he offers his sword hand and says, here, it's okay, take my hand. And the wolf puts his jaws around Tyr's hand. And then they tie him up, and he cannot break the magic rope. And as a result, he says, okay, untie me now, and then you can have your hand back. And nobody unties the wolf, and he loses his hand. It's a lot of things. This represents justice, self-sacrifice. This represents so much. And this is a direct ethical teaching. It is a window into what the god is about and what states in society he represented. It's a window into many, many things. And for this was oaths, this was truth, this was legal disputes, this is everything that you can imagine. This had to do with law and order. And not just the law and order of man, but the law and order of the gods. But this is just one story. There used to be a lot more. So that's an example. I hope you could see how that's immediately applicable to your life. Just the story itself. Never mind appealing to the god, which is a whole other thing, I admit. But this is applicable to your life. And I'm so sorry. I just took a really long time.
No, that was worth hearing. It's a good story. And
yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, and it does communicate a lot about ethics. But again, I think that it only does so if I interpret the story with certain metaphysical presuppositions.
Damn it, he missed it.
Hmm?
I'm being sarcastic. So what metaphysics do you need in order to interpret that story?
Oh, well, a simple one would be the fact that I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, so for instance, that self-sacrifice is virtuous. That would be a metaphysical truth.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, I think the story highlights why in its way.
Not at all. Not at all. If I lose my arm, what difference does it make on a metaphysic where I'm going to not exist at any point in time in the future anyways?
James, you're more familiar with what Fenrir represents. I guess you should probably answer that.
I mean, literally, I don't know. Fenrir seems to represent a level of greed that can't be negotiated with. It also represents entropy, which I think greed is an extension of in that sense.
Yeah, could I interject there real quick?
Sure.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Ashton. So that would be another great example of a presupposition about metaphysics. That is a precondition of understanding the metaphorical character of the story. So it only makes sense to say Fenrir represents greed if greed, in fact, is, whether I think it is or not, something that's bad, something that's to be avoided, something that it's wise to avoid.
It doesn't matter whether or not greed is something that's bad. It's this in the story you see an effect of it, and then you also see the response to it, and the response to Fenrir, the entity, through self-sacrifice, with specifically Tyr.
But again, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's not laying things out for you in a neat little box, but study. I guess gives you, like, I guess I don't know exactly what you're looking for, because I think that it answers what you're asking for it to do, really, because you're seeing the effect, and it's, I guess, like, do you want it like laid out in a neat little box that greed is bad in some way, or what? Because in the stories you'll see the damages of certain actions or the rewards of certain actions and how they affect
the story itself. The story itself is, you can understand that he represents, at least partially, it represents greed because of what the cow represents. The cow definitely represents wealth and prosperity.
Oh yeah.
And so
that's hugely cultural.
Yeah.
Currency, really.
And so
at that point,
definitely movable currency.
Right.
So you can see that he represents greed, at least in that facet. In the story, he's playing the part of greed. And the story is arguing that because not only is he eating the cows, but that the gods are actually afraid that he might eat them too, well, that makes greed a bad thing. Not sure, maybe not in some weird, absolute way that only ethics students would argue, but certainly bad for them as individuals, to be eaten.
Right. So is it like, am I tracking with what you're saying, is that basically the story explains itself by showing you what the consequences of this thing is, so then you make your conclusion that greed is bad because these are the consequences that you're going to end up with. So you don't have to presuppose that when you listen to the story. You kind of gather that from the story.
And you gather your own interpretations.
But again,
you gather your own life experiences.
But if I could interject here, I think to call it greed doesn't work unless you have the presupposition that getting fat on cows to the point of people trying to lock you up is not a good idea. Like if I don't have that metaphysical presupposition going in, then all I see is a wolf who is a great entrepreneur. I wouldn't call it greedy at all. I would just say, well, he's very good at getting cows. Some unfortunate things happen to him, but you know, in the end, he's going to die anyways. So altogether, there's not really any meaningfulness to the story.
I would say that since you're not, I don't know you, but I'm assuming you're not a Bronze Age farmer. A cow, even if you are a modern farmer, to you, a cow is either a thing in a field or on the side of the highway. If you subsist on cows, and then a cow is taken away from you. No, I do admit that if you don't know that fact, that cultural fact, which is part of, I have a specific religion I adhere to, a specific orthodoxy, a specific practice, and a specific tradition that outlines what I do. It does include that understanding. That is, so for you, there are pieces missing to the story because you don't know the value of a cow. Even if you have the knowledge.
Well, James,
even if you have the, go ahead.
Real quick, I agreed with you that, and I'm at least very, very basically familiar with the idea that cow is something to be valued by the farmer. I agreed with you on that point.
But I doubt that you would, if, for instance, you're not taught. I'm assuming your parents didn't tell you stories about the gods when they were bouncing you on your knee. You are already taught from day one to identify with the gods. Most of the time as protagonists. Not always, but most of the time you're meant to identify with them as protagonists, except when they're being assholes. And so the idea that, well, Fenrir's just misunderstood. Now, here's the thing. We have people that are like that. We do have people who try to reinterpret Fenrir. We do. And so what you're saying has some validity in the sense that there are people who try to go, well, you know, I don't really see that. You know, I see somebody who's misunderstood. That's the really big one. I see someone who's misunderstood and who just has this tragic flaw, and he wasn't given enough cows. If he would have been in a bigger field of cows, you know, maybe he would have lived in peace and harmony. That story, that narrative, doesn't fit the story if you read the translations and such. But you agreed with me. He represents greed. For you to say that, well, maybe it's a good thing that he's doing all these things. Maybe he's just an entrepreneur. Really says, well, then that would make the gods not the antagonist. Typically in stories like this, the gods are the protagonists. Typically in stories like this, the gods are the protagonists, and that's assumed from childhood. So there you go. It's almost as if though you don't have the first part of the child's story where it's like Jim is a good kid, and then here's the story of Jim. We already know that the gods are the good guys, if you like.
Sure, and I think everything you're saying about interpreting the Greek myths is accurate, James. But I think that maybe there's a misunderstanding here. When I say I agree with you that cows are, somebody used a really good word. Somebody used a monetarial kind of adjective concerning the cows, but I can't remember what it was. But anyways,
currency.
Currency.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you. They're a currency to the farmers even. You know, this is their life right here. This is their vocation. This is the what gets them by every day. I understand that, but greed is a value judgment. Whereas currency is not a value judgment. So even if I grant you that the cows are a currency, and I do, because I think you're absolutely right to interpret it that way historically. I think you're totally on key when you say this is what the culture was thinking of. And yes, the gods here are the protagonists. I agree with all that. But what I'm saying is, when you make a value judgment like Fenrir is meant to portray greed, I don't see that judgment as being possible unless you already have the assumption that a wolf consuming cows to the point of getting fat or causing other people hardship, even to the point of appealing to the gods or getting chains or all this bad stuff, basically, that the heroes of the story have to bring down on the wolf. All that interpretation right there, those moral judgments do not come into play at all unless you've already assumed that such things are wrong or good, and so on and so forth. And those are metaphysical assumptions. They're not assumptions.
Well, if you assume that, I think
sorry.
you are making a huge assumption if you say that hardship is not universally shitty for everybody. And he doesn't just eat a lot of the cows, he eats all the cows, which is the problem in the first place.
When you're listening to... Oh, go ahead, Crane.
No, I was just going to say, it's like, it just seems like you're taking a very literalist stance on this. If I might be mistaken, but...
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to say. I mean, are we supposed to think that each story like lays down every single thing that you would need to know before you hear the story? I mean,
he does.
Aren't all the stories supposed to like somehow kind of mesh together so that you would have a better idea? So trying to take one and say this explains everything is not really the way to do it.
No. I agree, and that with the story's metaphorical truths. I think that the truths that it's portraying are, that they are truths. That's why I'm calling them that. But what I'm saying is, you can only come to that inference if you have metaphysical assumptions, and the issue is that the metaphysic of the people who are putting these, given that they're wise, parables out there, is that they're incoherent, so they can't afford to have these metaphysical truths, which are the impetus for such parables. I totally agree that what the parable is saying is true. I'm just saying it can't be true given that the polytheism behind the parable is true. Does that make sense?
You think it's false. We get it. We all get it.
It actually doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying very hard to follow, actually.
Well, it doesn't make sense. I get where he's coming from. I know his position. We all know his position. We've heard it 1,000 times beaten to our heads. I just don't see the purpose of even making the claim in the first place. I mean, what is the end goal of this? What value is there to it?
You mean to me pointing out what I'm trying to point out here?
Well, like, we don't have, like, cards in the game on this one. I mean, really the only religions that have this much investment on an absolute truth, on having everybody converted to a specific religion, are Abrahamic religions. Chiefly Christianity and Islam. That just does not exist in these classical religions. We're not trying to argue absolute metaphysical truth.
No, we're not.
Right, and I agree to that. But remember the point that I was trying to make.
But you're looking for it, where it's not necessarily there. That it's not even integral to the context of orthopraxic religion.
Right, Kevin.
I don't think you're ever going to find it.
I agree with you. I agree with you and all that. But what the point that I made at the beginning of
you need it, we don't. That's it.
But Kevin, the point that I made at the beginning of this discussion is that if you have a metaphysical system that's incoherent, then all the things that are coming from that don't make sense on that system, right?
They're not.
It would be like it would be like if I said.
To you?
Hold on. It would be like if I said squares are circles, therefore I shouldn't lie to people. Right? There's you can't get moral truths from incoherency. It doesn't work.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, but I'm still confused. How does this relate to metaphysics?
Hold on. And I've been talking to Jimmy for a minute now, and I only started to stumble upon the fact that I'm not following completely. Are you arguing that because I don't have an... Okay.
He's arguing that polytheism is fundamentally wrong. totally and completely wrong. So none of the myths, none of the context, none of the virtues, the cultural traditions matter at all to him.
No. That's not what I said. What I said was that when you're talking about ethics that you can apply to your daily living, you can't get those from these polytheistic views because the polytheistic views don't offer a coherent metaphysic which is needed to ground said ethics of daily living. So for example,
and Bronze Age monotheism is coherent and consistent all the way throughout and applicable to modern life more so because...
Okay, wait. You know what? I know what will illuminate my brain as to whether or not this is even a valuable conversation. Jimmy, give me an example of a solid metaphysic that you feel. I don't feel that metaphysics are important to derive ethics from. Sometimes I do derive ethics from metaphysics, but give me an example of a solid metaphysic or something about your metaphysics where you feel that it stands on its own and a moral truth can be derived directly from it, and that to your satisfaction.
Sure. So I would suggest or propose that the Christian metaphysics, specifically that found from the Reformed tradition, could give you that sort of metaphysic or metaphysical system which acts as an impetus for truth.
If you could give me a specific example, if you could give me a specific example that is active in your daily life, that would make me track you better.
Sure. So why do I treat other people with respect, let's say? So for example, I view you, James, as a valuable human being. What does that mean? Well, to treat you as a valuable human being is to treat you as made in the image of God, specifically the God Yahweh. So because I have this metaphysical system wherein God has created you to be a being who acts as sort of a representative on Earth, that at least that was our duty at the beginning. I then have grounding for making claims about, oh, I shouldn't be rude to you. I shouldn't fling a booger at you. I should try not to interrupt you in conversation and try my best to understand your position before disagreeing. So on and so forth.
Oh, well, that's neat. And I'm glad that you do draw that from your metaphysics. That's a good thing. But for me, I mean, I just get that from my grandma.
Which is fair. That's a right. That's a freedom I would. I hope, at least, that I would have the courage to defend to the death. But I still maintain that that's patently incoherent, James.
I don't think it is. I mean, my grandma one time she said that if you don't follow your heart till the end, and you find yourself somewhere your heart doesn't want to be, it'll beat so hard it'll kill you. She said that one time, and that did seem completely incoherent. But then whenever I found myself in a situation where I wasn't happy, it suddenly made a lot of sense, and the emotion she put behind it suddenly made sense. Everything fell into context. There was just complete and total value in that. What she said, the way she said it, it stuck with me, and it's still with me. And I learned a piece of virtue from simply talking to someone. The operational value of ideas should never, ever, ever be discredited. And I think you're arguing something that's not very pragmatic. I mean, there doesn't seem to be an ounce of pragmatism in it. You want the whole universe to declare that a moral action is moral. But I think that the fact that I think the golden rule and things like the categorical imperative are maybe not always enough, but I think that they're pretty endemic to human behavior most of the time. So like when I was a boy and I was doing something stupid, my mother said, "What if your father and I acted like that? What if we did that? What if we just did what you're doing right now all the time? Do you think this house would still be here?" And I said, "No, I think that the house would be burned down." And she said, "Well, there you go. That's how you know it's not a good thing." These things aren't perfect, but they're good. To say there's no value in them because the universe doesn't intrinsically back them up, I think it's a silly argument. Silly only because there's no pragmatism to the argument. That's what I'm saying. But I am glad that you do divine morals from your metaphysics, as do I.
Yeah, I guess my issue is not that first of all, I would preface this with saying that I think that your grandma is right about at least some things in particular contexts. That seems like wise advice. But again, I think that the issue is that there are beliefs being had here, or truths that you find pragmatic, which are in direct contradiction to what you believe in terms of metaphysics. And that's, again, the problem is you have these ideas here, for example, polytheism, that remove any ability to interpret, the story about Fenrir, for example, as a pragmatic story. Whereas
No.
the metaphysics...
Well, now I'm not following you. Now you're going to have to say that in a different way.
Sure. So, for example, keeping up with the Fenrir parable, because I have revealed to me from my God certain truths about human nature, the nature of the universe, the nature of moral duties and things like that. I would trace Kant's categorical imperative in God's commands, for example. Because I have that metaphysic sort of running as my interpretive system, when I see the story Fenrir, I can say, okay, well, because God has declared that it's wrong to needlessly go around eating supplies or using supplies to the deficit of others. That's what I would call greed, and I would consider that morally wrong. Moreover, it would be advantageous for me to avoid that sort of thing, because that's going to have huge effects in my relationships between people in this world, and more importantly, between the relationship that I have with my God. So I think that it is pragmatic, but then in contrast to that, if I believe that there are many gods, or there are many categories of reality that the gods symbolize, all of which are relatable to me in the sense that they're finite, they learn things, they have to expend power to do things. They're like me to that degree. There's no way for me to get the necessary truths behind the moral judgments that I'm making about the story in order to interpret the story that way.
Because they're finite, or because there are no lawgivers? Because we do have lawgivers.
Well, but we don't have an infinite one, right, on that system?
Infinite in the sense that they would live forever, but not infinite in the sense that they won't live forever. They could, in theory, live forever, but won't live forever. And actually, I don't even think that's just me speaking from my tradition. I think that
mine is different.
Kevin's tradition, they live forever. So
yeah, and they exist in the metacosmia, which is outside of time.
And I'm agnostic on the living forever thing, but I also believe in a divine couple that would be panentheistic, which I guess by definition they wouldn't be able to die.
It's more of a henotheistic cosmology. It's sort of overarching meta paradigm. But yeah,
we're different religions here, so
yeah, tons and tons of diversity. But
I think there is one thing I want to say to Jimmy, and then I'll just hand it off. Okay, we do have a law-giving tradition in my tradition. We do have, for instance, Havamal. But these aren't... No one sees these proverbs as the absolute authority, but we do have... Havamal means words of the High One. We do have a series of sacred texts that do tell us about living and how we ought to live. But they don't command that we ought to live. It's the idea is that Odin comes down, he lives as a man, he sees what it's like, and then he talks about it. And we have a text like that, and it is our most sacred text in Alsatru. And that does have a lot of do's and don'ts in it, tons. So we do have a lawgiver. Does that make you happy, or no?
No, it won't. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think so, James, because again, the gods answer to a reality outside themselves. So, and then you also have, I mean, there's multiple issues here. So like, I could bring up objections to all three of the metaphysics that have been spoken of from you, James, from Kevin, and from Ocean. But ultimately, yeah, it's the fact that there are such contradictions in the system, and so if they are not...
It's not contradictions in a system. Like, it's
conflict of interest.
That's three different religions talking.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying each one in their own way is home or harboring.
Harboring? We're criminals now. Oh shit.
Damn it, Kevin. Why don't we agree on everything?
I know, right?
Because
that always works.
Yes. Look at the Christians. They agree on everything.
Even when
Absolutely.
Even when I agree with Kevin, I don't agree with Kevin.
Yep.
But it's the fact that we have different, like we're not coming from the same religion, and we have disagreements with each other. I think that the only real thing that we agree on like what some of the gods are, I guess, but we agree that there's multiple gods, and I think that there may be more in there, but that's really the major thing that we would agree on. Beyond that, there's all kinds of subtle differences between the religions that we have. Maybe one of them is true, maybe they're all true to a certain extent.
There's a general source of agreement among traditional polytheistic religions, modern neo-pagan traditions, hermetic and occult traditions, and things of that nature, is a sort of alternative spirituality. The general understanding that even if it's not totally held down, that all gods ultimately have truth, that they all exist. There are ultimately different gods and different ways of approaching the divine.
I don't believe that, though.
It's a general understanding, and we constantly debate
people are weird, though.
Fair enough. You and these dying gods.
Actually, Alsatru people, a lot of them do believe that. I'm kind of an outlier there. I don't believe.
It's more of it's not like a truth as much as is a general interfaith principle. People operate on the general assumption that these theological truths are valid, and there's no real contention to need to argue that a person is totally wrong.
Well, I don't want you to waste your time on me if there's a misunderstanding here. All three of you understand that, as I clarified before, I'm not rejecting your system on the basis that all three of you disagree, right? You do understand that.
Yeah, and actually, Jimmy, just so you know, if you do want my Skype, Kevin can give you my Skype. I'm down to discuss these things. I don't want to bore everyone. We've definitely hemorrhaged a couple of people.
I don't hear any calls for us to shut up quite yet. But I don't know, Kevin, do you have my Skype? Because I'm happy to have it be handed to Jimmy as well.
Yeah, I would love to discuss this with you guys over Skype.
I don't think we need to necessarily make the transition there now, but actually, I think I have your Googles. I can probably just send you my Skype. But so, what did you mean then by inconsistency? If you weren't talking about just the fact that the three of us come from different perspectives?
No. Oh, yeah. What I meant was that from each of your perspectives individually, each has its own inconsistencies built within the system itself.
I'd be interested in how that applies to how you think that would apply directly to me, because when it comes to the panentheistic aspect of my religion, it's very similar to Christianity in its function on how, like, what the legitimacy of God is, or how the metaphysics work, with the exception of how it applies with morality, really. But like, there's a consistent metaphysic there.
That's funny you say that, because I used to lean towards a panentheistic interpretation of Christianity, but
Right, they're out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is a thing.
Yeah. Are you part of the Hermetic tradition that's kind of becoming popular nowadays?
Hermetic? What do you mean?
Hermetic panentheism, Christian Hermetic panentheism. So, like,
I'm not a Christian, so.
Okay.
Hermetic is a huge buzzword for 15 bajillion different traditions.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Are you talking classical Hermeticism from the Hellenistic period, Greco-Egyptian syncretism? Are you speaking of Renaissance occultism? Are you speaking Gnosticism, Martinism, Rosicrucianism, Golden Dawn, Thelema? What the fuck kind of Hermeticism are you talking about? It's incredibly diverse. It's probably more diverse than what we're talking about.
I prefer the Mythic Dawn.
The Mythic Dawn? Nice. Ridiculous. And it's a little jab at me because there's a extreme right nationalist group in Greece that at one point was piggybacking on Hellenismos and now are just full-on Christian Orthodox. And they sullied the name of Golden Dawn, which is a Hermetic order. So.
Yeah, I was going to say that the reason I gave up panentheism was precisely because I found that it's unbiblical and has plenty of contradictions to spare.
Well, it's definitely unbiblical, but I don't necessarily like being I'm kind of a Celtic and Germanic syncretic. What is the word that you use, Kevin? Is syncretic or
syncretist?
Syncretist. There it is.
Yeah.
Are you eclectic?
I'm a Reconstructionist, so eclectic probably. I don't know. It depends on how you use the word.
For those playing the home game, eclecticism is more of a borrowing of different ideas, ultimately utilizing some form of cultural appropriation. There's less of a sort of contiguousness of culture, where syncretism is generally a term to describe long period historical mergers of different cultures, like Greco-Egyptian syncretism, Gallo-Roman syncretism, and even some scant examples of Norse and Gaelic syncretism, at least from a cultural perspective, not necessarily mythological.
Yeah, I'm actually not eclectic. Oh, well,
me either.
I sort of am because
you sound pretty eclectic, James.
I'm only eclectic in one sense. I follow one very solid tradition, but that tradition is painted with dozens of ethnic traditions. So, like the Erglave people in Pennsylvania, who are still worshiping these old gods. They are different. What they do is different than what the Icelanders are doing, for instance. There's very different traditions. One is continental Germanic and one is Nordic. But they do have lots of similarities to the point where we put them under one umbrella. So eclectic only within the sense of heathendom. Like, within Germanic traditions, I do look at all, but I don't really worship the Greek gods or even the Slavic gods, who sometimes stand under our umbrella. Only the Germanic gods, Odin, Thor, those. I don't touch anything else.
Sometimes these discussions within the general neo-pagan spectrum is a sort of general guideline for describing these. There's contention with even that term. there is an extent among more traditionalists like James and I that perhaps you could practice multiple cultural traditions distinctly and separately from one another. And I've met many who've done that practice Greek religion but also practice Egyptian religion. A historical practice that was fairly common in the ancient world, that people could have adopted the cultus of a different culture through some form of interaction or maybe mixed heritage. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons that it could occur.
Marriage.
Eclecticism is more of a sometimes forced, but at the very least deliberate cultural appropriation of different ideas together, sometimes for the purposes of creating a modern tradition, like a lot of modern Hermetic traditions, Wicca, things to that effect. But when I used the term to describe him earlier, he's mentioning syncretism to describe Ocean here. It's more as a nod to the idea that he's doing just what I described, kind of practicing different sorts of traditions together yet somewhat more separately. It can be considered a semantic definition or difference, but it's to set them apart from people who are not spending as much time perhaps having as much of a consistent cultural understanding of the indigenous traditions that they're adopting, which is a big problem among Wiccans and New Agers.
Yeah, we're not. I think what Kevin and I have in common is that we have. I can't actually. Kevin studies a lot of cultures, so when we honor a set of gods, we've taken time to learn as much as we can about the culture that those gods were worshipped in. I only worship one set of gods, and I've dedicated all my free time, or large portions of my free time, to understanding that culture. And that culture is Germanic, and in a more narrow sense, Nordic. Now I'm studying the Anglo-Saxon, but I am looking for the broader umbrella of what they represent, what they have in common. And that is an easier project where we're coming from. That is a much easier project than, say, understanding the difference, all of the true differences and the distinctivenesses between something like Norse mythology and Greek mythology. But those two have way bigger differences. They come from very different cultures. So too, and while they have tons in common, even within their stories and within their own cycles, I'm not eclectic in the sense that I am looking at one picture. It's a kind of a big picture, but it's one picture. So
I'm looking at two-ish.
Which is why syncretism is more accurate.
Right. So, because trying to come at this from a Celtic angle, because you have a great little sampling here of, you have a Germanic and a Hellenist and then a Celto-Germanic syncretic over here, and the Celtic angle kind of requires a little bit more creativity, both from the tradition of the Celts kind of demanding that, and the fact that there's not enough information out there really in order to make any sort of real thing about it.
There's a few examples. There's a few examples like Arta and Nehelenia, which are Celto-Germanic goddesses,
right,
typically worshipped on the continent. So
yeah, and there's justification for combining those traditions.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
What you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the conversation, so continue. But I guess my questions are more because no doubt because I'm more interested in philosophy than anthropology. But my questions are more as of to the metaphysical status of any given view of God or gods or what be it. So like there are generally, just generally speaking, there's like several. I'm not sure there's more than 10, but are several different panentheistic constructions of God, and even more generally speaking, you tend to have someone who is more inclined or is completely under process theology, or you have someone who's coming from a more idealistic tradition, like Hegel or something like that. Which is why I asked those questions, because I would be interested in what you mean more specifically, Ocean, by you're a pantheist. Panentheist.
I mean, panentheist, to just kind of go with the strict definition of it. That's, well, maybe not strict definition, because I'm also kind of duotheist in my panentheism. That I believe that there are two gods that are both inside and outside the universe, or of making up and also outside the universe.
All in God, panentheist.
Right. Oh, yes. Both within and without.
Yep.
Do you believe that the gods here are both equally self-existent, but they are in and of themselves sufficient to explain the fact that they exist?
I guess those two, yes.
Okay, so for a given god, which one would have the reason as to why the other existed? So if we call the gods God X and God Y, does God Y have the reason as to why it exists, or does God X have the reason as to why it exists?
I would say
or
they both do at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so then they're mutually dependent upon each other.
More like reflexive. You see aspects of this in late Neoplatonic philosophy with the concept of emanationism. So in the one emanates and creates different subdivisions, the demiurgos, the sort of archetype of the world, which itself is a reflection of the one, and from that you have the creation of the gods of classical religion, at least in the Neoplatonic sense, of Greek religion. And Hermetic religion took a very similar model. It was an emanationist model with a oneness, a central kind of apex of deity, but it's more of a ground of being, a sort of formless form.
Sure.
And that's how it was described in a lot of philosophical traditions. Pythagorean tradition was like that. Even Orphic religion, very far back in Greek religion, had some of those sorts of ideas.
Sure, yeah.
Hence why Dionysus was thrice begotten, because he emanated multiple times and was born and reborn in different emanations of the early Orphic tradition.
Yeah, Neoplatonism is something I'm much more familiar with, but so you would agree then, Ocean, that these gods, though being ontologically divided beings, they're not the same being. They're two different personal objects.
No.
They are mutually... Oh,
No.
they're not?
No, they would be separate and one. Like, it's... I usually just refer to my profile picture in this part of the conversation, because there's definitely two shapes there, but there's also a circle.
Okay, so they wouldn't be separate beings. They would be one being.
They are and they aren't. I know that's violating the law of identity and such, but it's how I see it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I don't really have to go farther than that then.
Hence why a lot of these more panentheistic, emanationist, unified, monadic kind of concepts are usually not only within the realm of philosophy, especially in the classical world, but also the realm of mysticism, because they're supposed to be abstracts, like the Zen koan. They're supposed to be almost paradoxical in nature.
And Jesus kind of has the same sort of thing by being holy God and holy human.
Co-substantial, yeah.
Right.
This doesn't exist in the same mode concerning his nature, so I don't have to violate
the traditional belief is that Jesus is both human and God in all functions.
Yep.
Holy human and holy God while he was walking the planet and post-death.
Yeah, he's fully God and fully man. There's no argument there. But in terms of logical predication, the modes in which we speak about Christ are not univocal. In other words, there there is a sense in which Christ exists as divine, and there's a sense in which Christ is as human, but they don't. They're not confounded, as the confession would say.
Confounded? How? What do you mean?
They're not confused. They're not the same thing.
I mean, I've heard it described as he's 100% human and 100% God. So how is that not a complete violation of the law of identity?
And because I'm not saying that he's 100% God and not 100% God in the same sense.
It's 100% and 100%.
Yes, in the sense of Jesus as God,
At least,
he's divine. In the sense of Jesus as human, he's human.
I mean, in the way that I'm viewing, I mean, that seems like it would be more like 50-50 to me, but rather than 100 and 100. But with the construct of the two gods that I'm talking about, it's a 50-50. There's two gods that are one being, which is common in, like, there's several gods that are like that in history.
Oh, I thought you said that it...
Or there's also triune gods, Christian God being one of them, where there's three persons, one God. Or Morgan, who is also three persons, one God.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you said that it violates the law of identity and.
Well, it's the description that I gave violates the law of identity. But they're two entities that are also one entity.
But not in the same sense.
As a Christian, you should be able to understand having a three-entity, one-entity God.
Sure, as long as we agree that they're not, the predication there is not taking place in the same modes. So when I say...
What do you mean by the same modes?
So when I say God is one, that's a different... That's speaking of God.
I think that we mean it differently, like when you're talking about the Trinity and when I'm talking about my two. But... Hold on a second. What? Oh. Wait, what's the bottom?
I can't see the bottom line.
I'm really happy for you, and I'll let you finish, but Dionysus had the best resurrection of all time. Because I'm a dick like that.
I like Odin's. Odin's is pretty cool. But, okay, I understand that when you're talking about Trinitarian, that when Christians talk about the Trinitarian God, and when I use the words divine couple, we're kind of talking about the 3-in-1 and 2-in-1 from different perspectives. I'm talking about two entities that are so enmeshed with one another that they operate as one. When you're talking about the Trinity, you're it's like, I've heard it explained numerous ways, none of which I personally find satisfactory, but the one that I like is ice, water, steam. They're just different. It's one entity that manifests itself in different ways. And that's usually fine, but I have heard Christians that disagree with that. That's not...
Sorry, go ahead.
That wouldn't be... Yeah, that would be the difference, is that I'm seeing two as one, and yours is more one as three. Does that make sense?
No, I would say that one of the defining elements of the Trinity is, in contrast with other gods, is that the Trinity has an equal ultimacy of threeness and oneness, whereas like in your system, there's a primacy. Interact as...
I don't see the primacy, or at least the primacy doesn't function.
Triplets are a lot more fun than twins, I guess.
Damn it, Kevin. I guess I don't really see what, because I see it as an equal thing too. There's just as much two-ness as there is oneness, which is what I was trying to explain.
How would you describe?
The Morrigan is different. The Morrigan is more of it's three entities with an emphasis on the three rather than the one.
Whereas a goddess like Hecate is aspects of one. Trifecta versus triad or triune.
Right.
Or with Odin, it depends on what story we're actually talking about.
Well, and there's also the concept that many people don't really study when they passively look at paganism, is that there was commonly epithets for individual deities. In Greek religion, it's excessive, 50, 60 major deities, relegating to very specific roles and functions within society.
Yeah, we have that too. Like, there's giant lists of kennings for Odin. Special names that appear in the poetry.
Oh, I read a list of those. I read I'm working on the practical guide for the practical guide to Asatru or Heathenry, or I can't remember what the exact title of the book is, but it had a list of the gods of, or the names of Odin, and it was really long.
What I love is the excessive amounts of Germanic names with Thor in them, or something like Thor.
Yeah, it's true.
That wasn't uncommon in Greece either. Like, you could be named Dionysius or Apollonius, like a sort of derivation of the god's name. Not saying that you were of the god, but rather sort of having essence to, or being like the essence of. Yeah, naming conventions are fascinating.
I gotta go here pretty soon, but I would ask you a question, Ocean. When you were talking about the analogy of water having three forms for the Trinity, why would you say that you find that attractive in trying to explain the God you believe in?
I wasn't saying that. I was saying that I found that as something that works as for explaining the Trinity, not for anything relating to my religion.
Oh, okay. How would you differentiate your God from that analogy?
I don't know. I use the yin yang as an example, and I think that is a much better explanation.
You do realize that
I'm also not really needing to try and explain three different entities, and more trying to explain two. Using something like the elements and their different forms is a three example, not a two example. So,
right.
And I'm also not looking at. Well, I think that the water ice thing more explains as an emphasis on one rather than an emphasis on, or rather than kind of equating.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
Yeah, that would be a problem with the analogy.
Right. What would you say is the as an analogous concept for your God?
Because it is equal parts representing two things and one thing. That's why I like it as a symbol that has to do with what I try to convey when I'm talking about that.
Okay, so as a unit, your God is composed of two aspects?
Masculine and feminine, yeah.
Okay, so I would say that
which is the Celtic, like, the sky, earth. There's a lot of twos in Celtic tradition.
Yeah, that's a huge concept of many pagan religions. So I'll let you respond to this, and then I have to take off here. But I would say that that's enough to reject your metaphysic, because as soon as your metaphysically prime existence is composed of parts, then you have to say that there are non-metaphysically prime aspects or objects of thought which you can reference, which the being is dependent on to be itself. In other words, there is
saying. I'm sorry, because like you're talking about. Once you said metaphysically primed, I had no clue what you meant by that.
By that I mean that there's no more fundamental existence in reality. There's no.
I'm kind of confused with what you're asking for then.
Yeah, the point. Well, hold on. The point I'm making is.
Can you specifically outline how that functions in Christianity, and maybe I can try and draw a parallel?
Well, no, because that's what I'm trying not to do, because I don't want you to just copy my view so that you can then say, well, I'm right because I'm copying Christianity. I would prefer to just.
It wouldn't be like I would be using it as how to trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we
Don't keep your answers secret.
We don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I can read.
If I'm
copying,
I'm honest enough to say if that doesn't apply to my religion, I'm happy to admit it.
Yeah, same.
You know, because I don't want to get into a dick measuring contest, for lack of a better term, between paganism and Christianity. I'm just trying to figure out why you think it's illegitimate, and if you explain how Christianity answers the question you just gave, I'll more understand what you're talking about.
Maybe, but I don't think I have to do that. I think that it's. I think I can just clarify by.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. If you don't do that,
I'm about to
then
explain.
we're just going to be talking past each other as
I'm about to explain.
Okay.
But I don't think I need to invoke Christianity to do so. So let me try.
All right.
When we talk about being composed of parts here, what it sounds like you're saying is that there are two fundamental aspects which compose to, or excuse me, which are sort of, for lack of a better word, added together, ontologically speaking, to make God. God is
no.
God is what it is.
Not at all.
Oh, it's not.
No, because you're talking about like the masculine and feminine combining in order to make an entity, and that's not. It's not the case. It's one entity and two. Like they're not making anything.
Yes, but okay. So
their union is something separate. Does that make sense? Like
what is their union?
Jeez. I don't know. This gets into like a lot of, for lack of a better term, mumbo jumbo. Like I don't know what exactly what the term would be for their union. So I don't know how to address what you're asking, honestly.
You know, I actually find it a little bit rude. You are speaking to us in terms that we're not completely following, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you are also talking about our faiths dismissively, not and purely on these kind of philosophical, intellectual grounds that you have. But you won't tell us what your criterion is.
Right.
That's my point. In a comparative way. So there's no. If you're not going to tell us how these things are confirmed by Christianity, then we have no point of comparison. Then it's not really a very polite topic to bring up then.
And also, pro tip, I have a comparative religion background, so I'm like, I understand. I have no interest in just doing the copycat thing that you're saying that I would want to do. I'm just trying.
Yeah, and if you're afraid of that. And if you're afraid of that, you probably should have just kept it to yourself.
And like, yes, I get as well that you're not as familiar with the religions that we're talking about. Also, given there's three of them, so there is a sort of inherent moving of the goalposts in this conversation. But because if one of us doesn't necessarily apply, another one might, and so on. And then maybe collectively will apply, but not individually, and that's fine.
No, certainly. But I think you can. I think you can understand that when you.
But I think
when you speak
everybody
to someone,
in the conversation is mature enough to recognize that. And
well, no, but I think
my issue is you're not like if we're going to be talking from a comparative religion. If I have nothing to compare to, I don't know where you're going.
Oh, sure. I could give you what I believe about God, and we could compare that. That would work.
Right. If we want to.
No, the only
best way to continue would be to say, how does your particular religion address this issue?
Sure.
And then I can try and draw a parallel for my beliefs.
I can do that. But here's the deal, Ocean, is when you come onto these websites, it's important to try to maintain integrity in what's being said. And I'm not saying that you're dishonest, but there are dishonest people on the internet. So and when somebody tells me their view it gives up the logical law of identity. It throws that out the window. And then I tell you what my view is, and then you say, oh, no, that's actually that's the same thing I'm doing here. I don't throw away the logical law of identity. I'm not saying you're being dishonest, but I think you can agree with me that seems like flip-flopping.
Okay. I'll clarify that. I thought I did clarify that. What I'm saying in that way of explaining it, that it sort of tosses the idea of the law of identity to the wind in the way that I said it. I also, to be honest with you, don't necessarily think that the laws of logic have to apply in order for something to be reality. So that's not a criterion that I have. It's one that I think fits in that particular instance, whereas that particular thing isn't violated. I also think that when you go outside of the universe, the laws of logic are kind of to the wind. So there's my full thing, I guess, on the laws of logic and how they would function metaphysically.
But you agree,
supernaturally.
Sure. Okay. So you agree that your God exists outside of the universe, right? He's not. Yeah, he's not subject to the laws of
it today. But yes.
Okay. I don't think I need to go further to reject your metaphysical system then. If a view.
I hate when you say that because I'm like, okay, wait. What do you mean? Like you can reject my metaphysical system based on whatever belief system that you want to have if it doesn't match a certain criteria that you've set down or any sort of presupposition that you've set down. Fine, you can reject it on those bases. Just as I can reject your metaphysical whatever have you based on my own criterias that are sitting over here in my little pile. I get that you reject all forms of paganism or anything that's not your particular religion on one basis or another. I'm just interested. I want to know what those bases are.
Oh, sure. I was about to explain. I was about to tell you. I was about to say. I don't think I need to go further. Because a view which, a metaphysic which espouses some entity that's not primarily logical.
That isn't Christianity.
Well, no, I don't mean that isn't Christianity by that. I mean that doesn't.
I mean, God exists outside of the universe in Christianity too.
Yeah.
Sure, but I would say
a lot of Christians will argue that the laws of logic don't apply outside of the universe as well.
I would not be one of those Christians.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to explain, so I'll finish as quickly as possible. Okay. But
I guess then we get into kind of what is the source of the laws of logic then? But go on.
Yeah, exactly. So what I was going to say is that any God which is any system which espouses a God that exists beyond some kind of reasonable law of identity, like maybe explained in the statement A is A, for example, is by definition not a logical God, and therefore I don't think it's rational to believe in such a being. It's as an extension of it being an irrational belief, as it's not a belief about something that's within the category of the laws of reason. I don't see any reason why I should believe in it. But because such a being would be the kind of being which I would necessarily need to believe in, it's metaphysically prime, that seems to me just to have errors written all over it.
I guess I'm confused at this point because I don't see how. Yeah.
Let me ask you one question. I have one personal question for you, Jimmy. Now, I'll be quiet. There's nothing else I can ask. Do you personally believe that every conversation here on Google Plus and in venues like it needs to be a debate?
Not at all.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
I know Kevin asked that. Oh. Okay.
Does that make sense? If I say that there's something that exists that's not logical, not necessarily that it violates logic, but if it's not logical, there's by definition no way for me to grasp that thing. We're now talking about mysticism. It's completely beyond my ability to talk about that thing.
Oh, I don't claim to know anything really, or really have much grasp or understanding of that which is outside of the universe. I think it's nonsense to try to, really.
At least concretely.
Yeah, at least concretely, right. So, no, I guess I don't, I don't get it.
I guess this is...
Because, okay, if you're talking about the laws of logic, this gets into kind of a Erythro dilemma with logic, where, does God answer to logic or does logic answer to God? And if logic answers to God, then you're in the same boat as me, more or less. If God answers to logic, then your God isn't all powerful.
I think that the difference is that I don't believe in a univocal system of metaphysics. So when I say, for example, God is logical, yes, that means God is who He is. He's faithful to Himself. He does what He says He's going to do. And everything, any kind of attribution that you can say about God, like God is good, or God is just, or anything like that, those attributes are found in God, and He doesn't need to appeal to any existence outside Himself to be distinguished in that way. But I also believe that God does create our way of thinking about things. So the logical categories that I have for interpreting the reality, around me, my environment, including God and His revelation to me, those are created, but they are based on the Creator. So hopefully you can see in that metaphysical system here we have it's almost reflective. It's almost Platonic in the sense that you have God who is the prime reason or the prime logic, the archetype. And then you have ectypes. You have finite reasoners whose reasoning is derivative of the prime reason.
Again, I think that maybe somebody else can pick up, but you've gone into sort of a realm that I'm not understanding completely.
Mysticism.
It's the what?
Mysticism.
Oh.
Dealing with absolutes. That's mysticism.
Yeah, I'm
categorically.
Because I mean, I feel like I asked a fairly specific question about logic and its relationship with God, and I don't.
Okay.
think that was answered.
Okay. My question is, when you say logic, do you mean human reasoning, or do you mean the rationality of God's existence?
I mean universal law.
You're
talking about.
thing.
Okay.
There's
no such thing. All right. So you were saying you're talking about human reasoning, or what was your or?
Are we talking about categories of human reasoning, or are we talking about God's rationality, His existence?
Which you can obtain within the finite mind of human beings. That if you presupposing that there's an absolute, you have to presuppose again that human beings can understand that absolute logically through the mode of logic and not mysticism.
Sure. Yeah. That's part of my philosophy. It's part of my ideology. Yeah.
So how is it logical?
That's a really big.
It's self-reflexive. And it's cyclical, or circular, that is.
What do you mean it's circular?
One justifies the other. One justifies the other, which justifies the other. It's one presupposition stacked upon another.
Okay, so it's a coherent system, but I would say if you're talking about justification in terms of knowledge.
So coherency is the main prerequisite for truth?
I wouldn't say it's a prerequisite for truth. I would say it's probably the most important tool for deciding whether or not something's true.
Which itself is a subjective judgment on the validity of truth, but not substantive.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But to answer your question about justification, if you're talking about knowledge, like true justified belief, I think that the justification comes in the form of revelation from the God to his creatures.
Prophecy. Which was historically viewed with full-on outright distrust in some cases, if not skepticism, by almost every culture on the planet.
Sure, that's fair to say.
Yeah.
There were people who skepticized the oblong spherical nature of the Earth, but that didn't affect the extramental state of affairs.
You're using a materialistic form to describe an intangible, using that as a point of comparison?
No, I'm just using a general fact to point out the fact that whether or not someone has an opinion about something doesn't change the object of thought.
That
so
works forward
if I say,
yeah, which once again relies on the aspect that absolute truth can be absolutely known by all people.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I do.
That's,
a lot.
That's the issue.
Yeah. If there's one single thing that you could get from any pagan, occultist, polytheist, or anything like us, it is that one single concept. Absolutely known, absolute truth.
Yeah, I think.
What do you mean by absolute here?
Well, the level of truth that you believe can be possessed seems to me
fully understood,
fully understood, grasped by anyone. That seems to be, to me, a conceit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I would say it's ultimate arrogance to say that that's not the case, because then what you're saying is you know better than God.
Oh, it is circular. Okay, never mind. I see it.
There it is.
Yeah,
so we don't believe in that thing.
That hit me right in the ass. Sorry. I haven't spoken in a while, so just had to talk.
Well, I appreciated this conversation, and I'm still open to letting Jimmy have my Skype.
Oh, same.
All right. Where would you like me to send it?
I don't have Skype.
Fair enough.
I think that was a question for you, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Would you like me to send James's Skype contact info?
Oh, can you put it in the side chat, Kevin?
I'll send it to you privately.
Okay.
In the side chat.
All right. So you have it too.
Thank you.
No, I don't have James's. I'm saying I would send mine to Jimmy.
Oh.
I keep forgetting to how to put things in the side chat because I'm
/2 space and then Jimmy.
So am I understanding correctly that James, you, Kevin, you, and Ocean, all three of you are in agreement that getting beyond our subjective models of reality is impossible via revelation?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
It can get very semantic, but the idea that I've seen on this subject within the general spectrum is that there may indeed be an absolute, but to understand such absolutes within a finite existence cannot be done purely through logic, and that is the realm of mysticism.
Oh, I don't think it's purely through logic. I would never suggest that.
I'm a mystic myself, but I'm highly skeptical of what other mystics say. If it's not something that I can experience myself, then I tend not to believe what they. And I don't care if they're 2,000, if their story is 2,000 years old or 6,000 years old. I will take what they say with a grain of salt until I can taste what they're talking about.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that knowledge of revelation is not something that you can infer. If you don't know it from the outset, that is denial of revelation, because in short, you're just saying, I know that God has not revealed it to me such that it's indubitable.
And I do doubt that it's indubitable. I'm not saying that it's not, but I do doubt that it is.
On what grounds?
It seems. I'm not arguing philosophy. That's why I was quiet for so long. It seems unlikely to me.
But again, I think that's not a coherent position, because if the revelation did occur, it would be indubitable by definition. So by saying it's unlikely, by implication, it would be false.
Sure.
But that presupposes that the prophecy, the revelation, is an absolute revelation, or that it can even exist in the first place. It's circular logic.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying for any position which proposes such a transcendental category. It doesn't matter if it's Islam, Christianity, a panentheistic ideal. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're proposing a transcendental which is supposed to act as a precondition for knowledge, then it doesn't matter whether or not it does or doesn't exist or is or isn't true. The fact of the matter is you have to accept or deny it from the outset. It's logically impossible to say, I don't know.
Well, I deny it, so. I explicitly deny it.
What do you mean by a foundational basis?
Everything. Everything about Christianity. Every Christian doctrine I've ever read about, that I've studied over the years. Everything. From Genesis.
Okay, so you would say that Christianity is not a cogent system, therefore I reject it.
Yep.
Okay, that's a valid argument.
Not everyone feels that way.
I think it's valid. I think it's valid. I don't think it's sound, but
likewise.
So I never really got to address this. So we're talking about henotheism and panentheism and pantheism earlier. I've never nailed this or bothered to nail this down before. So while I'm in a room full of people who know these terms, I might go ahead and ask. So I noticed that the highest being, and I say highest, but one of the highest realities, intelligences, or agencies, if you like, in Hinduism is Vishnu. And everything else seems to flow from Vishnu.
I thought it was Brahma.
Yeah,
Brahma.
Depends on the
But
sect.
the whole concept is Atman. Atman is actually when you're off the cycle.
Okay.
I'm only different Hindu sects define it differently.
I'm only coming from the sect that is available to me here in town, which are the people who of worship and study is the Bhagavad Gita. So.
Oh yeah, then you're talking about Vishnu, hence Krishna, the avatar.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the highest being is Vishnu, and then the others seem to flow from there. I do know that is not that there's a vast plurality of views on that, but that is the one that I've been exposed to. I was thinking about it.
Well, the three, I think the Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva.
Yeah, but Brahma's born up from a flower from Vishnu's belly, I feel like.
Yeah, something like that.
So
it's a big ass mess.
I was thinking about it, and I thought, is there such a primal thing, a prime thing in my faith? And just scouring top to bottom, the only thing I could find that was comparable was a tree. So I found the world tree that holds the 9 worlds in place. The gods, everything except 3 characters. This tree with all the living creatures that live in it, it's the highest being. Everything depends on it. Everything that flows from it. But it itself doesn't have agency. It has life, but not agency.
The Yggdrasil, it touches upon an idea that's prominent in mythology, particularly in Indo-European mythology. A concept that's typically used in historical circles, the axis mundi, sort of central axis of the world, mundi. And there are evidences of such concepts in other religions, but as you know, with cultures, they go in different evolutionary paths and different emphasis and different sort of concepts. For instance, in Greece, you didn't really have necessarily a world tree in the same sense. You also didn't have a world serpent, but you did have Typhon that Zeus fought, and you also had things like the omphalos, which was often a sacred stone, which was a general representation of central divinity, a sort of core of being. So different symbolisms, different cultural aspects, different social structures that reflect different symbolisms. But I would say that with Norse mythology in particular, the Yggdrasil is a holdover from a much older concept of Indo-European mythology that we're finding is actually more common the further you get back down the way. Greeks, Romans took a lot more from Semitic and Egyptian religions, hence totally different ritual structures and the like.
So what would you call it if, like, the totality, the highest being, doesn't have any agency of its own? That's what I wonder, because it doesn't seem to fit with a lot of these other things we've thrown around, like henotheism and panentheism. But it is the substance on which everything else hangs.
There's a thing you need to understand. First thing, these theisms are portmanteaus. They're modern portmanteaus of Greek, smashing together words together to make new words to sound intelligent. So that were not used. Polytheism wasn't really used in that sort of general sense. Pantheism, panentheism, henotheism, kenotheism. Yeah, stupid. So defining them is inherently ambiguous, hence the reason why Jimmy was using them to obfuscate his argument, which was effectively to say his piece. That's what he was doing the whole goddamn time. And that's why I don't like these sort of sophistry arguments. They just get ridiculous. That being said, they touch upon ideas which are prominent in mythology. And as a sort of concept of the ground of being, a sort of immanent divinity, that's core to polytheism. And even in classical pantheism and modern pantheism, there is more of an impersonal deity that's typical to a lot of pantheistic philosophies, particularly when looking at Eastern philosophy. Panentheism tends to be more theistic in a classical theistic sense of having a sort of consciousness, having a sort of central awareness. And it's typical, particularly in Abrahamic religions, albeit through mystical traditions like Kabbalistic Judaism, for instance. Obviously, various different Gnostic sects in and around the area. But it's also clearly present in various forms of Hinduism. So it's so weird because a tradition can have all of these different theisms. They can be both pantheistic and polytheistic, while at the same time also being henotheistic or emanationist. And it does get sort of semantic. So really, when you're looking at mythos, and particularly within these classical religions, which are inherently pluralistic, the best thing to do is to use a specific category of expression of theology and ontology to describe specific aspects of that religion. So you'll see pantheistic elements when described in a specific sect of said religion, or in certain spiritual practices that reflected a more pantheistic modality. Whereas the public cultists, particularly in these classical religions, were classically polytheistic, seeing relegations of specific deities with specific domains and features and things like that. It really just depends on what aspect you're talking about. But too often people just say, it is this. It is this theism, and that's it, which is just not the case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's more useful when someone says X theism to, especially when it's something that has a lot of different meanings like pantheism, panentheism, or polytheism even, to just say, well, what do you mean by that? And then you can get a much more specific answer that helps the conversation move along and trying to understand people. I'm in these conversations usually to understand the person that I'm talking to, and also to give understanding of my position. So
that's all I'm ever here to do, is just let people know what my ideas are, what I'm representing, just so they know when they come into a conversation, a rare one with another Hellenist perhaps, or a polytheist, they know where we stand.
Right.
They may disagree, but we are on solid ground, and we're not going to take being condescended. That's not fair.
Exactly.
And that's effectively what he was doing, which I didn't like.
There was a lot of condescension in there, and I think all three of us had a moment of calling him out on it. You're not.
He's young.
The mustache.
That's exactly what it was. Everybody with a mustache is a dick. That's why I grew up to goatee, because I was like, the mustache, I'm just too much of a dick. I need to be, kind of a cool dick. I don't know.
It always comes back to the beards.
I had a giant beard for a while.
That's all we ever talked about.
It was,
absolutely.
I had a beard that was long enough that just holding an axe looked very natural. But I shaved it around December.
Whenever I shave my beard, it subtracts 10 years from my face, and it's very unfortunate.
Oh God, I had that experience, except it was like 20 years.
You should just do it every 10 years, man.
I had this.
Everybody.
You'll stay the same age for the rest of your life if you do that.
I used to work outside. I used to work outside doing landscaping. And I worked for these really grizzled dudes. This really grizzled, shitty, like, I don't know how to describe it. All rednecks, of course. Kind of. All right. So once I grew the beard, and I was it never mattered how hard I was working. Once I had the beard, they stopped giving me trouble. I don't know how it was. And it's like you said, you just look good holding an axe when you have the beard.
Right. Yeah, I noticed the people stopped.
You're taken seriously.
I got a lot more respect, or I was definitely taken much more seriously with the long ass beard. There was a moment though when I shaved it off, I was like, "There's my face. Who the fuck is that?" And it was, who the fuck is this son of a bitch in the mirror? And I didn't recognize myself for about a week. Yeah. Whenever I saw myself in the mirror after that.
Oh my God, I feel brand new.
It's like, who is that? Oh, that's me.
I also noticed in the gay clubs, if you go in bearded or unbearded, you get an entirely different kinds of people who walk up to you and talk to you.
Well, I'll tell you, with a beard, speaking from that side of the fence, you walk in, it's unbearable. I was waiting for that one.
I love that little thumbs.
Kevin was like, I've had that joke for 10 years and I've been waiting.
Now you can shave the beard and be 10 years younger and come up with that joke again.
I think that the beard is almost sort of like a codpiece, because it's masculine, but it's also kind of ridiculous, especially if it's really big. You know?
Like, hold on. Shit. All right, no, continue. I'm going to find a picture of me with a giant beard.
Well, like, I use it as an example because that became a big thing in the Renaissance. I go to Renaissance fairs, and, like, when it started, it was just a small thing that you'd wrap around the pants, and then at a certain point among the aristocracy, they had, like, eagles' heads and a bunch of stupid, crazy shit. And you see that with people who grow beards. Like, I know people, like, braid it, like, all crazy. Like, you see those, like, beard competitions? Those guys,
yeah.
Waxed it for like 4 years. It's like the fucking codpiece.
I would, if I could, I would have a long, dreaded beard, and I would make sure that the bones of my enemies were beaded into the dreads.
What are you gonna kill brownies and like little fey folk?
All right. Here we go. So this is what I look like now. And in the bearded days. That's
there
what
you
I
go.
look like.
Now that's a beard. Look at that.
You so looked like a fucking druid like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I was walking around.
I see a staff off screen. I just see a staff off screen.
No, there was a staff.
I see a lot of weed. That's what I'm seeing.
I was walking around this like hippie event with that beard and a giant staff, and people were like asking me for spiritual guidance.
Yep.
It was interesting because I didn't have a robe. I needed a robe.
Oh, that reminds me, and you might actually get a kick out of this, Green Soul. I was at the police station for getting background check for my volunteering position, and it's right next to the community center and the town hall. And a guy walked out with a guy just in a suit. They looked Middle Eastern, or the guy that's on the front, and I saw the guy in the back. He was an older guy, super traditional Muslim. Beard was down to like mid chest. He had like this really elaborate, like very cylindrical type turban on, and full. It was all black, solid black, all the way down. Like he was covered all the way up to like his knuckles.
Wow.
And it was just like, I know there's Muslim populations out where I live. It's actually really common. But I had never seen it. He looked like a dignitary or something.
Oh, that's a Shiite.
Yeah, it was weird.
Was it black or white, his headpiece?
Solid. Yeah, everything he was wearing was solid black.
Oh, they call it a Sahid, meaning that his relationship to the Prophet.
Crazy. Yeah. He's very quiet. Very quiet. And his business associate was just yelling and screaming in Arabic. It was weird. So you see this like.
It's probably Persian.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it was. He had very high zygomatic, so yeah, that would probably make sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, my wife's a Shiite, so like,
But the same thing. I saw him immediately, giant beard, like robes.
Do you ever tell her that you've had enough of her Shiite?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought my pun was bad. My pun was bad. That was, yeah. Okay.
I make fun of them a lot of times, like, "So you freaking crazy" or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's really strange.
We used to have a thing when we were early in college, my friends and I, and we would make these horrible jokes while we were playing tabletop or something like that. And we had this idea that we wanted to get a brick and write "fail" on it and pass it around when the next person made the horrible pun. I'm surprised we didn't do it. They just don't have bricks lying around and a chisel, so I don't know how that'd work.
I've got some.
I bet you do.
All right, guys, well, I'm going to take off.
It was good talking to you.
Yeah, definitely. Peace. Bother all you guys later.
All right, man.
Please do.
Hey, James, do you watch that show Vikings?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. Okay.
It's all right.
How accurate
is
it is? Because I just recently was watching that show a week ago, and I found it fascinating, actually.
What
I don't
was
really
it
watch
like?
too much. Go ahead.
Was it like the show Rome good? Or like the movie Clash of the Titans bad? Like where in that continuum on your side was that? I'm curious.
Okay. There's things about it that are really good.
Okay.
Like the dressing, like the way they dress.
Yeah.
The hairstyles, the way they talk, the art, the way the boats look. I mean, the way they talk to each other using the gods in regular conversation. All of this is so perfect. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now they tried to make up for the faux pas that they did in season 1, but the idea that the average farmer this is my biggest discrepancy, basically. The idea that the average farmer in Norway, Scandinavia, and Denmark didn't know where France was and didn't know where England was is preposterous. It is. Even for an illiterate farmer, they had access to tradesmen. And people argue, well, yeah, Ragnar did. He talked to that one guy, and then he got the thing. But I'm like, still.
They constantly traded on a regular basis.
This ancient seafaring civilization, they just didn't know England was over there. And they said, well, yeah, but Ragnar's uneducated and things like that. I'm like, it still doesn't make any sense. And the idea that he would be one of the first people to really sail there. That kind of stuff, but if you grant that kind of stuff, the small discrepancies,
yeah.
The only other problem I have is I guess the big problem I have with that is because there's a growing view that the Vikings were not only cognizant of what was happening in continental Europe and in England, but that they were actually part of the reason for the places they picked to raid. Were responding to political things. Like it was not just a little bit before the Viking raids, about a century earlier. Not even a century earlier. Charlemagne beheaded something like a few thousand people after forcibly baptizing them after a series of heavily religiously driven, or at least religiously justified wars, in which religion was used as a divisive political tool. Just to the south of Denmark, and then in response, Denmark forms a nation-state and turns its giant army of looters and freebooters into a centralized series of elite forces. That's not an accident. It's not an accident that they hit Christian targets after that, specifically in Saxony, after the Saxons, almost 2 years after the Saxons took the side of Francia in a series of political alliances that were being made. The idea that there was no political motive, it was just loot. It was just loot, and it was just... I don't believe that. I think that it was more complex. Were the looters looking for loot? Totally. You had to pay them. But the idea that all of these places, they struck right at the heart of Charlemagne's old empire. That was, if you like, that bought a lot of security for Denmark. It's really silly to think that this was literally just an expansion of their current raids. These raids the earlier raids had a completely different character to them.
Go no further than the Ulfberht sword.
Yeah.
Where do you think it came from?
Well, that's what didn't make sense, because it looks like the relationship with Wessex and Marcia were very complex in a way. Except Marcia. Marcia didn't make, it was just batshit crazy. But Wessex, I could really understand how things were maneuvered, but when they were trying to take over Paris, I was just like, I was scratching my head. I was like, why? They're doing this.
But it strikes right to the heart of the empire that was threatening them directly south of them.
Yeah.
Directly.
And I wish they would have mentioned that.
They
It would have
don't.
been a lot more interesting.
It's because a lot of Christian, like, kind of mainstream people who are drawing from a sheerly Christian view of history. The History Channel also taught that Alaric's conquest of Rome was a sheer terror, and that they sacked it and they burned it to the ground, and they destroyed all the art, and that didn't happen. Only one Christian source said that would happen, and he was a bishop, and he got robbed. But Rome didn't get sacked by Alaric. So the History Channel kind of has this. It has two biases. One bias is a Christian bias, or a Christian lens toward history, and the other is an aliens one. So
ancient aliens, nonsense. And it's like almost a fetishistic obsession with World War II.
Like, hey, I like that. I relate to that.
Fair enough, but they're not looking at it all the way across the board. And
no, they're not. No, definitely not.
Speaking to your core concept, a problem that I have when talking about these periods of history is the interactions between the church and indigenous peoples. On both sides, there's a heavy romanticism. You have people, particularly on our side of the fence, pagans, polytheists, who have this like horribly like negativistic romantic view. The Christians came into power and wiped everyone out, and then everyone's converted overnight. And then on the heavily Christian side, they converted them, and they all just cowed down to the power of the church.
Now,
when nothing could be further from the truth.
I think the Vikings did a good job of that. With the character of Aethelstan, putting someone who's literally his great-grandfather may have been a pagan himself.
Sure.
And here he is, kind of torn between two completely different worlds.
Well, that's what got me with the Viking when I was watching it. That's what I was so attracted to about this character that was, going in between these two states and his experience.
Yeah, I think they did a great job with that.
Yeah, that was really good.
Did you ever see that? There's a film, I'm guessing 5 or 6 years ago. It might have been a little bit. Time just flies by now. There was a movie that I think it was just called Arthur or something like it, and it was sort of a historical leap, almost like not speculative fiction necessarily, but it was taking historical ideas and theories and forming a sort of story around it. And what they did is they characterized Arthur, instead of from the Romance perspective, from the more medieval and Renaissance perspective, they painted him as a potential figure who would have existed in Roman times, or slightly after, right during Christianization.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Artorius. Yeah.
I like the idea because even though necessarily it's not super, substantive necessarily, there are evidence to suggest such an idea. But they touched on the idea of the plurality and the messiness of it. That Arthur had very much of a sort of mixed background, pagan and Christian. They not only had Norsemen, they had Celts and Romans, but they also had Scytho-Sarmatian peoples, Indo-Iranian people who we see evidence of traveling in and throughout Western Europe and even into Britain, and showing that there's all of this hidden history, even if they don't go into detail about it. It's a nice little dessert, because I could imagine if I was 16 and saw that would have just been my bread and butter, because I would have been looking that stuff up. At the time, if I was 16 when it was made, I'd have Google everywhere, and I could look up some of these people, which I had to do manually over years. I think doing films that not necessarily are totally accurate, but have a historical approach or even like a aesthetic to it, is valuable to getting people interested in the subject, whatever opinion they take or conclusions they make on the subject.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, it's going to be 4 in the morning, so I have to get some sleep. But I definitely want to talk more about Vikings, actually, because I am really interested in the show. All right, guys. Peace out.
Peace out.
Oh man.
I wanted to mention to him that he should watch, if he hasn't already, The 13th Warrior.
The 13th Warrior is it's Michael Crichton taking the actual account of Ibn Fadlan and then making it very, very pretty and nice.
Yeah.
It's actually way more brutal and horrifying.
Yeah, I know. But it's interesting because it actually demonstrates an interaction between northern peoples and what was going on in the Near East and the Mediterranean.
There's just a huge buzz through the heathen community about this, and this isn't the first such find, but there's a big buzz about this Viking shield that had an Islamic coin hidden inside it, and another that had a ring that had a blessing from Allah inscribed on the inside of it.
Sure.
These things are not new, but since we're just finding more and more of them, there's a talk.
And they found Buddhist statues and burial sites among them. You know, they found all sorts of things. People traded stuff, and who knows what they were going to use it. They might have been like, "I'm totally going to scrap this," and then they died. But it could be a number of things.
One of the big ones. One of the big ones that my friend Hannes and I have talked about, because he's been there, is the island of Birka. Birka was a trading outpost on the outside of Sweden, just off the shore of Sweden, and some very, very wealthy people lived there. And you find stuff from really far-flung places much earlier than anywhere else in Scandinavia, and actually even Europe. You'll find people on Birka were trading in Turkey for a really long time, much earlier than most of us have supposed for a long time.
Anatolia was a center of so much cultural interaction for thousands of years. A lot of our theories about the sort of homeland, the Proto-Indo-Europeans, centralized somewhere in either Anatolia or in the Caucasus, north of India, and in and around Turkey, what would be the border of Pakistan, like from that up to the Caucasus and down into Turkey. But I mean, the Greeks had their interactions with various people in and around that area: the Phrygians, the Dacians, the Thracians,
the Hittites.
The Hittites, who were a European people very, very early on, who adopted cuneiform from the Semitic peoples, the Hurrians, who they subsumed. And that's very similar to the Assyro-Babylonian culture, which adopted Sumerian, a non-Semitic, non-European, what the fuck are they people. I've actually heard some interesting theories about where the ancient Sumerians came from. That isn't ancient aliens. There's actually a concept I've heard that relegates them to the Turkic peoples, existing in and around the steppes and as far north as Siberia. There's a lot of interesting correlations from cultural contexts, mythology, writing systems that seem to be very similar to those people. So there's a lot of unanswered questions about history the further and further you go back.
Yeah. But I think one of the things that I've been confronting lately is the notion that Indo-European people that they were a people like an empire who conquered, and this is, I think, false. I mean, it's not that none of them conquered areas and places. I don't think there was very much unified about them other than language and trade and all that jazz. I don't think they were politically unified. And I think basically I've been confronted lately with kind of these pseudo racially charged views of history.
It's applying very ancient history, which is in effect very theoretical, through the lens of a very modern, almost neo-Marxist kind of view, which has a sort of trappings of a lot of I hate to say, very modern liberal kind of context, putting all the blame on European culture, which
actually it's weird because this has been taken up by far right people because they see the okay, when I say the far right, I really mean like the real batshit people.
Yeah.
Like the bloodline worshiper.
Racial nationalists, extreme fascists. But the thing is, when you're looking,
they actually think they have this idea that there was a bloodline of people, and that was giving rise to the Proto-European culture, and all the innovations that they made was coming from a genetic superiority that spread out from the Caucasus and or Anatolia. And I can't believe how pervasive this is. The Rune Guild is not explicitly teaching it, but implicitly endorsing a view like this.
There's not even a grain of even a theory, more or less any evidence to suggest any such thing. What we are able to tell from reverse engineering the language by reconstructing it through common sources of language, writing systems, cultural norms, sociology, is that these people, this theoretical Proto-Indo-European people, would have existed at a time bordering from a pre-agricultural into an agricultural age.
Yeah.
This would have been before writing. They would have been very tribalistic societies, loosely confederated together, and slowly, over many, many centuries, making migrations, gradual migrations out of that area into whole new climates, interacting with entirely different groups of people, and along the way intermingling with dozens of different European, non-European peoples, and to such an extent that you have a difference that is so apparent when you look at, say, Vedic culture and modern Hinduism over here, and then you have Greek. I mean, there are substantive differences between it. There's similarities too, but a lot of that was later on through much later cultural cross-pollination. A lot of Greek mysticism was influenced by ideas from the East, for instance, using as an example. But we're talking thousands of years. To make that sort of conclusion based on genetics, it's beyond ludicrous. It's surprisingly stupid.
They actually don't even have genetic evidence for what they're arguing. They're making like a really crazy argument.
The vast majorities of studies on this theory, this historical theory, are focused on language.
Yeah.
Almost entirely focused on what we can relegate from proto-languages, etymology, and things like that. And it's incredibly perfect example. There's a book that was written. It was written by somebody who was a member of the ADF, which is a Druid organization, and he did a lot of his own extensive studies. He practices what he considers a Proto-Indo-European reconstructed system, and the words he used, there's like annotations to every little vowel and consonant used because it's a purely theoretical, almost algorithmic reconstruction of a language that might have existed.
Yeah, and I love watching how they tinker with these languages. Like, they have a set of 10 stories, and then they all know what the story says. Everybody who studies the Proto-Indo-European, they all know what the story says and what the moral is and what the story is supposed to mean. And so what they do instead is them write what they think will express that. So, like, they'll take their reconstructed version of the language that they're kind of advocating for, and they'll tell the story in that wise, and then you'll see all these competing different versions of the story.
Yeah.
I really like that suggestion. One of them's called Cow and Sheep. I don't actually know the story, but I really like that.
It's taking this very early kind of agriculturally based symbolism of mythology it echoes in particularly in Vedic religion and in Norse religions, but also in very, very early Minoan and Minoan Greek mythologies we've been able to reconstruct. I mean, we're talking centuries and centuries, but like there's even and there's other people who've done this, but not as extensively. He actually has a pantheon that he's able to reconstruct. And it's interesting, like he calls deities Deus. It's from Theos and a lot of deity, basically. One of the ones he uses is Deus Pater, which is they actually have Deus Pater and it's very, very close to the Indian, which was one of the Vedic deities, which people don't typically mention in studies of Hinduism. But yeah, it gets really interesting. Like some of them you can actually sort of recognize. Perkunos, the striker god. And then he makes a lot of like intellectual leaps, but it's a fascinating study. If you're ever interested in just reading it for shits and gigs, it's you can actually, I think you can get it in PDF, but it might be hard to find. It's called Deep Ancestors, and he goes into a lot of detail on the society. He goes into full cosmology and metaphysics, the nature of reciprocal sacrifice, its nature of maintaining cosmic order. And you see a lot of echoes in that in European polytheistic traditions. So it's definitely a useful study. And I've known a lot of polytheists who use it as a rubric to help to better illuminate certain ideas that they want to help to reconstruct in their own tradition, sort of using it like as a guidepost for people obviously who practice more European forms of polytheism. It's definitely an interesting study. And he's very honest about it. He's honest about all the things he says. He has a few websites about him too. It's interesting stuff.
I just
and it's non-racialist, which is nice. He's not going for a racist bent. There's not even an ounce of that.
That's kind of the thing that I've been confronting head on a lot. I just talked to.
We already have it hard enough. We don't need extremists.
We do. Well, we've got. Well, I have this friend from New York who I used to talk to as a pen pal, and he is a member of the Temple of Set.
They're interesting people.
And it's cool because he's got a lot of pagan literature, and that's why he's allowed to join, because he has something to contribute. And I've seen some of his literature, and it's interesting. But
it's sort of a brotherhood, so they're looking for contributing members. From what I've had it described, it's not as batshit crazy as the Order of Nine Angles.
So Thorson, Edred Thorson is a member. And I
don't know what I think of the guy, to be honest. Some of the things I've seen are kind of wooey, wishy-washy. Some of it's actually offensive. Some of his ideas are decent, I guess.
I mean, I like a lot of his ideas, but he's also some of his ideas are racist.
Batshit crazy? Yeah, full-on racist. Yeah.
Full-on racist. I mean, he's really subtle about it. Like, he's clearly, like, if he is a racist, he's placating a liberal media quite well, because there's people just rushing out to buy his books. And there's not an ounce of racial ideology in it. And my buddy says, well, he seems like a nice guy. There doesn't seem to be anything. I'm like, well, it seems to be the problem. But the lead singer of Blood Access, Michael Moynihan, is this kind of one of these types that goes, well, I'm not a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. I'm not part of the white power movement. And yet sells out to Nazi crowds and white power crowds. And plays white power venues, and has like clearly fascist undertones in all of his metal, and is one of those guys who's like, "Whoa, I'm not racist," bleh. Like, but he is, like, you can tell he is, like, it's there, it's obvious. Well, that guy not only was allowed to join the Rune Guild, he is now in a position of power in the Rune Guild. He has authority in the Rune Guild. But he's not racist. Neither is Thorson. Thorson's not racist.
He's just the worst kind, subtly racist.
Oh my God, there's just politically very quiet, very careful, watching every step, never saying anything. When he used to be the the leader of the Troth, and he actually taught people, and this is a real kicker. He taught that all you have to do is speak English. That understanding English, having a grasp of a Germanic language, a strong grasp of a Germanic language.
Yeah, he had that in his foreword in one of the books I read years ago.
Yeah, sure. That's all.
It's a positive sentiment.
It is, but
not when you know him.
I've heard it used recently. I've heard it used in this really funny way, where, well, Ebonics is a different language. I mean, it's a dialect. People have recently declared it.
Some people consider it vernacular. Other people will say it's a full-on pidgin. I wouldn't go so far to say that. I'd say it's vernacular.
I think it's a full-on pidgin.
Well, it depends on how it's in here. Well, there are
definitely vernacular elements to it, like.
Well, the broader African American vernacular English is a classification of a subdialect of modern American English.
Sure.
And sometimes Ebonics is grouped into that classification. But there's elements of Pidgin Englishes which can be mixed. Hence why you get things like Spanglish that's also mixed with Ebonics. Sure. We're constantly evolving. Language constantly evolves.
I think so too. But I do know that Ebonics does conform, have weird linguistic tools that conform to African language.
Yes.
And also, the way in which slang is used, the way in which vernacular is used, is also distinct and has African elements. But it's still English. It's still English. You can still express English ideas, right? But I have heard it argued from people who say, well, yeah, they speak a Germanic language, but there's sort of a barrier there, isn't there? And that argument is clearly a quiet racial. You know where I'm going.
Yeah, we don't have as much of a racial element in Hellenismus. And I know several black and mulatto Hellenists who have gotten a number of shit from the few extremists we do have, which is absolutely stupid considering the interactions with North Africa and Greece historically. Yeah. Not to mention a whole variety of other things and thinkers who were full-on Syrian that were Greek citizens. Yeah. It's just totally stupid. The problem that I have that I see is a very statist sentiment, very pro-metropolitan, very pro-society, and only like an Athenian conception of Greek concepts, and a relegation of household cult to full-on superstition, which it's backwards. Household religion was the most integral aspect of Greek and Roman religion, categorically.
It's one of those things where we only have a lens that's been handed down to us. So
that's why you got to take a look at yourself, put it aside, and look at the material as it is, black and white, and then reserve your judgments for later.
Yeah, because if you do look at it, Athens handed down more material. Yeah. If you look at it, that does not mean that for the longest time, the Athenian-like culture. We know that the Spartans, for instance, were very, very different.
And the Arcadians
but so was Thebes. You know, if you look at it, they were very distinct cultures.
Thebes was very open sexually, especially.
Yes.
And so, like, I've had conversations about the nature of sexuality and how it was described, and the general, like, upper class of society, particularly Athenian, did have a sort of Victorian idea of sex, whereas the member who was the penetrator was of power and status, and she or he that was being penetrated was of lesser status, to such an extent that in Roman religion, particularly at its height, it was only acceptable to enjoy it if you were a slave. That wasn't a view that was held all throughout Greece.
No.
And that's just one of many examples. There's concepts of the state and how democracy is structured. Who has land? Who doesn't have land? The roles of merchants, the roles of agricultural classes, and
these are
everything.
We still argue about.
But the fact that we can have the argument is a positive. Yeah. And I think even with the crazy people that we just sort of had to put up with, I think we might as well just agree on the fact that at least we can have the discussion and hope that maybe if they participate, that maybe they'll soften a little and become less crazy. And in my experience doing that, giving them that little gift of understanding, it's more likely for those extremists to gut out of it. I've seen it time and time again.
I've found I have been dismissed as a cultural Marxist recently.
Yeah, because you're not a full-on fascist, you have to be a full-on communist. Dialectics, and where do they get that from?
I actually had someone argue that democracy is bad. I had a fascist argue to me that democracy itself is the problem, that it's bad, that it's communist, that democracy is communist. And then I made the mistake of going to a radical communist and having the conversation with them and going, so like here's the conversation that happened, and they said, well, actually communism is real democracy. And the rest, I'm like,
That's actually the view that's held. It's a reform of democracy. The thing is to understand, particularly in Demokratia, the Greek concept of democracy, which was reinterpreted and mutated to what it is today for a variety of reasons in different cultures. Early democracy was among free citizens, males who had status and power, who would vote. They would cast out
slaves.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's how it was structured. People were elected in their society to vote. They would walk in a line. There was a pot with white stones and black stones, yes or no. They would have a debate beforehand. They would have people who spoke. Some of them were full-on demagogues. Some of them actually were speaking to the people. And the thing is, understand that even in classic Greece, it was flawed.
Yeah.
They viewed it as such. They said it was a flawed system, and that it was just as easily a virtuous system as it was full-on despotism and full-on mob rule, and that was constantly discussed. But they viewed that a flawed system that has real potential to work is better than the alternative. It was better than the archaic period, where they had full-on tyrants who were ruling over the entire nation, everyone, taxing them to death. So, but democracy is really just a Greek or more modern, more metropolitan conception of an earlier sociological system that we've had from time immemorial, the communal system, tribal system. Democracy is just a refinement of a system we've already had for a very long time.
Well, I mentioned earlier that the rise of Viking raids in the early 7th century.
Yeah.
The 8th century. The 800s. It's strange. There's a considerable amount of evidence to show that there was long-term exposure with Christianity, particularly in Denmark, by the way.
Yeah.
And that around the same time that Denmark was forming its nation-state, almost certainly in response to the aggressive growth of Charlemagne, of his empire. Norway was starting to form military elites and starting to. This actually fits beautifully around the time of Harald the Fairhair, who eventually unites all of Norway. But even before Harald unites all of Norway, there was a military super elite that was forming in Norway. So you had a few kings and earls that really had all the power, where the other kings and earls were increasingly vassal-like, where they were just becoming secondary, right? What's interesting is Harald the Fairhair's grandson. There's a considerable amount of literature about him. He was the first Christian king of Norway, and when he went around to everything, not just to the Althing. He went to everything in Norway and preached Christianity to them. And one of the people who spoke, one of the common folk who stood up and spoke, this person is recorded, and he says, we don't really have a problem with your faith. If you want to worship the Christian God, it's fine with me. As long as you don't think that that gives you the power to tell us what to think and what to do. And what's interesting is that there's tons of information out there that shows us that the Vikings, or this is the people of Scandinavia, they equated French Christianity with autocracy and feudalism. Because what they had was more like Greek democracy. It wasn't perfect or free or anything like that. And I would argue it was better than Greek democracy because women had considerably more rights. But
definitely exceptions. Spartan women, many of them were rulers.
Yeah, sure.
Many of them owned property. Many of them were very, very wealthy.
Very, very wealthy and powerful.
Thebes, it wasn't so much of a problem. So,
but I think that's a non sequitur. Totally. Sparta wasn't democracy anyway. They didn't even like democracy.
No.
Start with your family first.
It was a militaristic meritocracy.
Somebody was arguing for democracy. Someone was arguing for democracy, and it's this wonderful response somebody gave in Sparta. To go, okay, yeah. Start with your family first. You guys want to make your estates subject to all of the rest of us? Go ahead. We'll all vote on it. So
there's a lot of funny ones that were recorded.
So what's interesting is it's really clear, given the wars in Saxony and in Phrygia, that people in Scandinavia thought that apart from some of the Christians that were in Denmark, Christianity in its totality represented autocracy. Yeah. Because in the mainland continent, where Christianity was its strongest and most reinforced by a nation-state, it was used to give absolute power to an autocrat. I'm in power, but not just because I'm mighty, but because God gave me the might.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost. Isn't that weird too? That in Scandinavia you had something that was much more egalitarian. You had something that was much more democratic, and in France, where everyone was Christian, you had something much more autocratic. And those are the people.
Aristocratic, even.
Yeah, and those are the people that told history. And so there's a lot of far-right people who've come to Asatru carrying the narrative of what it means to be heathen that was told by Christians and not the other way around. And I think that a show like Vikings, for instance, represents sort of a nuanced look at the narrative that was told by Christians.
And in point of fact, I know a lot of, albeit more spiritual Christians, or agnostic at the very least, people who have watched Vikings and enjoyed it for that aspect, that it gives a fairly decent look and is willing to look at both sides. They both were there, constantly existing with one another and warring, and it was not simple.
I do think that it's still the story that Christians told, though.
Yeah.
I think they're making an effort to not be that, but I think it's still the Christians' story. It's not the actual story.
And, it's really funny about that too in academia, and I've talked to Ruben about this in a number of cases. You have a lot of criticists and people who are studying comparative religion who are almost vehemently atheistic, if not just categorically secular. And they're actually carrying along a lot of these sorts of Christian kind of conceptions of history and of not just Christianity itself, but these early religions and even the context of secularism and the Enlightenment period on some of those Christian religions.
Yeah, they're piggybacking it.
Yeah,
I've noticed that. It's just historical baggage. This is actually an argument that what's his name? Richard Carrier makes when he's arguing that there's no Jesus. He's arguing that a lot of these people who are saying are really just carrying a lot of baggage from an earlier time when history was only talked about in a Christian context.
They do it in an often antithetical perspective. Instead of making a more intellectually honest, or taking a more intellectually honest look at it, they're just creating another dialectic. Instead of saying, well, he was a historical figure who may or not existed as the actual figure, but perhaps even potentially many figures who were symbolized by a singular Christ figure, they often take it to the effect that he didn't even exist at all. So it's like this.
That's Richard Carrier's argument. He's the first person I've heard argue it in a coherent way. I bought it for a little while when I heard some of the mythicist stuff, and then I studied myth and went, well, that's not right. But when I heard Richard Carrier argue it, it was elegant. I got to argue, it was pretty elegant, and it's because it's like you were saying, a lot of people in intellectual circles are carrying baggage from when history was talked about by Christian people. What I'd really like to hear for that, I'd like to hear Reza Aslan, who has all of the pro-Jesus stuff all caramelized down to one really clear, coherent argument. I'd like to hear him argue with Richard Carrier, who argues that there wasn't a Jesus and does it quite well and quite convincingly. But I'm torn between them both because I've read both of their books and I find them both very convincing.
I've always felt that the most intellectually cogent, honest argument about it is that there were likely many figures like him who existed. I don't think that we can succinctly identify a single historical figure that it refers to, and a large reason for that is an emphasis in pluralism. That period especially, the Hellenistic period, was incredibly pluralistic. There were mystics everywhere, in every culture.
Reza Aslan discusses all of the major messianic figureheads that do emerge and puts them into the context. He puts Jesus into his own context. It's fantastic.
Jesus, John the Baptist, Simon Magus, all these different figures, Persian Gnostics, Mani.
And he talks about people that existed specifically in Galilee too.
Yeah.
It's everything that was going on in Galilee. But what's different about Richard Carrier from mythicist people that I've come across recently, that I do want you to know that I'm impressed by both of these individuals and their arguments.
Oh, I bet.
Richard Carrier now is arguing. Hey. He's arguing that, for instance, whenever there's evidence that seems to put Jesus where he goes, he examines the literature, and then he's pointed out in several places where somebody has copied directly from Josephus, and instead of he says he's arguing, well, this doesn't corroborate Josephus. This actually copies Josephus, and he proves it by saying he copies Josephus's errors. When I see something like that, I've never seen an argument this elegant before. So I would recommend Richard Carrier too. It's totally relevant to what we're talking about though, because we're talking about this Christian view. Earlier I said that Alaric's sacking of Rome, as told by the Christians, is totally different than what happened.
It's anecdotal. It's anecdotal, but there's a saying that my stepmother always tells me, and I think it should apply to historical criticism. There's three sides to every argument.
Yeah.
You, and them, somewhere in between. I think that knowing these extreme arguments, these people who are hard, fast, steadfast, and these very extreme, eloquently asserted perspectives, it helps to actually form a real, cogent, consistent middle ground, finding the actual boundaries of the argument, the boundaries of the histories, the cultures, the influences, the political makeup of these areas, the socioeconomic backgrounds of these areas, and really getting a core understanding of it, and understanding that it's complicated, that it is inherently, fundamentally complicated.
Yeah. It's so weird because if what little has been left us about historical events is... I was shocked to find that there's very little written about Napoleon that was contemporary.
Yeah.
There was a lot of hearsay that was handed down and then put together. So I wonder, like, whenever all the stuff that I learned about Napoleon and his personality, not the chain of events, that's really well corroborated, but Napoleon as like a person. I was wondering how much of that is really myth, made up by Napoleon's men, made up by Napoleon himself, made up by Napoleon's proponents. I might never know exactly. Like when Napoleon tells a bunch of his people to go into a town and destroy it just to see if they'll be eager enough to do it and they'll be ready for battle the next day. Well, that's really crazy. That seems almost made up. And he kind of joked about it. He's like, I just wanted to see if they would do it.
The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. You look at his actual conquests, the land that he was taking, the sieges that were being made, and look at it in a broad spectrum. What was the goal? What was he actually trying to do? Take away the character of Napoleon, and look at the Napoleonic Wars themselves. That's how you get a much better understanding.
The Sherman's March to the Sea is the best one for American history. There's so many Southern farmers who claimed that Sherman burned down their farm when he wasn't even anywhere near there, and part of it was so that they could get money during Reconstruction.
Yeah.
And so there's tons of places where people started to teach that Sherman was, and then within 20, 30 years of it, went, well, actually, Sherman never went there. Forgot.
Of course, folklore is a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
I don't have anything as good as Sherman's March to the Sea to compare it to.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to think of maybe William Wallace, which has been doubly complicated by Mel Gibson's portrayal.
Didn't wear a kilt. Wasn't wearing a kilt.
He was also really, really tall.
Yes, he was.
And he really did have a red beard, although he may not have farted thunderbolts.
Oh, man. It was a different time.
Yeah.
They had a special secret in it. The farting thunderbolts.
Christian God was still talking to people then, pretty loudly.
That sounds about right.
We can go back far enough.
I remember somebody was doing an analysis of the 300 movies, and how kitschy and schmaltzy they were.
Yeah.
But there were some accuracies. He did kick a Persian messenger into a pit.
That's really cool. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And I remember reading what he actually said, and it was actually better than the movie.
Yeah.
It was this line that was referring to the power of the Spartan state and the people. And it was a much more of a battle cry than it was described. And there's different accounts of it, so it's hard to say exactly what transpired. But what we can glean from histories that were written down is that he was a much better leader than the movie gave. He wasn't a ridiculous caricature like that. But it's a popcorn flick. You can't expect. It's pretty implicitly homoerotic, but that's another story for another day. Those banana hammocks. Oh my God.
What did he really say?
Stupid.
Well, what does it seem like he said?
I don't remember. I had the article a while ago.
I love the short, quippy humor of the Spartans.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
I think the I guess the reservation with using too many words is, I think, something to aspire to in life, honestly. Because we can talk and talk and talk and talk, but
like one of the best ones that you would probably appreciate is the if saying, and there's different accounts.
Yes, when Philip of Macedonia sent them a letter telling them that
there's all sorts of different accounts, but Philip is saying these sorts of things to the effect that we will come with legions of men, burn down your cities, destroy your nation if you do not cow down to us.
Yeah.
And the response is always if.
Yeah.
If. And I'm just imagining.
Because it starts off, if I march upon Sparta, X will happen.
Yeah.
It just starts with, if I march upon Sparta, so he responds if.
You got to think of it this way. The concept of the marathon run that we typically do as an athletic event, that was from the place, marathon. And what it was is they had athletes, peak physical condition, running huge long distance to send messages, particularly in times of war when these messages were needed to reinforce battlements. So imagine for a moment that this perfectly written out scroll with this long statement in Attic Greek was written down and sent. Could have taken weeks, perhaps months to get to him.
I know.
And he's a fucking troll and sends if.
Yeah.
What I wonder, was like a little mini scroll? The guy just like tucked into his.
You know, it's better than it should have been gigantic. It should just. And it's only written if in the middle of the scroll as well.
I want to find the particular conjugation of if and use that in a conversation when some crazy person comes in, making some like argument like that.
Yeah, big threats. It really takes the piss out of it. Like
if but X, you know.
My favorite actually is there was a nearby Greek town that had been destroyed in war, and the Spartans really didn't have any beef in it. And oh, hold on one second.
Hello.
Welcome to the mic.
I have a question.
Okay.
Let me give me one moment just to kind of formulate it. I don't want to misspeak or be misunderstood, or you know what I mean, like how that can happen sometimes.
Don't worry, you're not being graded. It'll be all right.
You know, well, okay, fair enough. So there's this goddess that I've heard of, the sister of Ares. Eris. With I'll type it in the chat.
Eris. Goddess of Discord.
Word.
Or birth the Cacodemonius. Yeah. She's kind of the bitch. Unless you're a modern Discordian, then you worship her. Sort of.
Yeah.
Ish. You know, sort of in a paradoxical way.
Yeah.
Though there are Aresian cabals. That's a thing in Discordianism.
Yeah, I think it's re-emerging, or I've noticed it by way of Zen or Dada art or any type of eventually via Wikipedia it'll link to Discordianism, which I understand. I get the joke. You know,
it's partially paradoxical, but also sort of occultic. It's
Right,
it's
right.
very post-Thelemic when you get down to the brass tacks.
Say again, sir?
It's very post-Thelemic. Occult orders and parody religions that emerged after Thelema.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Chaos magic would be considered a post-Thelemic tradition. The Order of Nine Angles would be considered a post-Thelemic form of occultism. Yeah. Sort of a nice way of saying postmodern, but being specific, I guess.
Yeah, I get it. I
have a lot of occultist friends, so.
Right on. I was not aware of the term. Thank you for the word. I dig learning it. I dig learning.
Use it.
I
to
will.
Your advantage.
Next time, I have a friend from, or my wife has a friend from New York who's into the orders of insert symbolism, you know?
It can also be used specifically within Thelemic circles to describe more modern derivations of Thelema. Trying to think here. Oh, shoot. What is he's one of very modern Thelemic thinkers, and it's a sub-variety of Thelema.
I'm not familiar really. I'm learning a lot of stuff.
Well, it's very LHP. It's very left-hand path oriented.
Okay.
Man,
fair enough.
I'm spacing out on it.
I don't know.
I'll figure
it's probably better that we don't say it if it's one of those things that's not coming to mind, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, I know what it is. I just don't know the term for it. And it explores a lot of these modern ideas. Takes a lot from chaos magic, sigil magic, mimetics, things like that. Getting into realms of social dynamics. It's actually fascinating stuff when you look at it.
I agree. Yeah, I've looked at and read some of those subjects. Specifically NLP or the
neurolinguistics programming for those playing the home game.
Word.
Typhonian.
Which I consider at this point the acronym that you utilized a little bit earlier. You know, like that's definitely a sinister path.
I mean, it's interesting when you get into it because obviously it's not my tradition, but I study alternative religions. I try to study everything, really. I absorb this shit like a sponge.
I agree.
The thing that's difficult when you're using the dialectic of RHP and LHP, right-hand path versus left-hand path, is it's very rigidly defined from a very distinctly Western perspective. The context of a sort of darker spirituality is relegated, explained, examined differently in different traditions. For instance, there could be something from a Western perspective that we could look at in Hinduism that would perhaps follow this sort of occultic model of a left-hand path, having more or less decentralized concept of deity, being less virtue-oriented. There seems to be almost like Jedi versus Sith in modern occultism. It's kind of schmaltzy and a little ridiculous to the point of like good versus bad, when really it's just different orientations. Using this sort of classical model, particularly one of the defining characteristics is less deity focused, less devotional as a descriptor for left-hand path. One could take a lot of Eastern religions and describe them within this model. And there's constant argument about it because Buddhism or Jainism, which are either transtheistic, atheistic, or even agnostic on the subject of theism, but are very clearly devotional, virtue-oriented, structured in ritual, and far less transgressive than perhaps a lot of the modern left-hand path orders tend to be focused, somewhat antithetical even to the structure of society, rebellious even, depending on how you want to look at it and depending on which practitioner you're speaking of, especially if they're, under 18. Just saying. But, yeah. So, getting back to what you were saying before, you were looking for a sister of Eris. Am I right?
Oh, no, I was just inquiring as you... I was just inquiring as to Eris herself.
General framework to which Eris is relegated within mythology.
And specifically, you answered it, like, you hit it right on the nod, like,
She is considered a lesser... it can get rather semantic. Demon basically means spirit. It can refer to anything. The theoi, the gods, are also daimonos, but not all daimonos are theoi. or demigods, or all the sorts of other classifications, nymphoi, nature spirits. There's whole classes of spirits within Greek religion. It's almost pedantic sometimes, the amount of detail. But I like it. I feel very fortunate that there is this preservation, what little is left.
Or a reemergence even. I'm seeing it like left and right. I'm at the practice saying that word, post-thalamic discoinism, you know?
Like post-thalamic, yeah.
Post-thalamic, yes. Thanks.
Yeah, thalama.
Dude, I read a lot, and then I tried to pronounce words, like, to be totally candid, and throughout most of my education.
Gotta be willing to fuck up, you'll never learn.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
got
fuck
up because that's where you learn.
For my malpropisms, I've encountered quite a bit of laughter.
But you know what malpropism is, so you're solid. Don't worry about it.
Mm.
The problem is people don't realize it. They're just being a total fool in conversation. Being honest about what you know and what you don't know is a sign of learning.
And I'm visual too. Like my learning style is visual rather than auditory, and so I can hear something. Gosh, I don't know. I can hear something 100 times and never get it. Well, when I see it, I got it.
Studies of NLP will help you to fill in some of those gaps in your learning style. It can definitely be a valuable study. Particularly,
again, to be totally candid, you said an acronym that I didn't really know, so I just threw out the only really evil acronym that I knew.
Fair enough.
Okay.
The thing is Greek concepts of virtue and evil and things to that effect are rather sordid. And I can give you a sort of cliff notes. But taking it back to Eris, she's a lesser entity who birthed other lesser entities that are associated classically with more negative connotations. The kako daemones, as opposed to eudaemon, which are good spirits. But even that definition is sordid because there are neutral spirits that are neither good nor evil, or have specific orientations. Personifications is what they would be called in studies of Greek mythology. So she generally has a sort of negative, view. And there's the myth of the golden apple that describes her relationship to the various goddesses, particularly Aphrodite. And it's an interesting story if you read about it. But getting to the general concept, there's something that you should understand about Greek religion. You had different classes of deities, and among the classes you would have the chthonoi, the chthonic deities, the earthly and underworld deities. And they were, typically associated with domains that were more dark, more sordid, often mystical in some respects, often associated not only with death and ancestors, but also wealth. Hades is a perfect, in fact, penultimate example of chthonic worship and ways that things would be offered. You would pour libations into the ground to a chthonic deity, to use as an example, as opposed to in a bowl raised above your head for more celestial or Olympian deities. That being said, they're not necessarily evil. They just have a complicated relationship to nature. Generally, spirits that would be considered as negativistic within Greek religion would have been spirits. They wouldn't have been given much authority necessarily. They were more nuisances within specific stories, but not necessarily given too much weight. People that spent too much time fixating on particular negative spirits would have been considered superstitious. They weren't cultivating arete, which is personal excellence, and instead were threatening a proper religious mindset, eusebia, piety, things to that effect. And one of the biggest concerns among the ancient Greeks was fighting against not only hubris, which is spiritual arrogance, rising above station and thinking that you were better than gods or at the same level as gods, but also preventing miasma, which is spiritual impurity, and the process of which maintaining spiritual purity through ritual, through activity, and making certain abstainings when necessary, is kathamos. And that was a part of basically core ritual, because ultimately Greek religion is orthopraxic, focusing on correct rituals and actions to cultivate proper lifestyle, mindset, virtues, and particularly a proper household cult and the maintenance of altars and shrines and things like that. Charis, the grace between men and gods, is the penultimate virtue of Greek religion. Sure, you have a follow-up?
Oh yeah, I was going to ask. I mean, because okay, so sorry, it's hard for me to formulate my thoughts sometimes. And
well, there's a lot to absorb, so
and
you
I'm,
need to stop.
and I'm not particularly extroverted. I should probably just type the question. I like listening to you explain it though, because I'm learning quite a bit. What did like particular groups like would the Warriors have a like would they have a certain pantheon and then the like let's say a different class like clerks or like female job sets like nurses or I'm like curious about how that all breaks down because I'm not like I knew a little bit about I mean we got it in school right like Greek. There's like the Vulcan of the blacksmiths, you know, like that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like,
version Hephaestus would be the Greek version, but yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm learning.
They're very similar. There are subtle differences between the culture, but they are contiguous. There's a lot of similarities and borrowing going back and forth for a long, long time. That being said, to sort of elucidate your point, there's an essential concept that you need to understand, and it is a point of contention. It's not always universally agreed among people from my general methodology, polytheistic reconstructionism, particularly Hellenic polytheists, and you see this echoed in other reconstructionist traditions, is the idea that we do not have personal patrons. A god is not mine to patronize. I am a devotee of a god in worship, or as my household deities, or gods of a specific cultus, a specific area or region. It's reflecting a devotional and pious mindset and approach to gods to which we view with reverence. But I had this argument 1,000 times and it doesn't stop. It's just a continual wagging trail in the road. That being said, it does touch upon some important things. Gods were patrons of specific professions. But they were also patrons of ideas and domains and aspects. They were patrons of certain natural forces. And each deity was not only in looking at them as a singular entity, complex in that general archetype, but they also had different aspects that were often, particularly in Greek religion, relegated to epithets. So you would have Zeus Kysios, who's the Zeus, the god of the household, who helps maintain. He's the household god variant. And then there's Zeus Melikos, which was the god of the pastures, Zeus Kindly, who looked after shepherds and things like that. So some deities had up like 50 or 60 epithets that we know. But they were generally all relegated as the same deity, and there were general ideas in how things were with the social classes. So there were general associations. You know, war was obviously the domain of Ares, but so was Athena. But from more of a military strategist perspective, wisdom in war. And all of the deities were complicated. I mean, you think Apollo was not only a god of beauty and music, but he also could shoot a bow like his sister Artemis, and she could also play the lyre like he could. So there's constant interrelations and interwoven symbolisms that are manifested in different ways. But as far as the cultists, there were official priests and priestesses that, as a class, as a profession, people who would run temples, people who would conduct rites, and part of the sort of temple district that you would have in a specific area in the metropolitan, you know, the official temples. That was definitely a thing. It was a profession, but there was not an ultimate authority given to those people. They were workers. They were performing a service. But it was also common in more local events to have a hieros, a priest, or something to that effect, elected by members of a smaller community, and that is echoed even further in to the most essential part of indigenous polytheism is the household cult. So if you were the father, you would typically run the household rituals, any festivals that you were celebrating in your home, any deities that you had represented in altars and certain shrines and making offerings would have been officiated by the head of household. So it was very much a communal structure that represented the ways in which people interacted and the way they defined certain social roles. And one last tidbit, there were conventions of typical worships in specific cultists. So, for instance, it was very common for Artemisian devotees and priestesses to be chaste, to be sexually abstinent, particularly in specific times. Not necessarily totally for life. There isn't really a whole lot of evidence to suggest such a thing. But you had that going on. And you had certain deities who were more associated with the mysteries, like Demeter and Dionysus, which were much more hedonistic or much more open, egalitarian in some respects, challenging certain boundaries of social definitions that were more classically understood. Apollo obviously being associated with oracles, with musicians, and you get the idea. There are certain tropes, there are conventions to which these traditions were manifest in different ways among different city-states.
Thanks, that helps actually a lot, because I never had a clear picture of how that all functioned as a society. You know what I mean? Like, I never really got a clear, I mean, because they go over it, but it's like one chapter. You know what I mean? Like, I never really got an in-depth analysis of it.
If you want a good classic text, if you're willing to take it with a grain of salt, and an excellent text that's pretty comprehensive, fairly old, but it's a really good one to get started, is Greek Religion by Walter Burkert. He was one of the chief people who studied Greek religion and wrote many books on the subject, but that particularly is his classic edition. And he actually passed away a few weeks ago. It was really sad. I remember reading a few articles about it. But yeah, I mean, if you're willing to look at some of his conclusions as being some of his own perspectives on things, you'll be fine. And he does make reference to sort of his conclusions about how he thinks Greek religion is. He's very honest about it. I can't necessarily say that much about some of the other historians that were his contemporaries. But once again, read around, and it'll help you get a more holistic understanding of the study itself. And then hopefully, depending on what you're going to use this information from, it'll be more applicable. It'll be more living understanding, really having an idea. Because ultimately it comes down to the people. Who the people are, what was their lives like, what kinds of languages did they speak, what was their trade like, you know, what kinds of things did they do on a regular basis. That really helps you get a clearer picture of how religion was a manifestation of culture. Because ultimately they were cultural traditions. Religion is a more modern convention of our understanding of spiritual tradition.
Well, can you type that in chat, please?
What in particular?
Just the name. I can't. I'm not an auditory. I can't hear things very well. I mean, I can, but the area of my brain which processes audio input is not as good as the part of my brain that processes visual. So like just his name, so I can read his name, the author, please. The author. Thank you so much.
Visual learning is in my experience, is particularly common among people who are introverted, because they're doing a lot of self-exploration. Communicative aspects tend to be more of a hallmark of extroverts, though that's not always the case. You have very tactile and kinesthetic extroverts. I'm sure you've interacted with a number of them, many of which are very sexually charged, in point of fact. But obviously there's different manifestations, and good study of psychology is really useful because learning is a self-reflective process. It's both learning material and absorbing material, but also looking at the ways in which you learn the material and absorb it, and your own personal biases about it. Yeah. Music is a difficult one as far as how it manifests in personalities, because you can take music from very different ways. My brother can he can play almost anything by ear. I can't. I can read sheet music and I know music theory like the back of my hand. He doesn't. So in any point of comparison, in any sort of aspect, you're going to have people who are coming at things from different ways, and that's why it's good to diversify, to look at different modalities for exploring different kinds of informations and pursuits. And it's interesting to mention this and kind of describing Greek culture, because that was something that they prided very much, was having a very well-rounded and holistic approach to all things in life. That's largely what like a lot of the Epicureans were about, though they were more about avoiding pain necessarily. They were about, and the sort of modern affect of an Epicurean is somebody who has a very rich and full life with a developed palate in different sorts of activities, in music and art and food, but also in studying of the classics and history and all that sort of thing. So you definitely have these sorts of ideas that have echoed into modern day, which I find it interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what kinesthetic is.
I just found the ebook for this, so yeah, I'm gonna check this out. I really appreciate the
ebooks are great. I constantly do ebooks. Once in a while, I'll find a hardback version or a paperback that's cheap. Or I actually got this from a friend of a friend. His aunt runs a metaphysical shop, and she had it on there, so I bought it. I've actually donated a lot of books to her. I've gone through so many libraries; it's stupid. Like, I read all these books, give them away. I don't like that. I like sharing information. Giving somebody a book as a gift it's really a nice experience. Even if it's a digital book, you know. I've done that. I've given people PDFs, music albums, images, all kinds of stuff. Sharing is caring. I'm ridiculous sometimes at this late at night. Whatever. Well, like, I take a very middle ground with regards to the sharing of information. I feel that, once again, and it's the sort of issue I have a lot of conversations of these sort of subjects, that they become dialectics, that it's one or the other. I tend to like to take a more moderate stance on things. I think that, like, with regards to distribution of media, music, movies, and things like that, and instead of being so vehemently anti-piracy and getting on the case of who are most likely, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids who don't have the money to go out and buy stuff, they should instead have a middle ground and encourage people maybe to collect money together, and maybe one person buys an album and they distribute that with all of their friends. And I find by taking the burden off of that, so from a cultural perspective, it not only encourages people to have more legitimate copies of material, but also to share what they do have. And in my experience, that middle ground actually encourages people to actually support more artists and celebrities and things like that, or just artists in general, in so doing. Because the worst thing you can do for somebody who's young is tell them what not to do. Yeah. That's the surest way of getting them to do exactly what you don't want them to do. So, if you don't mind my asking, your background with regards to spiritual stuff, do you have a general path currently, or are you more just sort of taking in different things and more in a sort of research phase of it?
Yes.
The latter or the former?
Again, it's like you said, when we get into these discussions, a lot of things tend to become dichotomous.
It's a little of both, yeah.
Yeah, for the most part.
That's good. You should always do both, really, as far as I'm concerned. But I find a lot of people who do one or the other.
I entertain ideas. I try not to hold beliefs because they're abstract. I can't actually feel them.
That's actually, as odd as it may sound, from the perspective of a traditionalist, it's a part of the reason why I'm actually a traditionalist of this vein, an orthopraxic devotional polytheist, because it's open to interpretation, it's pluralistic, and it's not motivated specifically by strict doctrines, dogmas, and beliefs, but more by modalities, ways of which to approach spiritual ideas, symbolisms, mythologies, and the like. So I think for me, it's actually sort of the middle ground between the two aspects. People who are so anti-dogma that everything is relegated to very intangible philosophical contexts, or in the people on the far end, obviously, who are full on dogmatic about it, and obviously the religious traditions that I stay away from. That being said, what you're sort of mentioning to me reminds me of a lot of the mindset of people I've met over the years who take from a more occultic or esoteric perspective.
I mean, it is esoteric for the most part, some of the practices, but it's one of those things. I think you can relate. Some of the elements of spirituality involve a practice, or like you were saying, a path. I sit a lot. I think about nothing, or I try not to think.
It's interesting because meditation, just that word, it's a loaded term. Because depending on what culture, what religion you're talking about, it's defined differently. I mean, among the Greeks, it would have been a very active, cerebral kind of contemplation, whereas in Eastern religions, it seems to be quite the opposite. And it's more of a passive, mindfulness-focused kind of methodology. But yeah, so I found that as a sort of interesting element. The reason why I mentioned a sort of more of an occult influence I see in the sense from it is it touches on what I was the classification I was using, or the convention I was using earlier about the post-Thelemic or even just postmodern occultisms. There's a very big movement in a lot of the circles that I've chatted in, and among friends that are practitioners of these traditions, to not only do occult experimentation, to view certain formula as activities and rituals towards a specific goal, but not necessarily devotional content. There is a more far development of that actually views beliefs, and is really particular to chaos magic and parody religions, is the idea that beliefs themselves are the tools that can be used and implemented as you see fit. So there's a sort of continuum of different perspectives. Some people actually take it as a synthesis of devotion and magical experiment, hence the modern term theurgy, which comes from the Greek theurgia, meaning God work, which chiefly is a Hermetic or late Neoplatonic concept that's been adapted into modern occultism.
I dig that. I dig it a lot. However, I attempt really not even to say things aloud, because I'm aware that sometimes when you say things aloud, they become
misconstrued.
Man, it could be a sitcom with somebody like a Latino family, you know, and all of a sudden you start talking about it, and then Salma Hayek gets cast as the mom. The guy from Quentin Tarantino movies, Johnny Trejo, gets cast as the dad, and they got 6 kids.
People run with it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful what you say out loud. You know, it's really one of those things where I agree that magic does definitely exist, especially culturally reinforced magics.
It's effectively a nebulous context. It's like shaman. It's used to describe a whole host of different things in different cultures and time periods.
Right. Yeah. It's a semi-universal word. It's like dragons. It's almost a universal. Everywhere you go on Earth,
there be dragons.
There be dragons.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
The thing is, remember though, according to Shadowrun, don't make deals with dragons.
All right. Good to know. Got a tabletop fan on my hands. All right.
Yeah, fantasy role-playing game. Shout out to Shadowrun.
Not as common to see unconventional dice systems. As a tabletop, you typically see, Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder, which I particularly enjoy myself. But I've also met some people who play the fairly modern Star Wars tabletop, which is kind of interesting. It has its own set of dice. It's really weird.
Huh? That are different from the Euclidean dice. Huh?
They use a lot of the similar shapes of dice, but they're actually set. They're sort of proprietary dice, if that makes sense, specific to the game.
I was not aware of that. That's I'm gonna have to look into that. That's pretty fascinating.
It takes a lot of inspiration from Shadowrun in the way that there's a sort of class breakdown. You can go at it from different perspectives, from more of the non-Force user and the Force user, though it's not necessarily as dualistic, perhaps, as Shadowrun is, but it's definitely taking quite a bit of inspiration from that.
Man, role-playing games rock.
Yeah. It's really fun because it almost can be a philosophical experience. You get to explore concepts and make justifications, particularly with alignment systems.
Mm-hmm.
It can really challenge you to look at that, both from the perspective of, a literary thing, developing a character and making a coherent backstory, but also seeing how making certain choices from a social context would actually make sense in an environment. I see it as a giant experiment. It's a game that's also a sort of social experiment.
Mm.
And it's been a fixture of geek culture for a long time, largely not just because of that experimental and passionate aspect endemic to sort of nerd philosophy, but also because it's a way to socialize and maybe work out some of the kinks that a lot of us nerdy types tend to have in abilities to interact. So
yeah, I absolutely agree.
I've known a lot of people who came out of their shell in a tabletop game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a lot of overlap. People who are big into history. I mean, it's not unusual to meet people who are both into tabletop and freaking Renaissance fairs, like myself.
Oh, hey, I've been to one of those. Those are pretty cool, actually. The reenactment, like when they do the medieval reenactments.
That's a part of it. SCAs, the Society of Creative Anachronism, they run through.
Those guys fight.
Yeah, they do battle staged, with blunted weapons. But they're learning a lot about how actual combat works.
Yeah,
and they're definitely a fixture of the Renaissance Fair. But there's also a lot of crafters, people who are making things. It's really a sort of ambiance.
And goods, edibles.
Yeah, lots of good food.
Mm-hmm.
If you've never been to a Renaissance Fair, I always tell people, get the turkey leg. It's a little expensive, but it's worth the experience because it's just, it's iconic. I mean, it's what people think of when they go to a Renaissance Fair.
True.
But what's interesting about it, and aside from this historical and spiritual aspects, I'm very much a culture geek. Culture, music, and the whole social humanities subjects in general, really. But what's interesting is when you compare Renaissance fairs to convention environments and cosplay.
I've never been.
Well, I know some people who do. I'm actually a part of a lot of social groups in this vein, and a lot more of them do cosplay in comic conventions and things to that effect. Whereas I've done Renaissance fairs for years, a good 7-8 years of my life, and I see a very different, almost not antithetical, but from two different sides of the same coin. In a Renaissance fair, you dress to the theme, you dress to the setting and the time period, and generally the sort of, there's no real hard fast rules, but the general concept is you create your own character. You almost sort of create a class. So you might dress up as a mercenary, perhaps, or as what I typically do, a merchant scholar. You might dress as aristocracy, a baron or a lord or something like that, especially if you have the money. But in cosplay, it's very different. You tend to have people dressing as very particular characters within specific continuities. And though they're contiguous as a part of the broader geek culture, you could have somebody dress as, a Starfleet officer in the same room as somebody dressing up as an anime character. So they're very, very different sides of it. And I find that a lot of the sorts of taboos in both sort of subcultures overlap. Like in a convention environment, creating your own character or going to a general theme is generally not the purpose and is almost frowned upon in some aspects. Not everyone, obviously. You want to go as a specific character, and you're given brownie points for doing a really good version of a character, even if it's a modded version. In Renaissance fairs, it's the exact opposite. If you go to a Renaissance fair straight out of the box as Ezio, you will be mocked. That is completely missing the point of a Renaissance fair. You know, you should go on the cheap, get shit you can buy, create a general character that fits in and blends into the scenario. But on both sides, they're both a little ridiculous. If you want to do a character that's themed in the Renaissance, you should be able to cosplay something that fits the scenario reasonably, as long as it's not ridiculous. And in cosplay, you should be able to create your own character. I mean, there's classes of characters that are standard to sci-fi. You could make your own. You could be like a starship captain of any non-specific of some specific ship, even in a continuity you made yourself. But there are tropes. You know, that's how your communities form. There's general conventions. And, you know, conventions within conventions. Freaking language. That's actually a part of the reason why I haven't actually gone to conventions. Aside from the money, there are small conventions that are not expensive. Now you see, Da Vinci, I could probably do that. That'd be good because I mean, historical character. I suppose you could take. It's anachronistic to take Assassin's Creed version of Leonardo da Vinci, but yeah. And I know people who incorporate anachronisms. You know, for instance, I sort of go, you know, as this merchant scholar, but there are elements of the outfit that I wear and certain things I bring with me and things I discuss, sort of character, that seem to suggest a mystic that perhaps may not have existed necessarily in that time period, or incorporating ideas that are perhaps out of sync with the actual time period. There's definitely gray area in any sort of festival. It's like that a lot with music festivals, particularly like one of the festivals more like club environment. Like I've been to a number of different electronic music clubs over the years, and one of the ones that was interesting was I went to an industrial club. It was out in LA years ago, and you would not only see goths, rivet heads, you would also see punks, rockabilly. You see a mixture of people who just enjoy the music or were supporting other subcultures. So it wasn't necessarily homogenous in the sense that everybody was doing the exact same thing. Not that I'd want that, to see that in an environment. And I was more also in support of a subculture that my friends were into, and they were cool people.
You say outdoor festivals?
Well, outdoor festivals is a little more chaotic to begin with, but that what I was referring to was more specifically a club environment.
Oh, fair enough.
It's a part of a specific subculture. You know, you have certain rooms playing different kinds of music with DJs. There's an open patio area. The smoking area is probably the best place to go when you go to a sort of club with a kind of set scene, because you get to actually talk to people and share music. I've gotten CDs that way. People just have shit that they made at their house or whatever. Or do they have artists and stuff like that? And you get, like at the front and back entrances of a lot of those places, they give you flyers to different performances and shows and things. It's kind of an interesting environment if you're nearby, because you get connections to different things that you can do with different vibes. It's how a lot of people who are into more goth or industrial stuff found out about steampunk, which was really starting to develop and taking hold in like the late 90s. After the whole crazy film Wild Wild West, I consider that the adolescence of steampunk. It was kind of an awkward phase. Voltaire is a dark cabaret artist in the goth community. He's a fixture of it. Really cool guy. He actually made an interesting point about the steampunk subculture. He said, it's goth gone sepia. Which is nice because it's vaguely like poking fun at it, but at the same time actually making a pretty interesting and clever point about it, because it has to deal with the aesthetic. Whereas like goth culture is typically more Edgar Allan Poe. Steampunk is more H.G. Wells. You know, a little more adventurous, a little more positivistic, perhaps more existential, and perhaps less nihilistic, perhaps. But there's continuums. Every culture, every subculture, every scene that you interact with has a sort of dynamic.
I think they really like to eat crackers and drink tea as well.
Nice.
Like I've seen competitive, you know, in the perusing of YouTube and whatnot, I've seen competitive steampunk competitions in which they engage in light conversation and eat cookies or crackers of some kind. I guess it'd be uncouth if I did say cookie. I'd have to say biscuit or something. And
depends on what variety of steampunk you're going for. If you're going Victorian, then it uses more British conventions. If you're going Western steampunk, it's more American.
Okay, fair enough.
Which would be more
that
would be more antebellum steampunk, post Civil War.
Yeah, I would try to engage in that type of role play or RP because I'm not sure if I can hold the British dialect and accent for any extended period.
And it's also more authentic, and it's also an area of steampunk that's not as explored. So it gives you some credibility when you put in the effort to do something a little more different. And,
fair enough.
And there's really wonderful areas of cross-pollination and different things that you could do. I would love to see somebody who's of Asian descent, particularly Chinese descent, do an 1800s like worker, like the classic getup that a lot of Chinese immigrants would wear when they came to the States. The long doublet with the sort of filigrees around the buttons and the very cylindrical cap. It was really common. And you could do the sort of affect because there's like the craze of like the opium den, and like that sort of dovetails with the debauchery that was going on in Victorian England and even throughout the Old West and the whole burlesque thing. And I've seen a few of those shows. They're actually pretty cool. Some of those performers are just unbelievable. I actually had the privilege of being invited. I got tickets bought for me to something that was called the Edwardian Ball. For those playing the home game, Edwardian is early 1800s. It's technically the far lower end of what would be considered steampunk or Victorian from a literary perspective. No, Ruben, I'm not suggesting slave labor. No. I would say it would be interesting, like as a dignitary, perhaps, or something like that. But yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of areas in pre-industrial 1800s that are interesting to explore from different cultures. France is not really explored in that period. There's a lot of interesting things that went on in France during the 1800s. Not to mention Scandinavia and in Eastern Europe, and you just don't typically see a lot of that stuff in steampunk. It seems very, very focused on Victorian, which largely takes from the very British influence of 80s subcultures, particularly goth, which is sort of the antecedents to a lot of steampunk come from Victoriana, which is an aspect of goth culture. And there are goths who are very hardcore into those sort of, as I mentioned, Poe-esque Victorian kind of aesthetic. But it's fun. That's a thing. I think having little communities and things you can do stuff that's a common activity. It sometimes takes the weight off of the heavier subjects, politics, religion, and things like that. And I've seen some really amazing things. People coming from totally different socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, religious backgrounds, who come together for an event, a music show, or whatever, and you see a level of camaraderie that's really positive to see. Like a lot of my friends are into heavy metal and power metal. I know a few friends that are into punk, and I've been to a few shows that they got me cheap tickets, or I was able to pitch in. And I have to say that subculture, a lot of the more rock-influenced subcultures can be very positive. I actually have a little story I tell people. It's a kind of a funny little experience. I was at this I think it was a progressive metal, progressive to border of black metal, but it was more folk metal show. And a lot of them were, no-name artists or whatever who interacted with the crowd, which was really cool. They would mosh and do that. And I saw this kid who was there. He couldn't have been a day over 19. He was probably perhaps as young as 16. And he was just fresh-eyed and just super excited to be there. And he was dressed in full denim gear. His pants were like a light denim. He was wearing a denim jacket, button-up. And it was just covered in buttons, like all strategically placed, but sort of not, of every conceivable metal band he's ever been interested in since he could even conceive of music subculture. And I was expecting, oh shit, this kid's gonna get his shit rocked. He's gonna say the wrong thing. He's gonna get, it's not gonna be a fun time for him. And he kind of eased his way in. He was just dancing to himself a little bit. He'd have a little friend who would come over. I think he was there with his folks, actually, which is kind of cool. And he goes into the mosh pit, and they all look at him, and then, like, they check him out for a sec, fist bump, and he moshes with him. And it was just total, ultimate acceptance. And it was cool because they knew he was young. They knew he was a small kid. So they gave him enough of the sort of heavy metal mosh environment without, like, doing too hard with it. He headbutted one of the bigger guys, and he gave him a headbutt back, but it wasn't like, I'm going to rock your shit, kid. No, because he didn't want him to have a bad time. And seeing that with subcultures and communities like that is a really positive thing, and I like to see sort of traditions of that being carried on, and kids feeling like they can actually participate in physical environments, which unfortunately are few and far between.
I agree. It's hard to find activities that are safe. I've found that mosh pits can actually be really safe environments if people follow, well, like you were saying earlier, conventions. If somebody's down, pick them up. But yeah, I've been at some pretty hardcore shows, and yeah, people are still pretty good about it. I say hardcore like Metallica or something, like I was at a Rancid show once that was pretty rough, and people were still pretty good. I'm trying to think of like the most hardcore band I can think of that I went to in the 90s. It's hard to think of. I went to a Tool show where everyone was really peaceful.
Well, there's that sort of affect. It tends to be associated with a lot of cannabis fans. You catch my drift.
Yeah. Like people were really peaceful at Tool shows. I'm just saying, if there's
it's very esoteric and very sort of worldly, touches on a lot of transgressive social themes.
Yeah, if you're into psychedelics or into deep meditation or any of the good stuff in life, listen to some Tool.
Well, it's interesting because there's this weird sort of interplay in sort of musical aesthetics. Obviously, metal incorporating, anytime progressive is used as a descriptor, it usually means it's incorporating unconventional aspects. And industrial, as an electronic subgenre, actually sort of blends in with psytrance. EBM, like electronic body music, is sort of electro-industrial, is a sort of industrial trance. And it really overlaps a lot, both aesthetically and certain sounds they use, certain beats they use, but also in general philosophy with a lot of the psytrance people. So it is not surprising to me at the very least that progressive metals would definitely take some of those sorts of general ideas. And I've definitely seen full-on people that will go equally to a progressive metal show, but also go and listen to something that's from a totally radically different genre with similar ideas. People go about it for different reasons,
Yeah, I agree. Music. I agree with both those statements. Music tends to have audiences that will will cross genre boundaries for a very similar message. And then, yeah, the music communities in general tend to have good social parameters, for lack of a better term, I guess.
It really helps to define the music subculture. I mean, that really is a product of the 80s. The whole context. It's just a great merger of current and also continuing sort of cultural traditions, subculture without necessarily being countercultural, progressive in some ways, but also transgressive, but also very supportive and communal and focused. So there's a lot of area for people to explore and to feel safe in when they might not elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely. I think the measure of a good artist is the ability to work within those or work with those categories to create music that can appeal to, I think, a larger and larger fan base.
Without necessarily pandering.
No. I think it's a maturity level. At some point, I'm gonna mention somebody that I'm just kind of popped on my radar because of, I guess, cultural osmosis. I couldn't hold out long enough. But this Taylor Swift character, that girl genuinely makes good music when you compare her to other pop stars.
Perhaps.
I promise. Right? Like, she's more country. To put her in a box, the girl's country. Like, if you listen to the melodies and whatnot, but she has to do the pop thing because I think of commercial blah blah standards. I'm not really a wordsmith, you know. But I promise, listen to any one of her songs at random. You know, that's why I did. Like, one of them popped up finally on my YouTube because I have a kid, and you know, and I go, oh man, who is this girl? That's the girl that the Kanye West guy made fun of. Okay, I better listen to one of her songs so I can at least have an opinion, you know. And I listened to the one called, I think, Blank Spaces. And I was like, this girl is deep. It's not just love from up above. This girl is really, I'm telling you, man, you're a wordsmith. You'll be impressed by her lyrical content.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I don't listen to the top 40.
Man,
I haven't listened to the radio in 10 years.
I don't know. I listen to classic music now. Classic rock. That's what Nirvana is. You know, like that's what I listen to, man. I listen to everything from the classic rock section of the plate for the most part. I can't wait till Tool enters the classic rock. That'll just make my whole thing complete.
Well, it's already starting. Alternative rock is becoming a part of classic rock stations. I don't know if full on Tool might, but who knows?
I don't know. They just got to have a lawsuit, and so they're going to go into the studio. Isn't that a great mental environment? Like, we just got out of a lawsuit that made us go into the studio. Let's produce music now.
Yeah. My focus musically is developed over the years, and I'm sort of, it's been an evolution. Now I started when I was as a teenager, as a 12 or 13, 96, 97, sort of the peak of like grunge and post-alternative, kind of rock and stuff like that. So that's what I had like a little dinky radio, and I'd listen to stuff and kind of explore different things I was hearing. And then, as I got a little older, I heard a little bit of heavy metal and classic rock, and then I got to a point at a high school leading into college that I was exploring like a lot of 80s type music and goth music. Like I used to have a lot of Sisters of Mercy at one point. And by the time I got to college, it started going more towards the electro-industrial, and I had a very strong industrial phase for quite a while, several years. But I was trickling in little things of electronic. But my first taste of that was actually with the 90s music, because there was a lot of alt-rock that was progressive in the general sense of incorporating electronic elements, like to an extent Radiohead and Muse and even a few Smashing Pumpkins songs. So I was getting tricklings in, and I heard some classic trance and house over the years, a little bit of breakbeat because that was a big thing. And by the time I was in my mid-20s, leading into now, being in my 30s, full-on electronic. And I have a palette of electronic music in different genres and subgenres I enjoy. And that tends to be my general focus. Though I do listen to rock, I do listen to metal, particularly through friends and kind of sharing music and giving my perspective, but more as a sort of appreciator of it, or as a like a supporter of it, because I like some of the themes that it talks about, and it's a really good community. I've been in physical environments, and I like what they do. And not to mention, like I said, they're coming from the same general source of the 80s and development of just all of these different music subcultures and different ideas that they were exploring, experimenting with things that nobody had experimented with, and taking those risks. But yeah, my palette is primarily electronic music. And that's actually a part of the reason why I tend to dislike, well, almost categorically dislike top 40 music, because I feel a lot of it is just neutered electronic music. Like a lot of it is like, I could listen to this artist over here who's doing the same thing but better and focusing on it. I feel that a lot of top 40 is disingenuous because it's like it's using it to the effect of commercialism and making that sort of environment instead of actually exploring what's good about electronic, being transgressive, being experimental, challenging different boundaries, incorporating different things in new and unique ways. And there's a lot of top 40 out there right now that just seems like a somewhat derivative version of anthem trance. And yeah, so not my palette by any stretch. If put to it, Riven, because you tend to have more of a metal focus, I listen to classic heavy metal. Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, to a certain extent AC/DC, some power metal bands, and like Iron Maiden. But my dad, raised me on like 50s music, 50s and 60s music. We were listening to like Chaos for years, so I was exposed to early rock, and then a lot of 60s stuff, and then full-on classic rock, and like bands like Journey that were kind of overlapping into different things. So I definitely have a palette for it, or at least an appreciation for it, but it's not my general focus. And a part of the reason why I don't tend to take from acoustic genres is the vast majority of stuff that I've found in those genres don't talk about anything I'm actually fucking interested in. Few and far between. I'll find a song, like a classic rock song or a heavy metal song, it's like, wow, this is a freaking awesome message. One out of a dozen or so songs I'd listened to in a week that was like, okay. And I've had people like that listen to more acoustic genres, rock genres, and stuff like that. Why do you listen to the lyrics? Why would I not? It's the whole fucking point, is having lyrics. And that's actually the argument I've gotten from people who are very, very like top 40 oriented, make excuses for it, and think I'm a fucking horrible person for disliking it, for outwardly disliking it. And these are the kinds of people who think I shouldn't listen to lyrical content. If for nothing else, if I could get around the shitty, schmaltzy kind of aesthetic and the commercialism and all that, it comes down to the lyrics. Garbage. Total fucking garbage. Every song that I've heard recently that I made the exception to listen to, I have not liked, that's currently playing on the radio right now. So Taylor Swift goes from guy to 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 guy. She is a Twitter feed of a 16-year-old girl. I can't take her seriously. Sorry. There's a guy out there who has a YouTube channel. You should check him out. I'll write it in the side because I don't want to censors. He does a lot of satire, and particularly on music. So. Very, very, not bitter, but he's got a really dry sense of humor, and it's fun stuff. And he does a few things on social issues and stuff like that. And one of the things he does is he takes songs and like dissects them, looks at the lyrical content and the people and on all that. And a lot of the shit he says speaks from the kind of experience that I have. And he actually works in them. He does like music editing and like reviews and stuff. He actually works for a radio, so he's coming from experience. Not in America, Canada still. So cool stuff. But once again, I'm on the sort of perspective of the dudism. That's what you like, man. Cool. The problem is people who just can't tolerate it. They can't accept the idea. They're almost like fundamentalist about it. They can't accept the idea that somebody is not like just super into what's current. And I don't get that. I really, really don't get that. And every time I mention that I have, a palette and I look into different things, I'm involved in more alternative stuff. Well, yeah, I listen to everything. So when put to it, you really enjoy this music, but when I say I listen to other things, you make it a point to say you listen to everything to smooth it over. Yeah. And I obviously have a bias towards it because it's a very, very big problem among gay men, to which I belong. Finding, at least in California, and particularly closer to LA, fortunately I don't live as close, to find guys that are not into the most popular current schmaltzy pop music is like finding a specific piece of hay in a haystack. It is very rare. Handful of people in my lifetime. Yeah, I agree. Somebody who likes everything doesn't like anything at all. They don't have a palate because they don't care. You can say that you have a eccentric palate, varied, and having things you like and dislike in different degrees and certain focuses and things you tend to like over others. Eclectic, if we're speaking classically, I can accept, but eclectic has been used as a catch-all term for people who just don't give a fuck. They say they like everything because it gives them brownie points with the kinds of people who like to call themselves eclectic. So I largely resent the term, or at least its usage in modern coinage. And I actually think that's why hipster became a thing. It's actually people who really like popular culture and being current who are trying to mock people who don't. Being post-ironic. Just stupid classification. It's a mutation of new sincerity which came out of the late 80s. And it's dovetailing with meme culture. Yep. My sentiments exactly. Yeah, no, that's actually funny. I know people out of state, who are gay men or even lesbian women, not living in a metropolitan area, particularly in California, or New York, or San Francisco, or any of those big areas. Yeah, they tend to like more alternative stuff. They like stuff that's dancey and fun, and even clubby, but just not the radio. Like that's the thing that like. People say, oh, you don't like fun music, you don't like to dance. No, that's total fucking bullshit. I've had the best fun at a techno club, at a trance club, at an industrial club. I've done drum and bass, dubstep. Each one of them is different with a different vibe, a different scene, all electronic, all having the same core principles. And fun as a motherfucker. Standing next to a speaker that's really loud and getting into it, you get an adrenaline rush. And one of the positive experiences I want to share on my side of the fence is from a non-rock perspective. One of the best things is sort of like nurturing environment that I've seen you go to like particularly in trance and industrial, because it's very abstract. If you go there and it's clear you've really never danced before and you just throwing shit together, nobody gives a fuck. Because really it's abstract anyway. You're figuring it out. And the cool thing about being in a more of a sort of dance environment, you have a few drinks, you have a group with you, you're just trying out different things. And if you go, fairly regularly and you start meeting people on a regular basis, but also you develop a dance style. You almost start developing a signature, and you notice little things. Like we had these some young kids that tagged along with my friends. We were in our late 20s at the time, and him and his girlfriend, they were dancing very much like rave. Like their style very much looked like rave dancing, almost to the point of hardcore electronic or higher energy. But it was interesting because nobody looked at it funny. What was happening, and it's something common you see in these dance environments, people look over it like, that's a cool groove. I'm going to try that. And they'll throw it into what they're doing. So it's almost like interpretive dance to music that everyone's participating in. And which is cool because for years when I was growing up, I thought I didn't have rhythm, I couldn't dance, and then I found this kind of music, and it's like, yeah. And it's a good exercise. You get a rush from it, lots of endorphins, the music's loud, it's fun. And yeah, it's a really cool environment to be in. Music groups like that can be fun. I just haven't really had the time, money, and energy, and there hasn't really been a lot of stuff out where I am. I was disappointed because I had a friend of mine who's in my social group who's big in electronic too, and he's really into drum and bass. Oh, I love Rat-a-tat. The whole like IDM experimental subgenres of fascinating, and how it dovetails in a down tempo. Really solid, really interesting, groovy music that's odd. Dark Side is interesting, and that classification once again overlaps into industrial. It takes a lot more for the industrial aesthetic. So does the ambient genre. There's dark ambient is very industrial, but down tempo. What was I going to say? Yeah, my friend was big into drum and bass, and there was this bar that played drum and bass like every Sunday, and we found out about it last minute. It was the last night they played there, and they all moved out to LA and like out in the beach area, like 3 hours away. Something stupid. It was a cool environment. And it was just bummer. So finding a good spot is often rough. I live in a bit more of a rural area. It's like the exurbs. It's an hour away from LA. And Reuben can contest. He's been to a lot of different parts in California, and he knows what this area is like. So. Fair enough. California's weird. It's really, really weird. The way the scenes are structured. It seems very progressivist in orientation, at least the more popular culture aspect, but you have people on extremes of every known bent. There's a community for everything. Not just subcultures and political parties, but ethnic groups and backgrounds. It's a very, like a Turkish bazaar. Everywhere you go is a little different if you look at the whole state, but it's also a huge state, so. Yeah. I haven't gone much further than Bakersfield up north. I've never been to San Francisco. I don't really have any reason to. There's not really any museums I want to go to. I can't really think of anything I want to do up there. Bakersfield is getting towards central California, up to 14. Depending on how you take it, there's different freeways to get up there, but it's past the Mojave Desert, so it's very, very dirty, very sparse. Kind of the opposite direction you can go into Apple Valley. It's not as far up, and the whole area is just like it's the Old West. It's weird. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. Bakersfield is tumbleweeds. I know the struggle. My sister lives in Tehachapi with her bajillion kids. It's further up from Bakersfield, another hour or so. Yeah, it's beautiful up there. It's a very old town. They have one bookstore in the whole damn place. Yeah, it's a trip. Land of the Four Seasons in some native town. I'm not sure which. Yeah, he actually gets 4 seasons. Yeah, really crazy. That's gotta be rough, Ruben. Yeah. Orthodox Jew in Bakersfield. Thought I had it rough. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You get further and further away through the city. I've been living out here for a good 3 years, and the air quality is so much better. Not perfect, mind you, but it's a lot better. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I would consider myself a more center-leaning conservative. I definitely lean more towards the right on a lot of more political stuff, and yeah, I try to be respectful, involved in the community. But there are obviously a lot of progressive ideas that I take from, particularly when it refers to our religious aspects. And I definitely like the idea of secular government, so perhaps a Goldwater conservative. Not to necessarily get into the subject of politics. But yeah, you get in the more rural areas, it becomes very conservative, to the point of being almost full-on fundamentalist. A lot of non-denominational Christians out in the boonies. Yeah. Gotcha. But what I do like about here is the people I have met out here are much more moderate in general. Whatever alignment, spirituality, thing they're interested in, they're much more moderate, more practical, very pragmatic out here. People are much more interested in interacting and getting to know people, participating in the community, doing volunteering, just giving a shit about each other. And I did not see that when I was living closer to LA. There was this feeling that I had as early as high school that everyone living out in the San Gabriel Valley was 30 minutes out from LA, and everywhere going towards that, everyone lived for LA. Everyone just seemed fixated on that city, even if they were a good 45 minutes away from the damn place. And it was smothering, like how much people were just always about it. Like every single time, it's like, we need to go out here, we need to go out here, we need to go here. Why? So I can spend a fuck ton on parking, potentially. Overpriced beer, overpriced food. It's loud, it's annoying, and you have a mixture of really snooty rich people next to the absolute destitute in the same city. Not a place I would like to be in. I do not like Los Angeles. Fair enough. I was going to say, on the subject of music again, I have an ex who's really big into psytrance, and he's actually running like a whole festival thing. And, there's a lot of that sort of new age thing kind of going on with some of those people. They're just full on druggies, and it sucks because he wants me to be involved in in help out and kind of participate, but he I don't know, he seems to still have feelings for me, and I just don't. Never will. That's why I broke up with him. But he has a cool thing going, and I would like to support it. And he's a good guy, and I don't know, maybe things will be better. But some of the stuff he does is full on outdoor festivals out in the desert. There are people staying there for 2 or 3 days, overnight, camping and tents and stuff. And psytrance is very unique in that way. It's very, very festival oriented. It almost seems to take from a hippie kind of thing going on. I mean, there's definitely that sort of thing going on in there. It's actually been
I agree.
There's actually been a common trope when people talk about electronic music and reference to psytrance. They're like, it's really good trance, probably some of the best out there now, if you get around all the hippie shit. Like,
yeah, that's true. There's one called Moondoggy, absolute hippie kid, like you said, completely.
Side tribe out in California that comes and goes.
The kids. This one DJ is like almost like an e-tard. If I were to be totally mean, God, we're broadcasting right now, huh? Sorry, bro. Sorry, Jordan. Like, if you see this someday, I love you, but yeah, you're out there, dude. I will dance all night to whatever you play. But one night he had me on some. I was out there dancing, and I'm gonna be candid. I had a mushroom chocolate, or at least half of one, and I was dancing to his music. I was doing whatever the vibe was that he was kind of throwing out there. And at one point, he throws on some like Donkey Kong samples, and like some Simpsons stuff, and maybe some old Wu-Tang. I'm not sure. Like, all I knew by the end of the night, I was almost kung fu fighting another gentleman nearby. You know, because like, the vibe had gone that direction where we were like, dang near doing backflips and kicks and like, yeah, the vibe out there gets really funky. It's like I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, really hippie because you're camping, and so everybody, regardless of if you're in costume, like a lot of girls will show up looking really pixie-ish, and by the third day, they're Mama Cass with the pancake skillet. You know, it's like, it's a really odd culture out there.
Yeah.
I kind of dig it. I don't know. I came from the 90s indoor thing when I was, and I went to the military. When I got done with that, it was really nice to just be outdoors. I think when I was experimenting.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. The thing is with me is like, my perspective on a lot of the sort of common tropes of electronic dance music are a bit sordid because, just to be frank with you, as I've mentioned this a bajillion times, I'm on disability. I have psych stuff, and I don't use recreational substances. I can't do hallucinogens. I can't even smoke weed. Bad experiences with cannabis. That being said, I'm generally pro. Safe use, legal use, particularly in the home. You know, I don't think that necessarily there should be so many restrictions. If you're a grown adult and you take risks, you know, you should be able to do so within reason. Obviously, certain substances should be a no-no. There's good reason for them. But once again, I'm usually very sympathetic to that sort of thing. But in that environment, I mean, I've been, like I said, a variety of different sort of scenes. I wouldn't say that there is a blatant drug use. You have people on E here and there. You have somebody who would smoke weed in the back. You have little bits and pieces of people who are doing it to enhance the feel. And most people that I've interacted with over the years have expressed a lot of sympathy for somebody who's there for just the music and the environment and have a few drinks and have fun.
I agree, yeah.
But psytrance is really druggy.
Yeah,
like,
I agree again, yes.
I had an actual pretty cool experience that was a little sordid. This friend of mine, he lives up in a cabin up in the mountains, an area my buddy used to have a summer home in. Well, his parents did at least. And it's a cool area. It's a two-story house with like a basement. It's pretty cool. And he knows like a lot of musicians and people like in his like general circle. The simple, cool, standard, kind of dreaded, you know, psytrance type people, very eclectic, new agey. But it was a generally a cool environment. There were people there who weren't using anything. They're drinking and having like dip and tobacco and smoking and stuff like that. But there were, you know, obviously uses of different things, like meditation circles and things. People taking like shrooms and different little tabs and this and that. Not everyone, but probably a good third of the people were probably on something. And it was just weird being like totally sober in this environment. And I got a little bit of the really loud stuff that was being played downstairs, but I mainly waited till later and went downstairs. I was more socializing than anything. But the after party was really cool because the guy they had on the set, I got to talking about his wife, real cool dude, and he was playing more etheric, kind of in the ambient spectrum, but it was danceable. It was still kind of mid-tempo, and it was really, really cool stuff. And a bunch of the people who were like the really cool people there that I talked with that are engaging, interesting people were down there. But I was given a very blatant reminder of where I was towards the very end. You know, like at every party, like there's a trope in metal, that one dude at the metal show, he's just sloppy drunk, unkempt, usually kind of overweight, and just like a mess. That he was this guy, but with lots and lots of drugs. He was downstairs. We didn't even know what he took or how much he took. It was that bad. And at one point, he was in the corner, and I let people know, and we brought him some water, whatever. He was talking about space aliens and totally disjointed speech, and he ended up calming down. We turned him on his side, and he passed out. But it was, like, weird. Like, I've only had that kind of, like, what the fuck kind of experiences a handful of times, a handful of parties in my lifetime. It was really weird being the most sober person at the place next to the most drugged up person in the entire cabin. Yeah, it was a trip.
Well, I'm glad you were there for that person, so that you didn't like hurt himself or anything.
Well, that was really what it was, and I got a lot of thank yous from it. Yeah. And people, that was the thing is, I came with it with the idea that the general culture, even as one that's much more focused on psychedelics, there is a general rule, though not necessarily stated, that if you're there just for the music, you shouldn't feel left out. In the same way that you shouldn't feel left out as a metal show if you're not like just chugging back, whiskey and tons and tons of beer.
Yeah, I agree, man. I'm definitely pro, and for lack of a better term, babysitter. That guy should have brought one.
I'm that guy.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's basically a superhero amongst the culture.
Yeah. And I straight out with it, and I've even said it to the psytrancers, and I got a lot of credit for it. I'm like, I can't, and then they just ask probative questions and why, and I use this sort of analogy. I'm like, I'm crazy. The shit that goes on in my head is just as bad as the stuff you're taking, and I had people look at me and they're like, yeah, totally. This is the guy to keep around. Because he knows what hallucinating is like. I'm stable, but I've been at that spot before where nothing makes any sense. So I do have a sympathy for it. You know what I'm saying? And I've always been the guy that, has like a decent car that drives people around. I'm always the designated driver. I always have a few drinks, but I always sip. And I like a 4-hour period, I'll have like 2 or 3 beers, And just, that's what it is. It's not if you're for it or against it or whatever. It's just making sure everybody's taken care of whenever you're at an event or at a kickback with your buddies. You need to have desis. You need to have people who are, accountable. They're holding people accountable. Making sure they're safe.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
But it's like that at even a non-drug environment, like a convention.
Oh, it's like that at a bar. A lot of times the bartender's a AA member.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my brother, he's an alcoholic, and he's been in recovery for years. And but we have respect. He knows I like to drink. I have pallets of wine. I love beers, ciders, and the whole thing.
Cider's good, yeah.
Me personally, I'm pretty much a lightweight. It doesn't take much, and I have a limit. My body says, "Yep, we're done." But I'm fortunate like that. Not everyone is. Some people, they can't, and it's like that with any substance. It's like that with any activity. You got to know your own limits. You got to know yourself, and be an adult about it. Though I'd say I've studied a lot of it's not psychotropic. I think it's psychotropic. Well, mind-altering substances, ethnogens, over the years. So I have a fairly good working understanding of it. I think it's important when you're studying, particularly indigenous religions, that many of these substances were a part of sacrament for a long time. There's actually theories. I mean, I use wine as sacrament for Dionysus, but there's clear evidence that psychedelic substances may have been used among certain devotees. Local, the Egyptians also had lotus. That was a common one that was used. I mean, every culture.
Yeah, I think every culture has one. Yeah.
Every culture had it to some extent. Not necessarily.
If not just a physical activity like dance or something that would alter the brain's neurochemistry for a duration of time.
And I actually feel is weird, almost techno-pagan in a sense. I get a sort of Dionysian connection with dance music from that. Yeah, it's weird how I make a connection to a very old, classical, traditional religion with something very modern. But I think that's what transgressive is. It's challenging all boundaries. There are old things that are useful and necessary to understanding things, but there's also modern things, and all things can be taken from.
Oh, yeah.
So, but, studying a lot of these things over the years, there's one thing that I've thought needs to be more a thing among users, is an etiquette and a convention among usage. Usually the guys that learn it are older. They're in their 30s, and they had their stupid period when they were young, just throwing cat B and just random crap. I personally think the best usage of, depending on the substance, but the best usage, particularly of psychedelics, are in a closed environment where you have sober guides. You have people who are not using, one or two, in a group of, say, a handful, who are making sure that everyone's taken care of, that they have food and water, and that the environment is closed so that they can trip and have a more positive experience. Because bad tripping wrecks everything. I've seen people on really, really bad trips, and it's because people didn't take the time and energy to set up a proper environment. I think to use as a model, a lot of these people should look at how ayahuasca is being used by indigenous peoples. They have Westerners coming in and using it because they have a set method that they use to have people go through this trial. So it's difficult. You're putting your body and your mind through a lot of things to have a very different experience than your body's accustomed. And I think that people just need to be honest about that fact. You know what I'm saying? And that there's risk.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now, my one exception is ecstasy, for a few reasons. Aside from the impurities and just the full-on risk of not getting pure MDMA, is what it's actually doing to sassafras in Asia. People trying to make this drug for Westerners, they're totally wrecking the environment to make this club drug. To actually distill the sassafras into making E is a horrible, terribly toxic process. Storing this stuff in just random barrels in the middle of the fucking forest.
Man, they should just make root beer.
I know, right? But more than that, the way it's been adopted outside of any sort of concept of its use that makes sense, I have trouble being sympathetic to it. It was originally used as a therapy drug in a controlled environment, low metabolism, quiet. It's a communal environment. And I do know pure MDMA users who are purists about it, and they believe that it should be a social drug at a campfire, little small doses, and it's supposed to engage you and get you to be, because the experience of MDMA is it's supposed to increase intimacy and closeness, and you get a lot of sensory, tactile kind of experiences. But the reason why people get problems with ecstasy is not just high dose. but high heat. They're in a very high energy environment that's not properly ventilated. They're getting dehydrated. They're getting exhausted, and they're burning holes in their brain as a result of it. Not to mention all the impurities that are typically laced with.
Yeah, dehydration for sure.
They're not knowing their source. They just get random e-tabs from some guy in the corner when they're at the club when they're 15. Something stupid.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Is it should be used as intended as a therapeutic. And I think we could say that for most of these substances that are very powerful, mind altering.
I mean, to be fair, LSD was a lab drug. It was developed from LSA. It's an oxidized version of the standard substance you can get from a variety of different psychedelic. It's a science project. It was developed by a guy who was exploring it.
People should be definitely careful with that one. Albert Hoffman.
Psilocybin has risks, but it's generally a bit safer. Amanita can be problematic, and you really got to control dosages. But mushrooms in general are really the chaos. So many things. Fungi are incredibly complicated. And the genetic structure of fungi, like their whole mating system is super fucking complicated. Like there is actually a fungi that has 400 sexes.
Yeah, there's like a weird alien life form, basically, fungi.
Living on our planet, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, totally alien. It's not plant, it's not animal.
And it doesn't follow the, life on Earth goes through this chain, chain, right? And also, but fungi appear.
Fungi are simultaneously multicellular, macrocosmic, and microcosmic, existing as a part of a contiguous system that's connected on genetics. Yeah, so when you see a mushroom, that's the breeding system. When you see like a group of little mushrooms out in the forest, depending on there is actually a type of mushroom. I think it's the honey mushroom or something to that effect. That lives up in northern. I think it's actually Oregon, and it's one of the largest known species because its area where all the spores are, where all the different mushrooms that are visible, and the things that go into the earth, because it's like I said, it's everywhere. It's all the same organism, the same genetic material. There'll be whole sections of this for acres. That's one mushroom.
Interesting side note.
Yeah.
This is about protozoas, which are also a really primitive life form, but pretty complex. The people of the Islamic State, specifically some of the higher ups, have developed this protozoa, this flesh-eating protozoa. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a wonderful article if you Google flesh-eating protozoa and ISIS about how these guys, karma or whatever you want to call it, I pride as being in a bunch of different lands and being exposed to just a bunch of different life forms that their bodies weren't adapted to or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, flesh-eating protozoa. Fuck.
Nature's a metal, dude. Just straight up.
Right.
On a regular fucking basis. But yeah, that's just my thing. It's like there's a culture behind it, that should be taken seriously, and whenever you're doing something, there's an activity, there's a shared interest. You should develop a community around it and have standards, have boundaries for which to explore, and you need to have elders in a community, people who take an interest in the young people who are, particularly with the use of these substances, if more so than with like a music subculture or convention thing. And I don't see a lot of that going on, which I think it's not only is it dangerous to them, it's not doing them any favors with people who could be more sympathetic to their cause. And it's a typical trope that you see. You have disingenuous cannabis advocates who try to make cannabis into a perfect substance that does nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it at all, which is just not the case.
I agree. I think and maybe, and this is just a suggestion based off what we've talked about, but maybe those elders are us. Maybe we should, like you were saying, like your friend was inviting you,
Yeah.
even if he does have ulterior motives, right? It might be a thing where you could provide wisdom, in moderation to somebody who's looking for a path. I think pantheism, specifically Hellenistic pantheism, would be a great path for anybody who's looking.
It's a very consistent way of being eclectic. I've actually made the argument, and I've made several posts stating to this effect, that it is traditional enough to give valid structure and explorations and encourage experimentation and esoteric examination, while still being open enough to effectively incorporate whatever you'd like. I mean, if you're talking classical Hermeticism, it's Greco-Egyptian Semitic, sort of somewhat Jewish to some regard, and then becoming considerably more Kabbalistic in the Renaissance. And modern Hermeticism, I believe, is a carryover from that. It's continuing. Thelema I think is a sort of crowning achievement of the more modern Hermetic schools, informing it into what I think it was originally Hermetism, the actual Hermetic religion, a magical religious esoteric tradition. And I think it's a really good area for exploration. And I mentioned it to a few of the people that were there that were taking interest in more of the philosophical, spiritual aspects. And I was giving them resources, just straight up off the top of my head. They were putting it on their phone and whatever, or I would just have conversations, and they would throw out ideas that like nobody to listen to. And then I would throw out my ideas about drug culture and throw out safe methods and the value of sober people, values of being responsible and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, absolutely, and there's definitely opportunities for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. It is 3:19 or 3:20 in my area of the world. Right on. I'm gonna try to engage in the sleeping thing that everybody keeps raving about.
What sleeping thing?
Just the ability to do that.
I know, it's a struggle, man.
dude, is that the modern man's struggle? It's like, I'm awake at 3 o'clock at night. Should I read the news? No. Right? I could go to YouTube, but that, like, you want to talk about an intricate, chaotic labyrinth of entertainment. That I go to the YouTube, and it's like, it starts out simple, and then before long, I'm learning about ancient aliens or,
the tube is the life.
Dude, it's so weird. It's like 1 minute I'm looking at how to debug my computer or something. The next minute I'm looking at brownie recipes, and then all of a sudden I'm learning way too much about Amazonian indigenous people, or it's just like, the thing's crazy. It's not like TV. I'm kind of like, I've been frozen. A little bit of background on me. I did live in the 90s, I promise. Okay, but from about, I don't know, 2001, a little bit before that for me, really, 99, to about, I don't know, 2005. It's like I'm frozen in time. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I was a military member, right? So a lot of the cultural things, don't fucking recall. All of a sudden I came back, everybody's got phones in their hand.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so like a lot of times people will be like, this, and I'll be like, nope, that happened in 2004. I was a mole woman. They had me kidnapped in a place called Iowa. It's a better story than what most people want to hear from veterans.
Sure.
Hey man, thanks very much for letting me hang out and ask some questions. I think I was enlightened. I hope your audience was, and I'm gonna crash out. Please please invite me again, yo.
Absolutely. Ruben was mentioning we have our regular hangout on Mondays.
Okay,
7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Interfaith.
Okay, sounds good. All right, be safe, man.
You too. Take care.